A franchise in ruin, ravaged by the evil empire known as Disney, there still stands one show that has not been dethroned. The fans' sole hope for good Star Wars TV. The underrated epic Clone Wars. And yes, we have both of them. We have Dave Filoni's Clone Wars and Tartakovsky's Clone Wars on here, just for you. Hey, Wolfpack, we're back. Now Catastrophe's doing another surprise tier list, but this time we're tapping back into Star Wars. We already talked about all the Star Wars movies, now we're going to be talking about our favorite episodes of the underrated classic Clone Wars. Yes, both Clone Wars, the 2D one and the 3D one. Wow, just started. Hey, just some random guy who comments. The story arc rankings I see. Yeah, we're gonna be ranking the episodes this time, because Clone Wars is a really kick-ass show, and of course it's Star Wars Day. I should say Star Wars Week, because everybody's pretty much celebrating. May the 4th be with you, Revenge of the 6th, all that jazz. And we're gonna be talking about something we really love. The Clone Wars TV shows, both of them. Star Wars has actually had TV shows, if you don't know. I'm sure you somehow missed all the advertising for the classics, Book of Boba Fett and The Acolyte, but the one that has not been dethroned is the Clone Wars. Both of them, we love both of them. We love Tartakovsky's Clone Wars, and we love Dave Filoni's Clone Wars before Dave Filoni lost his mind and his creativity. Very fitting. Hey, Shadowlink. Gonna be ranking all the story arcs, so some episodes are combined. If you don't know the Clone Wars, there's actually multi-part episodes. Clone Wars has over 120 episodes, however, a lot of them are interconnected. There's 2-parters, 3-parters, and heck, even 4 to 5-parters. So we kind of took the easy path and combined them into one long story arc. There are some standalone episodes like Ahsoka's lightsaber being lost, the Trespass episode, and the Cloak of Darkness for my friend Bodhi. Yeah, there are some standalone episodes here and there, but all the ones that are obviously interconnected are under one moniker, like the Domino Squad, Ahsoka's Frame Up, and the Tartakovsky Clone Wars. Both volumes, we did separate volume 1 and 2. I know people count it as one whole movie, but considering the DVD release, we decided to take it easy and just split them in halves. The second one that has Grievous, the first one that has Ventress and Dirge, all that. Boba Fett, lol. Yeah, Temuera Morrison did not stay in shape when he was returning as Boba Fett. I hope he gets back into shape for Captain Rex. He says he's coming back as Rex, but knowing Disney, it's probably gonna be a train wreck. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about all the Clone Wars episodes on today's tier list. We are going with the classic letter grades to make it easier to follow this time. They did give me a note here, whoever made this tier list, that some episodes are encompassed under one moniker, like the Domino Squad, Lethal Trackdown's part of Boba Fett's Revenge, just to make it easier and tell you that yes, some of these episodes are combined under one arc. So if this is your first ever tier list, we'll go over it for any newbies out there. I'm going to be ranking all the story arcs from Clone Wars from best to worst on this letter grade tier list. Up top, we have S tier. These are perfect 10 out of 10s, platinum skulls, the greatest stories of Star Wars, and we might be seeing quite a lot up here because the Clone Wars is just that epic. But these ones are top dog. They're best, they're number one. Then we have A. These ones, good, not great. They had their moments, they had their fun. They're definitely fun story arcs. They might have a few flaws, but overall are just pure fun. But nothing groundbreaking for the Clone Wars like the S tiers will be. Then we have B. These ones, I think, alright. They're fine. They're fun. They did their job. Had some cool ideas, but also kind of some letdowns here and there. Not perfect. Might have fizzled out at the end. Might have had some anticlimactic stuff. But overall, they're okay episodes. Then we have C. These are the average, the meh, the middling, the not quite bad enough to be awful, but also not that great. Kind of a filler episode, if you catch my drift. These ones, definitely the average ones. Then we have D. These are the duds. They're the lame ducks. They had a spark of hope there, but ended up being a bronze skull. There was something that could have been fun, but they didn't quite live up to the full potential. Then we have E. These are just plain bad. They're lousy episodes, they're lousy story arcs. They didn't do good things for the Clone Wars, and sadly we might see one or two down here. Then rock bottom we have F. Total failures, 0 out of 10s, the negative 1,000 out of 100. The bad ducks of Star Wars, and we might see one down here. You guys might know exactly what I'm talking about. Hi, Sunny Day in the Void. But yeah, you get the idea. Bad episodes. And these haven't seen. We actually might not have any down here. If I put any down here, it's an arc I probably forgot. But we have seen all the Clone Wars. I own all the episodes except for the Disney final season, because Disney are cheap bastards who don't want to sell physical media and want me to invest in streaming. But I'm not doing that. But yeah, haven't seen. You get the idea. These ones I just haven't watched. And I have seen all these episodes because I love the Clone Wars. And yes, we do have Tartakovsky's Clone Wars down here. Very fitting. Hey, Kat. Hey, Iris Sutton. Glad to see you. Captain Rex is literally Captain King Rex equals King. Hi, Kat. Hey, Akira. Glad you made it. Just going over the basics and fundamentals. So yeah, gonna be ranking all the episodes up here on my tier list. So a little explanation for the Clone Wars. If you don't know, Clone Wars is the series set in between Attack of the Clones and Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith had a re-release recently this week. Sadly, we missed out on it, but I've been binge-watching Clone Wars and getting Wolf into Lost Galaxy, so it's fine. I mean, I own Revenge of the Sith, so I can watch it anytime, but yeah, it's set in between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. This is the Clone Wars, the war that happened in between those two episodes, and basically the real Star Wars happening during the prequel era. It fills in the gaps in between Anakin's turn to the dark side, the rise of the clones, Emperor Palpatine forming his grand schemes, grand plans. The war is fought between the Republic and their clone troopers, an army of guys who were genetically engineered to basically be cannon fodder to fight this war against the evil, malicious battle droid army, the Separatists. The Separatists are a confederacy of independent systems who are breaking away from the Space UN and want to conquer and profit off of the galaxy. So they assembled an army of mechas, evil battle droids, fighting these clone troopers over who controls the galaxy far, far away. Emperor Palpatine is secretly the mastermind, pulling all the strings as the puppet master for these two armies, and basically, whichever army wins, Palpatine will win either way because he's behind both of them. It's this long, elaborated, complex plot by an evil Sith Lord who wants to take over by playing the politics game. And it led to a lot of fantastic Star Wars stories. This was a good entryway for Star Wars for kids if you don't want to sit down and watch those 2-hour movies, and really love it. A lot of characters from the prequel eras are in this, and a lot of them get their character development. It fixes a lot of the issues people had with Anakin Skywalker, how he becomes Darth Vader. We see a young Anakin before he falls to the dark side. We see Obi-Wan becoming a badass general. We see Dooku, Grievous, Asajj Ventress, Padme playing politics, and new character Ahsoka Tano. Oh, and also this is the show that brought Darth Maul back from the dead, and yes, it is now canon. Streaming has killed media, to be honest. Fully agree, just some random guy who comments. Sorry I didn't put my list on the short since it kept removing in the comments, so I wait for the full version. Okay, yeah, sorry about that, Akira. I guess they don't allow long comments like that on shorts. Also, Predator is going to have an animated... not really animated, it is live action, with feudal Japan, World War II, and the Vikings era. Yeah, I saw that. The trailer does not look good. WB canceled the Sergeant Rock movie. Oh, that sucks. Now, I thought that the Clone Wars was a kid's show. It was initially, but then it became kind of clear this was a show for all ages, specifically adult fans who grew up watching the prequel era, because yeah, characters die left and right. It is a pretty hardcore show. The Clone Wars has a lot more darker moments than The Haunting Hour, if I'm being honest. Characters died left and right, and sometimes they weren't an expendable clone trooper. Characters are horribly killed, there's a lot of deep politic talks. It did a much more fascinating exploration of politics than the Attack of the Clone movies did, because we're not sitting in a debate room for hours. Yeah, Clone Wars is pretty hardcore, basically showing kids that This is a war. It's fun in games at first, but it is very clear. People are dying. The fate of the galaxy is at stake. The battle droids are not as threatening as they are in the Tartakovsky Clone Wars, but they are pretty much a force to reckon with. The Separatists are greedy, evil corporate scumbags who are profiting off of enslaving planets, and the Republic has to put an end to that, leading to a lot of great wars, political epics, high-stakes drama, and that fun sci-fi fantasy action we all know and love from Star Wars before Disney ruined it. Like, I hope they don't cancel Spectre or Phantom Stranger movies since they are cool. Yeah, me too, but Phantom Stranger might be kind of a hard character to sell to people, just saying. But yeah, we got every episode from the 3D Clone Wars, the 2010s version, and we do have Tartakovsky's Clone Wars on here because, hey, I love that too, and that deserves a lot of recognition because it is equally as good as the longer show. Sorry, Emily, if you're watching, but I do love Tartakovsky Clone Wars. Also, The Fisherman from I Know What You Did Last Summer have a new sequel. Yeah, he had I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer, but that was terrible. Anyways, we should probably start this tier list. So, we'll start with the Filoni Clone Wars just because we have a lot more. So let's do the first arc, Rescue of Rada the Hutt, the Clone Wars movie. This one is covering the betrayal from Slick all the way to the movies events, and talked about this with my brother Wolf. This one I'm gonna put onto B. Yeah, I know, the Clone Wars movie is either an underrated masterpiece or one of the worst attempts at sewing together a pilot ever and selling it in theaters. Me, I thought the movie was fine. I used to love it as a kitten, not so much now as an adult because I start to realize that these are a whole bunch of separate episodes combined. So if you don't know, this is the movie that takes place on the Battle of Christophsis for the first half, then they have to rescue Jabba the Hutt's son, Rhoda, who is kidnapped by the Separatists in an attempt to extort Jabba the Hutt. It's coming in 2025. Oh, okay. Yeah, Jennifer Love Hewitt is back, but who wants to see that movie carried on now? They kind of waited too long. Anyways, this is the plot from the Clone Wars movie. This introduced Ahsoka. Jabba the Hutt's son, Rada, needs saving. That's fair. There were some good and meh moments throughout. My problem with this arc is the pacing. They do try to make this out into a movie. If you count the first two episodes, the cat and mouse episode and the clone commander Slick betraying his fellow clones, it is pretty cool. I love the idea of an evil traitor clone. That episode is awesome. Wolf might put it on his top 10 favorite Clone Wars episodes ever, where Slick sabotaged the clones and tried to make them lose the war on Christophsis. He was paid off by Asajj Ventress, but he was doing it for his own freedom because he realized the clones are essentially slaves to the Republic and the Jedi, and it starts giving you hints that the clones are deep characters on this show. Yeah, the best part about the Filoni Clone Wars, the clones are actually characters you care about. You grow attached to them, you care for them. The clones have their own identities and their own personalities despite being cloned from the same guy, Jango Fett. We meet Captain Rex. He is pretty badass. Captain Rex is my brother Wolf's absolute favorite Star Wars character because he compares him to like the Master Chief of Star Wars. Captain Rex is awesome, up until Rebels kind of ruined him and pissed on him. We also meet Ahsoka Tano, Anakin's apprentice in this story arc. Ahsoka is a Jedi Padawan who is hilariously drafted as Anakin's Padawan to basically help Anakin grow up, learn responsibility, and pass his teachings on to her. However, they have this hilarious dynamic. Ahsoka's kind of bratty like him. Anakin is not fully matured. Again, this is off the cusp of Attack of the Clones, so Anakin is kind of growing up with her while training her. Agreed, I'm more excited for Final Destination 6. Oh, I know what you did last summer, I'm iffy about. Yeah, I kind of am too. I think they waited way too long to carry it on. You can't do an H2O for every horror movie. I'm just gonna say it. You can't pull an H2O on every horror franchise ever because then it starts to be gimmicky, or you wait too late and the actors are in a completely different place than when they were back then. Like 3 movies is enough. We don't need a 4th movie. They also got an I Know What You Did Last Summer TV show, which apparently nobody watched. There were some good moments and some meh moments throughout. Okay, so the problem with this arc is the pacing, and unfortunately it does come from the movie. They stitched together multiple episodes, and it's very clear that you're supposed to watch the Clone Wars kind of on a weekly basis, because together the episodes different story arcs and tone kind of clash with each other. My biggest highlight here is pointing out Padme's section. Padme comes in dead last into the last third of the movie, and it is kind of glaringly obvious it was a different episode because her part of the story is vastly different from what we've been watching, the fight on Christophsis and rescuing Rada the Hutt from the Separatists. They save Jabba's son Rada, and if you haven't been keeping up with Star Wars news, apparently Dave Filoni's going to recycle the Rada the Hutt story arc for his Mandalorian movie. Yeah, once again, the Mandalorian and Grogu movie is going to rehash the Clone Wars movie's plot. Rada the Hutt is captured as an adult by an evil villain, and Mando and Grogu team up to save him like Anakin and Ahsoka did. Yeah, really lost your creative spunk there, Filoni. But anyways, the movie I think is fine. Not one of my favorites. It had some great ideas going for it. The action is really kick-ass. I don't know what people were complaining about when they thought the Clone Wars animation was not good in the first season. Yeah, it is kind of jarring and takes some time to get adjusted to, but once it starts going, you really get acquainted with the show. I did not have a problem with Ahsoka Tano from the start. I have a problem with her now because Filoni keeps cramming her into everything. Like every major Star Wars event has to have Ahsoka somewhere. I liked her in the show initially because she was a fun character. She was my Star Wars crush for a while until Disney ruined her. Yeah, Rada is coming back. Yeah, I heard he's gonna be played by Dwayne The Rock Johnson. No, seriously, Dwayne The Rock Johnson is adult Rada, apparently. I could be wrong, it could be complete BS rumor, but that's what I heard. To me, there's only two. I Know What You Did Last Summer's. Third one was trash. Yeah, we all agree on that one. A zombie fisherman. Ghostface versus Fisherman in death battle early. I don't know who's gonna win that. I would say the Fisherman because he actually is the same guy who died multiple times. But Ghostface might stand a chance. Also, Count Dooku's actor in Clone Wars played on Critters, 1980s Critters movie. Are you talking about Corey Burton or Christopher Lee? I know Christopher Lee was in the first season of Clone Wars and the movie. Then he got replaced by Corey Burton later because Christopher Lee is an expensive A-lister. I hope he meets Ahsoka again. I liked his Ahsoka was a surrogate daughter to him. Surrogate daughter? What do you mean to Rhoda? I would say he's like more of Rhoda's big sister. Yeah, they save Rada the Hutt, they go back to Jabba's palace. I described this with Wolf when we talked about the Clone Wars movie, so I keep it brief. They return Rada alive, Jabba the Hutt has good relations with the Jedi, until suddenly he won't in episode 6. The Separatists lose, and Anakin accepts Ahsoka as his apprentice, and they go off on journeys across the galaxy. I think the first arc is fine. It is a B story arc. It's not one of my favorites, and the Clone Wars series, much better, much more improved. They took the criticisms of the movie to heart and actually improved the show and made it better. See, Kathleen, this is what happens when you actually take constructive criticism instead of fighting the fans. But yeah, I think the Clone Wars movie and the Rescue of Rada arc, it's fine. It is fine. It's a B movie. I think it got outclassed by later episodes of the show, and you all will agree with me once we stroll along this list. But speaking of which, we should also do the other Clone Wars first. Tartakovsky's Clone Wars. We'll do Volume 1 first. FYI, this stops at the intro of General Grievous, and Tartakovsky's Clone Wars might put on A. Yeah, I know I'm gonna piss off a lot of people, but Volume 1 is an A-tier story. I think the second one is a lot better. That one might go on S, but we'll talk about the first one. This is basically the story that happened in between episode 2 and 3, but connected much more smoothly into a shorter micro-series. So if you don't know, there was a first Clone Wars show by Genndy Tartakovsky, the guy who made Samurai Jack, Symbionic Titan, Dexter's Laboratory, unfortunately Hotel Transylvania, and most recently the Primal show and that Elemental Warriors show. This one actually pretty kick-ass. I do like it. I think it was outclassed by the second volume, but the first one, it is an A-tier story. We're pretty much going right after Attack of the Clones. Anakin has his new robot arm, and he and Obi-Wan are basically going out fighting in the Clone Wars, and they get kind of an A plot and a B plot, along with several mini adventures that happen in between. We see Anakin fight Asajj Ventress. This was the intro to Asajj Ventress, fan favorite assassin, Dooku's right-hand Sith apprentice. We also see Dirge the bounty hunter fight Obi-Wan. For those of you who don't know, Dirge is basically Star Wars Bane. Obi-Wan fights Dirge, Anakin fights Asajj Ventress, and we get several mini episodes. We see Master Luminara and Barriss showing how lightsabers are made. We get that kick-ass underwater fight with Kit Fisto on the Mon Calamari home planet, and we see Yoda trying to piece together that there's a bigger conspiracy going on. Hey, I like Hotel Transylvania. I knew you would, Ira. You also like Justin, the blue Turbo Ranger. Hi there, how's your day today? Hi, Miss Kitty. We're doing fine. Okay, you are talking about Corey Burton. I didn't know he was on Critters. Yeah, I'm surprised by that. I hated DC Comics treated Starfire as a punching bag. I hated DC Comics treating Starfire like a whore. Yeah, if you ever saw Titans or the New 52, you know what I'm talking about. My day is going fine so far. Good to know, Miss Kitty. Glad you made it. The blah 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 line broke me like in the sequel. I heard the Hotel Transylvania sequels got worse. They should have stopped The Mandalorian with just 2 seasons, in my opinion. Fully agree, Shadowlink, but no, they brought Grogu back because he sold toys. Alright, so this one, pretty simple, straightforward. Genndy Tartakovsky does not have overly complex plots, at least in most of his shows. Symbionic Titan and the Elemental Warriors are the 2 exceptions, but very straightforward. We see Anakin losing his temper, struggling with the light side and dark side. He goes full-blown psychopath, killing Asajj Ventress. Yes, Asajj Ventress died in this. It was later a retcon that she somehow survived falling off a cliff. I don't know how. Obi-Wan has a B plot. He's fighting General Dirge, and it is a pretty kick-ass filler villain. Again, Dirge is basically Star Wars Bane. He gets super stronger. He's this ruthless, psychotic bounty hunter. He's trained to peak perfection to deal with a Jedi. We meet the clone troopers. I really love the Clone Silent mission. We meet Commander Alpha and his elite squad of clones in this, and they are easily the best part. The clone troopers in this are pretty underrated. Not as good as Captain Rex, Commander Cody, and all the Domino squad we meet in Filoni's show, but the clones are a lot more mysterious, more highly trained badass. They're that team that gets things done. The Tartakovsky Clone Wars were pretty good for their time. However, I like the other Clone Wars series a bit more. Fully agree. The Filoni show got to explore a lot more. Tom and Jerry is a classic. I agree. And they got Motel Transylvania, a sequel spinoff. Oh yeah, I heard. It got canceled in like a year. I meant to say that Ahsoka was a surrogate mother to Rada. Okay, I thought she was more like a sister. I know she raises him and takes care of him and carried him in that little pouch thing. I had an action figure of Ahsoka with baby Rada in her backpack. But yeah, I would say she was more of a big sister rather than a mother figure. We'll see if Filoni brings Ahsoka back, which, knowing Dave, I'm sure he will. Anyways, Tartakovsky Clone Wars, we see them struggling. Basically, they're actually fighting in the Battle Droids War, and the droids are a lot more menacing in Tartakovsky's Clone Wars because they do not crack jokes, they are not funny. The Battle Droids are silent Terminator killers, a lot more menacing. We get that cool scene of Dirge and the Assassin Droids riding on speeder bikes like the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, wasting clones, being a genuine threat. The war with the Separatists is at an all-time high in the Tartakovsky Clone Wars because the Separatists are not funny or jokey like they are in Filoni's universe. Corey Burton plays Count Dooku in this, and did so good he would come back to the Filoni Clone Wars later. James Arnold Taylor is Obi-Wan in this show, and in the Filoniverse. I think T.C. Carson is also Mace Windu. Oh yeah, Mace Windu is a bona fide badass in the Tartakovsky verse. I really loved how Mace Windu is in the 2D Clone Wars compared to everything else, because one, he's not a dick, and they actually show you more into his character and show you that he's a badass. Windu loses his lightsaber and he's like punching super battle droids with his Super Saiyan fist powers. That is really cool. Mace Windu takes out an entire battle droid mega weapon all by himself, even though he's outnumbered and outgunned by battle droids. We should have gotten this Mace Windu in the Filoni Clone Wars. They also do explain that Mace Windu is a hard ass on Anakin because he doesn't believe he's the chosen one. I always got pissed off at how much of a dick Mace Windu is, and the Tartakovsky Clone Wars finally clarifies he doesn't believe Anakin's the chosen one, which is why he's very distrustful towards him and doesn't give him the rank of give him the rank of master, even though he's allowed on the council. So it kind of fixed the plot holes there, we'll say. What's up? Hey, Moonwing Entertainment. Have you watched Disney's Gargoyles? If so, what is your favorite character? I have seen Disney's Gargoyles. I finally binged that all the way through. Really like Demona, yeah, because she's kind of hot, but she also kind of reminds me of Mystique from X-Men. I do also like Goliath because he is a badass. Goliath is basically Optimus Prime and Batman combined, so that made him instant badass. Well, I see Ghost, Amity Blight, Palamons look exactly like the female white cat, but is this cat from another universe as a female white cat in Owl House universe? Don't know what you're talking about. Alright, so last thing I'll say about the first volume of Tartakovsky Clone Wars, at the end we're introduced to General Grievous, and General Grievous is so awesome in this show. I love him. It's why I kind of hate what Filoni's Clone Wars did to him, but General Grievous is introduced at the end in like a twist ending. We find out some of the best Jedi and / background characters from the prequels were knocked out of space completely and are surrounded. All their clones are dead, they're completely outgunned. The survivors are all the Jedi background characters we know and love. My lovely Aayla Secura, Shaak Ti, Ki-Adi-Mundi, a Jedi that looks like Shaggy Rogers from Scooby-Doo. My brother Wolf really liked that, he looked like Shaggy. And 2 expendable guys who Grievous punk kills. And yeah, General Grievous is introduced at the end as the ultimate villain. This is clearly setting Grievous up for a Revenge of the Sith, because if you don't know, Revenge of the Sith, General Grievous kind of takes over as the head of the Separatists after Count Dooku is punk killed. Fun fact about the Gargoyles show, most of the voice cast was from Star Trek The Next Generation. Yeah, I saw that. I remember Doug Walker poked fun at that in his review. Yeah, they got Counselor Troy as Demona, William Riker was David Xanatos, Puck was voiced by Brent Spiner, Data, and Whoopi Goldberg was Broadway. What year did Star Wars come out? I think 1977, if you're talking about the franchise as a whole. A New Hope came out in like 1977, I'm sure. If you're asking about the Tartakovsky Clone Wars, it came out in like the mid-2000s. This was like before Revenge of the Sith, so 2003, 2004, basically. Tartakovsky's Clone Wars came first to basically fill the gaps and build up Episode 3 when Lucas was working on that. Also, Star Wars is cool, but why people like do parody of Star Wars like Control Freak that looks like a fat Luke Skywalker? Because parodying Star Wars is very easy because everyone knows it. Like, I feel that they show a gun that was banned in the USA. Yeah, I remember Broadway accidentally shoots Detective Elisa. Yeah, I did like Gargoyles, except for that 3rd season, which was kind of clunky, and I absolutely hate the Quarrymen, if you're curious. Anyways, back to Star Wars. General Grievous shows up, he kills most of the expendable Jedi, including Shaggy. My lovely Aayla and Shaak Ti are brutalized but not killed. Don't worry, Bodhi, Shaak Ti will live to fight another day. And Ki-Adi-Mundi has one final standoff with Grievous, and we end the episode, basically hinting that there's gonna be a second Tartakovsky Clone Wars season, which did happen. That one's also down here. But yeah, the first one, I'll put on A. The second one, I'm gonna put on to S. I love the second Tartakovsky Clone Wars a lot more than the first. Namely, we get a lot more dialogue and a lot more character moments. This one picks up right where we left off, and this time, General Grievous is more or less the main villain. So, part 2 basically picks up Ki-Adi-Mundi, Aayla Secura, and Shaak Ti are all saved by the badass Commander Alpha and his elite clone team. Really kick-ass showdown. General Grievous survives their fight in Onslaught. 3 Jedi out of 6, I should say 7 because one guy was killed earlier. 3 out of 7 basically escaped barely with their lives. Commander Alpha saved them, but General Grievous declares this is not over yet, and this is more or less the General Grievous show. Grievous is scary, kick-ass, and a very menacing villain. They built up a lot of hype around this guy. This year is also the 30th anniversary of Jumanji. Okay, good for it. Like Keith David looks cool as Goliath. Did he ever look like Goliath? Chewbacca is so adorable. Yeah, Chewie has a cameo in this one. Basically, the Clone Wars are now at a peak all-time high. The Separatists are actually winning the war. General Grievous actually gets to show you he's a badass in this side of the series. Grievous is actually successfully conquering planets, defeating clones. We see the Separatists are a genuine threat, building up their empire, but the clones are finally striking back. And this leads to pretty much the main plot of the movie. General Grievous invades Coruscant. We actually get to see the start of the invasion of Coruscant in this arc. The city is under attack by General Grievous and all the Separatist forces, leading to that kick-ass space battle you see in Episode 3. And there's a B-plot where Anakin and Obi-Wan basically go on a side mission where they help a race of blue cat people who look suspiciously like the Na'vi into finding their people, and Anakin undergoes the trials to be a Jedi Knight. Yeah, compared to the other Clone Wars series in Episode 3, they made Grievous into a horror slasher villain. Fully agree, Shadowlink. General Grievous, voiced by Richard McGonagle. If you don't know, he voiced Carmine Falcone on our Telltale Batman tier list. Yeah, he plays General Grievous, and Grievous is creepy in this. He's vital, he's vicious, he really wrecks a lot of people. Jedi and clones are horribly murdered by him. I swear, we see Grievous stomp a guy's skull and rip a guy in half in this series. It is pretty kick-ass. Grievous is attacking Coruscant, and surprisingly, they made Shaak Ti a kick-ass villain. Or, sorry, Shaak Ti's a kick-ass hero. Just need some water. Yeah, Shaak Ti is in this, and she's kind of a main character. I'm kind of surprised how much focus she got. This actually made Shaak Ti a fan favorite Jedi. Yeah, Shaak Ti, voiced by Grey DeLisle. Sorry, Bodhi, they did not get Susan Eisenberg yet. Grey DeLisle plays Shaak Ti, and she's surprisingly really cool. She's like this badass warrior woman. She's kicking ass, taking names, has a lot of cute poses. Shaak Ti is more adorable rather than hot like she is in The Force Unleashed, and yeah, you really get to see her shine a lot. She suffers PTSD after General Grievous kicked her ass in the last battle, and she's kind of trying to face her fears. Shaak Ti and two background Jedi are trying to save Chancellor Palpatine because the invasion of Coruscant is about abducting the president, Chancellor Palpatine. Well, Darth Vader died in death battle twice. Ah, he did? Okay, now that spoiled those for me. The Ewoks look like teddy bears. Yeah, they kinda do. Also, it's a shame the zombie stormtroopers never show up in Disney as a Halloween horror movie. Well, Disney would have ruined them anyway. Yeah, I really liked Shaak Ti in this. She was really kick-ass, and instantly became a lot of people's Star Wars waifu. I think The Force Unleashed really sealed that for a lot of people. Me, I prefer Ayla Secura, but Shaak Ti, not bad. She's pretty hot. And yeah, she doesn't wear any clothes underneath that cloak. We do see she has like bare feet while she's fighting and karate kicking Magna Guards. Really like the Magna Guards too. They are my favorite battle droids easily. Basically, it's all about the invasion of Coruscant. Spoilers, Shaak Ti and her friends fail, and we reveal that General Grievous has 4 arms. Yep, this was what revealed Grievous has 4 arms to basically quadruple wield lightsabers. He kills Shaak Ti's friends, defeats her, beats her ass, surprisingly doesn't kill her, which confused a lot of people because Shaak Ti was supposed to be killed off, and Shaak Ti has now died more times than Kenny McCormick, Master Shake, Eustace Bag, and Waspinator combined. Is Slappy similar to Chucky? A little. They both are wisecracking evil killer dolls, but Slappy dies horribly and keeps coming back. Shaak Ti is not hot? What do you mean, Ira? You never played The Force Unleashed. Look up how Shaak Ti looks in The Force Unleashed and you'll know what I'm talking about. I never got into the Clone Wars. The only Star Wars that got me interested were the Lego ones. That's being the Droid Tales, Freemaker Adventures, and all the Star Wars ones. Okay. So yeah, Shaak Ti loses. She gets like pinned to the wall like with these electric wires. She's apparently not dead because Lucas had plans to kill her off later, which kept getting retconned again and again and again. Again, Shaak Ti's died more times than Kenny, Master Shake, and Waspinator. Blasphemy. Hey, Bodhi, glad you made it. Yeah, I'm talking about how cool Shaak Ti was in the Tartakovsky Clone Wars. They made her an actually interesting, badass character. Liked Grey Delila's Shaak Ti. And while this is happening, there's a B-plot where Anakin is undergoing Jedi trials on a snow planet. He's helping these discount Na'vi find their missing people, find out the Separatists have been taking them, and he frees them, and Anakin has a psychic dark side vision where his power will eventually overwhelm him and turn him into Darth Vader. And it ultimately leads to Anakin saving the people, however, giving into the dark side, giving into his anger, his hatred, and not accepting himself. He passed technically the trials to become a knight, but he hasn't passed to become a noble Jedi. Anakin has lingering doubts in himself and fears he doesn't know what he wants. Padme and Anakin are trying to have a relationship, and the stress is finally getting to him in this part. He saves the people, horribly murders Wat Tambor. I like the Force choke, it crushes his skull basically. Again, the Clone Wars got away with a lot on a kid's show. Luminara Umdali is hotter. Well, unfortunately, Luminara is also a bitch, but we'll get to that later. Bodhi, what are you doing here? Slappy's not murderous like Chucky. No, he wants slaves. Oh yeah, Disney Jr. had Young Jedi Adventures, which I'm not going to talk about because that's for kindergarten Star Wars fans. These are children who survived Anakin's massacre? Well, Disney would retcon that pretty much everyone survived Order 66. Even Jedi we know who died, like Aayla Secura, who was shot 1,000 times. Alright, so long story short, Grievous captures the Chancellor. They escape, Mace Windu ambushes them, and he breaks Grievous's systems, and this led to the massive continuity error where Grievous develops his weird sickening cough he's doing in episode 3 because Mace Windu tried to force choke him and it broke his systems. Grievous actually suffers damage at the end of this, but he still escapes with the Chancellor by his side. They make it break for it to the Invisible Hand in episode 3, and Grievous has this dysfunctional cough that plagues him all throughout episode 3, but stupid Filoni broke canon and made it a key trait Grievous has always had during the Clone Wars. Yeah, Grievous has that weird sickening cough he has in all the 3D episodes and in episode 3. It was because Mace Windu injured him. That was the story. Anakin passes his trials to become a Jedi Knight, but he returns not completely fulfilled. He has lingering doubts, and it basically ends where episode 3 begins. Anakin and Obi-Wan make it back to Coruscant to rescue Chancellor Palpatine before Grievous can escape with him. And that's how we lead into Revenge of the Sith. Yeah, this one's going on to S tier. I really love it. It is kick-ass. It is the superior chapter of Tartakovsky's Clone Wars, and I recommend it highly. This is what people think about when they keep praising Tartakovsky's Clone Wars. Volume 1 was good. Volume 2, phenomenal. It's going on to S tier. Hey, she was hot in the CGI Clone Wars. Well, yeah, Ira, but unfortunately she's a bitch. Well, at least someone else here loves Luminara. I don't think she's hot enough like Shaak Ti or Aayla Secura, my Star Wars waifu, but still deserved better character. It was set in the High Republic era. I watched Cujo and it was creepy. Oh, did you like it, Miss Kitty? I know they referenced it in Fear Never Knocks. I think those who like Shaak Ti because she's a barefooter in the film and TV series lack that concept. Yeah, Shaak Ti, I mean. Yeah, Shaak Ti doesn't wear anything under her cloak. We actually see her karate kick Magna Guards, and she's completely barefoot, and one time when she's getting medical treatment in this, we do see her thigh, so she's not, like, wearing underwear up there like Jack from Mass Effect. Yeah, Shaak Ti's pretty hot. I'm gonna put this on S tier for sure. It is pretty cool. But now we'll get back to the Filoni Clone Wars. Alright, so let's do the Domino Squad. My brother Wolf really loved this squad. If you don't know, Domino Squad is basically this ragtag bunch of misfit clone cadets who we follow from their training in the Kamino Academy all the way to wartime. This is the Domino Squad, basically clones who grew up, and we follow their military career all throughout the Clone Wars. We meet Heavy, Echo, Fives, Droid Bait, and I think the other one was like Cut Up. That was his name. Cut Up, yeah. Cut Up the Jokester. Basically, this group of 5 clones who we follow all throughout the Clone Wars, and one by one, we basically watch the dominoes fall. We see them all die in tragic deaths, tragic fights, and slowly grow up molded by the war, ultimately dying as heroes, fighting to save the universe and making it a better place. And this might hurt, but Domino Squad going on to A. For one reason, Echo is retconned alive again. That kind of pissed me off. Scooby-Doo Scrappy era is awful. Yeah, I agree, Miss Kitty. It is. Scrappy sucks in the TV shows. I do think in the movies he's a lot better. The Boo Brothers, Ghoul School, Reluctant Werewolf, and even James Gunn's first Scooby-Doo movie. I think Scrappy's a lot more tolerable there because they gave him a point. In the show, he's a lot more annoying. Talk about the Wookiee hunt next. Alright, next time. Another arc where Shaak Ti shines alongside the Domino Squad, which she treats like her own children. Yeah, okay, so Shaak Ti is at the start of Domino Squad, and I really hate Filoni's take on Shaak Ti. I can only assume it was because they wouldn't try to compete with Tartakovsky's take on Shaak Ti, but it's now retcon that Shaak Ti was kind of the teacher on the Kamino base. Yeah, Shaak Ti is not out there fighting in the war. She's on Kamino, overseeing the clones' training. Shaak Ti is now voiced by Tasia Valenza, who played the best Poison Ivy ever on the Arkhamverse, and unfortunately she doesn't do a whole lot. It's more so these 2 bounty hunter teachers, one of them's a dickhead, and one of them's a nice guy, basically teaching the clones how to be better soldiers. So, we see the Domino Squad as basically losers who can't be taught until they unite, finally believe in themselves, finally trust in teamwork, and finally become best friends at the end. They graduate the academy, then they go to this base on an asteroid. It's basically kind of a watchtower outpost, making sure Kamino doesn't get invaded. They're attacked by commando droids for the first time in this series. Unfortunately, 2 of them die horribly in their first mission. Yeah, when they're on the base, we see the commando droid. 2 are really kick-ass villains, by the way. The commando droids are everything the main battle droid should have been. Basically, these badass assassin droids, they kill Droid Bait, and Cut Up gets eaten by a giant eel. Yeah, isn't that a way to go out? Cut Up gets eaten, and they kind of just get over his death real quickly. And if you remember, Heavy dies heroically sacrificing himself, blowing up the base. Captain Rex and Captain Cody come down. They work together. They go from shinies to full-blown soldiers, and most of them die, but Echo and Fives end up being the survivors of Domino Squad, and they become ARC Troopers. And it is a pretty kick-ass rise as they actually slowly evolve and make it higher and higher basically up the rank ladder. We see them become loser cadets, to full-blown troopers, to professional ARC Troopers. Shaak Ti is a less hot version of Ahsoka. Well, they can't. All Togrudans can't look like Rosario Dawson, Ira. Did someone mention Scooby-Doo? Yeah, Miss Kitty did. Like, never see Scooby-Doo do a Star Wars parody like they did an Alien parody. Well, Star Wars isn't well known for being scary. It's more known for being sci-fi. So yeah, Echo and Fives become ARC Troopers. We see them save Kamino, actually prove that they are worthy leaders. Then we get to the Citadel mission, where unfortunately Echo quote-unquote dies. Yeah, Echo died trying to save their escape shuttle. He got blown up, but somehow survived that, and he was turned into a guinea pig by Wat Tambor. They blatantly retconned his death. I know it was in the comics, but I did not like that Echo survived. Fives goes off on a completely different story arc. his conspiracy arc, which is down here, but we'll count later. So Domino Squad, basically we follow this group of troops who slowly but surely rise as heroes, but ultimately die in this horrible war, and it humanizes the clones a lot. The clones are actual people, and the Domino Squad arc really helped that. Unfortunately, I do not like that they brought Echo back. I agree with my brother Wolf's review that it kind of ruined the Domino Squad arc because Echo's alive and carrying on their spirit by becoming a member of the Bad Batch, but Echo is more or less a non-character in that. He becomes like a cyborg trooper, and the Bad Batch basically recruit him, and he's carrying on the spirit for Domino Squad. I kind of like that it ended on a downer ending of all of them dying horribly in this war, at least going out in like blazes of glory, becoming heroes. But I'll put it on A for sure. Like, who was Luke Skywalker's life? That was a big mister, or his wife, okay. That was Mara Jade, Akira. Mara Jade was originally Emperor Palpatine's secret assassin, sort of a new generation's Asajj Ventress. She was a sexy, kick-ass, femme fatale Sith assassin that Emperor Palpatine hired to basically kill Luke Skywalker. However, Mara Jade started to fall in love with Luke, and they go from enemies to lovers, exactly like Batman and Catwoman. Yeah, Mara Jade is kind of the Catwoman of Star Wars for some people. Like, why didn't we see it in the movie? Because Disney retconned the expanded universe, only to bring it back when they realized their original ideas were crap. Anyways, Domino Squad's going up on A. So you wanted, The Hunt. Okay, I believe this is it. The Ahsoka Lost. So this is an actually pretty decent finale. This is the finale of season 3. The first time Ahsoka gets separated from her master and is on her own completely. Yeah, Lightsaber Lost did happen, but this one had a lot more life-threatening stakes. So Ahsoka gets kidnapped by basically these lizard men. They're from Bossk's species. They're these evil lizard predator kind of bounty hunters who abduct Ahsoka and put her in a most dangerous game. They like to hunt basically people. They're hunting intelligent alien warriors, mercenaries, criminals, and even Jedi younglings like Ahsoka. They manage to capture Ahsoka during a war, take her to their most dangerous game fighting area, and it turns basically into the Predator. The lizard men are hunting her down, and Ahsoka teams up with a group of survivors. These other Jedi younglings who were also abducted, and Chewbacca. Yep, Chewbacca is in this story arc. Ahsoka meets Chewbacca. It's a teenage Chewbacca, I believe, because he's still young and he contacts his dad with a rescue beacon at one point. Chewie and Ahsoka work together basically to survive this most dangerous game, and they start turning the tables on the evil poachers, hunting them for a change, destroying their rule over this planet, and Ahsoka finally proves herself a strong, independent woman by leading her team of survivors on this raid against them. The Chewbacca arc. Retcons, the enemy of creativity. I fully agree. So, lizard people that are better than Are You Afraid of the Dark's chameleon people. Yeah, because they're lizards full time and they're actually dangerous hunters. Ahsoka Lost, this one might actually go on to S tier. Not above Tartakovsky's Clone Wars, but pretty kick-ass story arc. Ahsoka finally proves her independence. She finally takes on a mission of her own without any clones or her master Skywalker backing her up. Ahsoka truly becomes a leader and pretty much becomes a survivor in this. We see Ahsoka can survive on her own. She works with Chewie and leads these Jedi younglings to victory. Chewie stole parts to build a beacon, and it contacts his father, Tarful, and his Wookiee family, who leave their Life Day celebrations to come down and shoot up these lizards. Yeah, I get to see the Wookiees kick ass before we go to Kashyyyk, and Ahsoka kills the evil lizard man Cam Clark, and they save the day. She returns these lost children back to their families and dethrones these evil poachers. Well, I am not doing voice actors of them since it was known. Okay. So, yeah, this one actually pretty fun. This one is pretty scary at times. The lizard people are kind of like the velociraptors from Jurassic Park, mixed with the Predator from the Predator franchise, very dangerous hunters. Ahsoka grows up a lot, and I think this is one of the episodes where it showed she could stand on her own. So, we'll put it up here on S tier. It is an underrated masterpiece. My only problem is they also killed off the girl Jedi youngling who lost hope. So yeah, that was kind of a darkest hour for her. Wish she lived, but you know, you get what you get. Alright, since I have my friend Bodhi here, we should do one of Luminara's episodes. The one thing that rubbed me the wrong way about this arc is that Ahsoka didn't take responsibility for killing the son of one of the poachers. Yeah, that's true. I think the idea was because, you know, the poachers are pretty much evil. You don't feel sorry for them when their criminal ways backfired on them. Ahsoka killed the lizard hunter's son. She pushed him off a tree and he got impaled on these rocks horribly. And Cam Clark, Lizard, vows revenge for killing his son, and she feels no regret over doing this. I was kind of fine with it as a kitten because, you know, they're bad guys, but does kind of add a gray morality to the Jedi. And Ahsoka pretty much kills the dad too in the exact same way. Why you do this to me? Sorry, Bodhi, but I know you want to talk about Luminara while you're here. But we have to do the first chapter. Bombad Jedi. Yep, Jar Jar Binks is back, and he pretends to be a Jedi trying to save Padme when he's mistaken as one. Bombad Jedi going on to C. Yep, we got our first low tier episode, and it's a Jar Jar episode. Yes, they did get Ahmed Best back from the Phantom Menace to be Jar Jar Binks again. Jar Jar Binks is now a senator working with Queen Amidala on Naboo. Padme and Jar Jar basically go to this planet to make a negotiation with her uncle. I believe his name was Anno. He's also a senator, but his planet is struggling, and they need resources. She's going there to negotiate terms with him. However, it's a trap. It turns out the battle droids are there, and they already made a deal with Uncle Anno, and they betrayed them and capture Padme. Jar Jar decides to save the day himself, and the Separatists hilariously mistake him for a Jedi. Like, Jar Jar finds one of Anakin's discarded cloaks aboard the ship, and he disguises himself as a Jedi and tries to save the day, only to get into his wacky Jar Jar antics every time. The Velma series is bad. We all know that, Miss Kitty. Also, Darth Jar Jar Binks is canon in Fortnite. Yeah, I loved Robot Chicken made it canon that Jar Jar was the true villain. That was a funny arc as a kid, and probably the reason why Darth Jar Jar exists in the community, probably. Like, I thought he wasn't canon, but he is now canon. Yeah, Darth Jar Jar. Jar Jar was secretly an evil Sith Lord that was manipulating everyone. I love Robot Chicken made that canon. It was funny. Alright, so Bombad Jedi, it's gonna be short. It's going on C. It's a funny arc. I could see kids really liking it, but Jar Jar is one of the most infamous Star Wars characters ever, and it was a nice start to Jar Jar's redemption arc. They tried to make him funny again and give him a purpose in the Clone Wars, and Jar Jar accidentally saves the day. They capture Viceroy Gunray, they save Padme, and Uncle Anno has a change of heart and helps them, and Jar Jar gets praised as a hero for basically accidentally saving the day. Yeah, we'll put it on C. It's fine. It's not one of the top tier must-watch Clone Wars episodes, but it's alright, and it does lead into our next episode, The Cloak of Darkness. But Bombad Jedi, we'll put it on C. It's okay. The Clone Wars improved Jar Jar a little. Yeah, a little. Why don't people like Jar Jar? Well, Moonwing Entertainment, it's because some people argue he's a racist caricature. I think that's bullcrap. I think the problem is he's just annoying. People are not entertained by his goofy, child-friendly antics. Jar Jar Binks is an obnoxious comic relief put into this dead serious sci-fi epic where people would much rather see the high-stakes drama and kick-ass action rather than this Homer Simpson-like goofball slacking off and getting into trouble. That was kind of the thing. Jar Jar was just an obnoxious comic relief character. That's why a lot of people didn't like him. Personally, I never hated Jar Jar back on The Phantom Menace. I didn't like him on the Clone Wars because they gave him way too many episodes. But I do think the Clone Wars show did kind of improve him because Jar Jar was actually of use. He was useful, he was helping characters, and this was a nice start to that, but I think he had much better episodes. I hope Star Wars never makes him the next villain in the 10th movie if it exists. He kind of regressed in the Blue Shadow virus arc, unfortunately. Yeah, he was totally useless in that. SpongeBob's Band Geeks is so nostalgic, I agree. So let's talk about my friend Bodhi's favorite episode, Luminara's debut in Cloak of Darkness. So, after Viceroy Gunray is arrested, Luminara and Ahsoka are basically taking Viceroy in for questioning and having him locked up in prison. However, Asajj Ventress is dispatched to take Nute Gunray, either assassinate him or rescue him if possible. Ventress breaches the ship, and Luminara and Ahsoka kind of get into a clash, a disagreement in Jedi methods. Ahsoka is brash, impulsive, and surprisingly murder-happy for a kid, while Luminara is a lot more stern, most unorthodox by the book, and very uptight. And yeah, I did not like Luminara on this show. I'm sorry, Bodhi. Olivia Dabo is a fantastic voice actress. I do like her performance, like her look. It's just how she's written that rubs me the wrong way. But Cloak of Darkness actually might go on to A tier. I did like this episode because I love Ahsoka, and Asajj Ventress finally got to be cool and threatening in this episode. Ventress breaches a Star Destroyer, while Ahsoka, Luminara, and this what's it called? Like one of Emperor Palpatine's elite guards, like this corrupt captain. They're trying to interview Gunray and get answers out of him. However, Ventress comes in and kind of foils that, and Tom Kenny as Viceroy Gunray is a much more hilarious. Yeah, I really like Tom Kenny was Gunray in this because he got to have funny lines. Archie's Weird Mysteries is so good, so I've heard. Luminara's theme in the episode is very calm and pretty to listen to, just saying. Did she have a theme? I didn't know they had themes. I know they had themes in the Tartakovsky Clone Wars, but never heard all of them in the Clone Wars. I'll have to rewatch it. Filoni didn't do the character justice like Tartakovsky did in this series, and that was only one scene. Yeah, Cree Summers' Luminara was much better. So, I don't like Luminara because she's kind of mean. She's a stern teacher. She's like what Mace Windu is for Anakin, but Luminara very judgmental towards Ahsoka, treating her like a kid, telling her off and saying, "Oh, I can totally handle Asajj Ventress." Spoilers, she can't. Ventress beats Luminara's ass, blinds her, nearly kills her until Ahsoka disobeyed orders, and we get some validation for Ahsoka that Ahsoka had a point, and Luminara should have listened to her and accept help. It turns out that the Royal Guard captain was corrupt, and he helps free Tom Kenny's Gunray. He betrays the clones, springs him, and they take an escape shuttle thanks to Ventress distracting the Jedi. I do like Luminara and Ahsoka teaming up and putting aside their differences to finally respect each other and fight Ventress, but spoilers, it gets completely ruined in the Geonosis arc, where Luminara is back to being a self-righteous, judgmental bitch. Luminara, I think, was ruined by Filoni's Clone Wars, and especially Rebels, and this episode did not do a good job selling her. I think Aayla Secura was much better, not just because she's my Star Wars waifu, because they actually did an interesting style of her teachings for Ahsoka, compared to Luminara, who is very mean to Ahsoka, did not understand her, did not take the time to listen to her, and basically had to be forced to eat humble pie and accept Ahsoka. Remember the Archie's comics? I've never read them. Anyways, Cloak of Darkness, I think it's A. It's a pretty impressive story. It is mostly Ahsoka and Asajj Ventress' story, and showing you why they're kick-ass. Ahsoka proves to be right and actually trusts her instincts, and Ahsoka was right. Asajj Ventress, much more threatening. She full-blown murders clones, and she completely betrays the Royal Guard captain because he acted like an arrogant, smug prick and criticized Ventress, saying that, "Oh, don't worry, we can both take the credit," and Ventress literally literally backstabs him in a really gruesome scene. Yeah, it is pretty hardcore. Ventress is so kick-ass and scary in this episode. So Cloak of Darkness going on A tier for sure. Alright, sorry. Just looking for the next one, which means the next one should be the Lair of Grievous. If that's on here, they might have counted it as the same. Sorry, just scrolling over, making sure. Here it is. Lair of Grievous. This one is going on to S tier. This is basically the huge redemption for General Grievous. After Filoni got criticized for ruining Grievous, making him too child-friendly, Newt Gunray and Ventress go to Grievous's home. They basically go there, and it's another trap to mislead the Jedi. We get the return of Kit Fisto, once again voiced by Samurai Jack, Phil LaMarr. And Kit Fisto, really awesome in this episode. We see him and his apprentice go back to their old team up. He and his apprentice Nadar, who graduated to Jedi Knight, are working together for the first time in years with their clone squad to track down Gunray. We find out it's a trap. They were led into the evil mansion of General Grievous. Yeah, it turns out Grievous actually has a haunted mansion. He lives on this scary Silent Hill fog world, and they're led into basically a trap. Gunray lured them there with his beacon, and it turns out he escaped long ago. They're locked in a Saw death trap with General Grievous returning home. It turns out that Count Dooku arranged this because he thinks General Grievous is a failure and wants him to prove himself as the tough warrior he claims he is, and we finally get to see Grievous become menacing as he fights the Jedi in his own home. And yeah, Grievous is back to being a horror villain in this. It's temporary, I assure you, but Grievous very hardcore. It's Wolfen time. Yo, Cat. Hey, Emily. At least she always had a calm demeanor despite her judgmental behavior. That is a Jedi trait. And she does feel concern and worry in the Geonosis arc. Yeah, up until she says, Anakin, you have to get over the death of your apprentice. I mean, she totally got over Barriss being buried alive, but yeah. What's your favorite episode of What's New, Scooby-Doo? Mine's The Unnatural. Ooh, that is a tough one. I like a lot. I like the gargoyle one. The one where they go to Paris and Daphne's cousin is a gargoyle. Yeah, that one was one of my favorites. Hey, Emily. Anyways, Lair of Grievous, it is a pretty cool episode. It reminds me of kind of Saw because Grievous is in this evil control room setting up death traps. Grievous has a pet Rancor who kills their clone troopers. There's trapdoors, evil mazes, labyrinths. Grievous sends his Magna Guards, who are always so cool. Eventually, Grievous finally gets his claws dirty, and Kit Fisto's apprentice, Nadar, does get killed in this fight. He gets arrogant, overconfident. Nadar loses focus on the Jedi way of doing things and completely gives into his anger. Once Grievous dead, he fights Grievous alone, but because Grievous is an underhanded bastard, he cheats and he kills Nadar, and Kit Fisto barely escapes. There's a funny scene where they throw a Magna Guard off a cliff, which is really cool. Kit Fisto barely escapes. Grievous passed the test, technically. He proves himself worthy to Count Dooku, but because he failed to kill Kit Fisto, there's room for improvement. Yeah, basically, Grievous is proving himself, but he's not perfect yet. And yeah, pretty hardcore episode where basically the bad guys kind of win in this one, and it reminded you why Grievous is a lethal killer. Grievous is not as cool as he is in the Tartakovsky Clone Wars, but it was definitely a step back in the right direction, so we'll put it on S tier. We almost got to see what's under Grievous's mask in this episode. Well, I assume it's kind of an exposed brain and eyeballs. I mean, he is a cyborg. Are wolves related to dogs? Yeah, they're part of the canine family. Miss Kitty, it is hard since I like all the episodes. Also, Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King Halloween special. Never saw that one. Alright, so what should we do next? We could go in for a free-for-all in this arc, I assume. I guess we should also kick off Ambush. This one, I will put onto A. This is technically the first episode of the Clone Wars TV show. Yoda and a trio of clones are basically on... Yoda and these three clones are basically trapped on a planet. They're ambushed by battle droids. They're trying to when the alliance of this ambassador, this guy, the Toydarian, that's it, the Toydarian ambassador, Watto species, these flying elephant people, basically don't know who to choose to trust, the Separatists or the Republic. And basically, the Yoda and Ventress challenge each other to a wager over whoever can survive a battle will win the trust of the Toydarian ambassador. She has an army of Separatists that can try to crush one Jedi and his trio of clones, and Yoda and the clones basically kick ass against all odds against them, actually win, fight, survive, and we humanize the clone troopers because Yoda actually cares about the clones and considers them people, and the clones have his back. They trust the Jedi, they prove themselves in combat, and Yoda basically humiliates and one-ups Asajj Ventress, and the Republic wins the Toydarians by their side. It is a pretty cool episode, a small start to a larger grand-scale series. So I hope James Gunn made a better Starfire series. I doubt it if you're seeing the rumors of his Superman movie. What's your favorite Garfield era? Mine is the live-action movie, the first one. Don't really have one. I'm not too into Garfield. I know of the character and most of his big trademarks, but never really watched it. I did not get into that CGI Garfield show. That was on when I was a kitten. Anyways, Ambush I think is a pretty fun story. Yoda kicking ass is always great, the clones get humanized traits, and Asajj Ventress being humiliated is always a win. The Separatists lose in this battle, but it's like you won the battle, but there's still a war that you have to win. And yeah, I do like it. It's a pretty cool pilot. We'll put it on A. What are the rumors? Since it is bad like Scooby-Doo 2002. Oh, you didn't hear the rumors? James Gunn's Superman. Superman's fighting his greatest arch nemesis, cyberbullying. Yeah, that is the plot. Superman is apparently getting canceled by the public, and people online are spreading hashtag super shit. Nobody likes Superman, everyone thinks he sucks, and Superman is getting butthurt and depressed because people are canceling him on social media, and we find out it's actually Lex Luthor funding this campaign, this troll army, who are all mutant monkeys typing on their computer 24/7 about how much Superman sucks. Those are apparently the plot leaks. I really pray I'm 100% wrong on them, but from the sound of it, Superman's gonna fight evil trolls on the internet. Alright, so back to the story. Alright, let's do Boba Fett's Revenge. This one, gonna put onto B. We get the return of Boba Fett. Remember him? He's still a kid in this. They did get Daniel Logan from Attack of the Clones to return to his role as Boba Fett. Boba Fett is a clone who was the son of Jango Fett. Jango Fett wanted to raise his own child, but he could never have any, so he had Boba Fett, a clone who was a miniature version of him who he planned to raise as his own son. And tragically, Jango Fett ended up dead, beheaded by Mace Windu, where Boba Fett vowed revenge on the Jedi who killed him. And Boba Fett teams up with his dad's bounty hunter posse to get revenge against Mace Windu and the Jedi for taking his dad away. We get the return of Boba Fett in this story arc, played by Daniel Logan from Attack of the Clones. Yeah, seriously, they got the boy to play him again. It's kind of awkward because his voice is clearly a teenager, but he's supposed to be like 8 years old. It's kind of distracting, but hey, you get used to it. Well, that sounds like a load of crap. I really hope it is, Shadowlink. I hope it is. I bet the plot leaks were made by Snyder fans. That's what everybody's theorizing. I only heard of the rumors. I can't prove if it's true, but if it is, I am very terrified if that's what happens. I'm confident that that's not the real plot. That sounds like something made up by either people salty that they can't grift off the Superman movie or butthurt Snyder bros. They're Snyder bros, Emily, not Snyder fans. Also, literally nothing in the trailer matches up with the plot description. Yeah, that's why a lot of people think it's a fake leak. DW from Arthur is so noisy. Yeah, she is. What's cyberbullying? Like, it's better than Miraculous Episode Reevaluator. Like, what's the point of Vincent cyberbullying Marinette like he have either Alia or Luca since she have Lady Block? Also, Lucas is Jagged Stone's son. Yeah, I remember that. That made his idol quit. Yeah, cyberbullying, basically idiot trolls online making comments harassing people. That's what cyberbullying is. Like saying you suck or swear words threatening you on the internet through comments. Because in cyberbullying you can get away with it since you can't be attacked from behind the safety of a screen. It's the coward's way of bullying. Really pathetic and losers, and honestly you shouldn't breathe too much into them because they're usually just losers on the other side, just being hateful dickheads. Anyways, back to Star Wars, Boba Fett's revenge. Boba Fett comes back and he wants revenge on Mace Windu. I do like how he disguises himself on a tour group of clone cadets. They're showing the clone kids basically the ropes, how the clones operate as adults, their jobs on the Star Destroyers and fighting in the war. Boba Fett sneaks aboard a tour group and tries to have Mace Windu assassinated. And it's here where we see Boba Fett kind of growing up, developing his gray morality. We meet Bossk, Aurra Sing, and Simon Pegg's Dengar, unfortunately. And this weird old guy played by Jim Cummings. Basically, Boba Fett teamed up with his dad's old bounty hunter gang to get revenge on them. Aurra Sing is kind of using him to profit off of this, trying to gain some award from using the Jedi and fighting them. They try to kill Mace Windu, but every time they do, it goes horribly wrong. They even blow up a Star Destroyer, and it still doesn't kill General Windu. Since this is Superman James Gunn, not a Superman movie PSA, yeah, I hope those leaks are complete bullcrap, but from the sound of it, there's a lot of the leaks going on, and a lot of people do think it's real, but we can only wait and see what happens. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Anyways, Boba Fett, he fails to kill Mace Windu. We do get hints of his gray morality. Aurra Sing is very clearly this toxic influence on Kid Boba, shaping him up into be a bounty hunter. Aurra Sing tries to be a mother figure for young Boba. I do like that we get to see more of Bossk. He was one of the bounty hunters who cameoed in Empire Strikes Back. D. Bradley Baker voices Bossk, and he clearly uses his General Sly Thundercats voice for him. It is how I kind of recognized him and how I started recognizing voice actors. Yeah, D. Bradley Baker is Bossk, and pretty cool, not gonna lie. He looks like this killer evil lizard man bounty hunter. They try to kill Windu, they take his admiral hostage, Ahsoka and Plo Koon get involved, Anakin and Windu nearly get killed in an explosion. A lot of fun, epic stuff happens. I do think the middle chapter where R2 saves the day is kind of the weakest. It's kind of slow, a lot more comedic, and really embarrassing that Aurra Sing and Boba Fett are being irritated by R2 doing Home Alone antics. That one was the weak one, but it all comes to a head in the finale where they take the hostages, they have this negotiation for Windu's head, and it all goes horribly wrong. Ahsoka and Plo Koon save the day. Aurra Sing completely ditches Boba Fett, showing that she never loved him. He was all just a pawn until he outlived his usefulness. She ran away, and Ahsoka nearly kills Aurra Sing, destroys the Slave One, or I should say Fire Blaster now, because Slave One is somehow offensive. Yeah, who would have thought the bad guy's ship has a bad name? But yeah, the Slave One, or Fire Blaster, gets completely totaled, and we're led to believe Aurra Sing died, but spoilers, she comes back in a sequel episode. Boba Fett and Bossk get completely captured and arrested. Boba Fett finally confronts Mace Windu, and it leads to kind of this anticlimactic end to their rivalry, where I know what I did was wrong, but I'll never forgive you for killing my father. And Windu says, well, you're gonna have to. Yeah, that is the end. That is the end of Mace Windu and Boba Fett's rivalry, and it made me so glad Mace Windu died horribly in episode 3. Yeah, that's kind of why it's down a bit lower. Book of Boba Fett has some flaws, some great moments. I do like Boba Fett's theme, the weird, tragic chorus that plays behind him. You do understand Boba feels sorry for him, and it's pretty cool seeing what this character was like before he grew up to be the best bounty hunter ever, but I think it's a B arc. Even Windu acts like a dick when he's face to face with child Boba. I get that he tried to kill him, but come on, Windu has even less empathy than Luminara, if you ask me. Yeah, this Filoni's Clone Wars kind of ruined Mace Windu further for me. I do not like how Mace is on the Filoni Clone Wars. It's why Tartakovsky Clone Wars is peak Windu. Speaking of Thundercats, I liked the Bear Bulls episode. What is your favorite Thundercats episode? I do like the one where we see Cheetara's origin, because I always had a crush on Cheetara. Yeah, sexy Catwoman, that's my thing. But that one was pretty cool, and we get a deep dive into Tigra's background. Tigra and Cheetara had a romance since childhood, and they finally kiss each other as adults. That one's one of my favorite. Thundercats is cool, like Cheetara's sexy, like why their planet never give her clothes. She does have clothes, she just dresses for the summertime, okay? Anyways, Book of Boba Fett, it's going on to B. But let's get a bad one out of the way. D Squad. This one's gone straight on to F. This one might be the worst story arc of all of Clone Wars. So, let me refresh your memories. This one is about the R2 units going on an undercover mission to foil the Separatists. It sounds like a cute, quirky episode, and it was for one part, and then we get it dragged out for at least 4 to 5 parts. This one, fans hated this one. For starters, the R2 units can't talk. We don't understand them, so we give all the dialogue to this annoying micro-general alien guy and this PK droid who is an annoying comic relief. Ben Diskin plays like this obnoxiously unfunny comic relief droid, and it is not one of his best roles, I tell you. I think he was better on Young Justice Season 4 than in this story arc. In that case, shouldn't it be F Squad? Oh, got him. Tartakovsky did everything right. Thank you, Bodhi. I agree, I just wish he gave Isla a lot more attention. F, or I can feel your anger. The first seasons were good, but later seasons are gross. Okay, yeah, anyways, D Squad, do I even need to say anything? It's dragged out for far too long. Basically, they go foil the Separatists, they kind of foil them in their first episode, and then they get lost in the void. This one has the droids crossing the desert, getting into wacky antics. The one interesting thing that happens here is we meet a Republic commando. We meet Gregor in this. Gregor is a clone who has amnesia. He used to be a badass clone commando. I think he's from the video game Republic Commandos. My brother Wolf loved this game. You know the one, the clone commandos who are like these badass Call of Duty soldiers in Star Wars. That game is awesome. Oh, and screw the Magna droid mini bosses, those were annoying, but yeah, they meet a clone commando in this. They save him, help him get his life and memories back, then he kind of disappears and we're back to the droid's wacky antics in the final episode where they have to stop a suicide bomber Star Destroyer being sent into a fleet by the battle droids, and yeah, it's a lot of goofy antics, this stupid general and Ben Diskin doing his unfunny stand-up. D-Squad, it's awful. Everyone hated it. I think George Lucas ironically loved this story arc, but that's because George Lucas has said that R2 is his favorite character. Sigh, a shame we never got Republic Commandos 2. I think we got a Republic Commandos cell phone game, but that was about it. Gregor's the only highlight. He's the only clone I actually cared about in any Star Wars media. I love Gregor's story. Ended pretty well in Rebels. No, it did not, Bodhi. I hated Gregor's death in Rebels because he's the only casualty on the good guy's side. Yeah, Gregor gets killed off in the Rebels finale. By the way, I'm not going to be talking about Star Wars Rebels because I think Star Wars Rebels sucks. Yeah, Gregor's introduced in this, and he doesn't come back until Star Wars Rebels, where he's the only casualty on the hero side. Yeah, I really think Kanan should have died in the finale, but yeah, you get what you get. D-Squad, it is a bad arc. It's slow, it's boring, it drags out the premise for far too long, and it takes way too many pauses for these wacky comedy antics, and it really should have been like at least 1 or 2 parts, but it's like 4 to 5 parts, and it really got annoying. Gregor is the only highlight, and you should only watch the first episode and Gregor's episode. The other 2 to 3 are not very good. I do not recommend this one. It is easily the Clone Wars at their worst. My favorite King of the Hill episode is Square Peggy. What is your favorite King of the Hill episode? I really like That's What She Said with Ben Stiller working at Strickland Propane. Alright. Speaking of F, let's also dump the Martez sisters down here. Yes, the final season did make it on this tier list, and the Martez sisters, easily the worst. So, I have mixed feelings on the final season of Clone Wars. I do like Ahsoka versus Darth Maul. However, parts I don't like include the Martez sisters. The Martez sisters are spin-off characters for a Disney Plus Star Wars show that still hasn't come out yet. The Martez sisters are basically these two ghetto sisters who are doing drug dealings. They take Ahsoka in after the Jedi basically exiled her. Ahsoka quit the Jedi Order, and she kind of bums with these two obvious lesbian sisters, the Martez sisters, and I do not like them. They are annoying. Ahsoka gets into a wacky side quest with them where they're involved in a Breaking Bad drug deal gone wrong with the Pikes from Solo, and I am so sick of Filoni bringing back the Pikes. Screw the Pikes, they're not interesting villains. The Martez sisters basically take Ahsoka in, they go on a wacky adventure, they struggle with their morality. I think the idea was to make them strong, independent women, but they both come across as complete idiots. The little sister is stupid, and Rafa is just a bitch. She's not likable, she's not sympathetic, you don't understand where she's coming from, and yeah, basically they do pretty much nothing. They save Ahsoka, Ahsoka saves them, they pretty much do this back and forth for 4 parts, and they drag it out completely. Yeah, Luminara is vaguely mentioned by one of the sisters, painting her in an even worse light than you already believe. Yeah, Bodhi, I was gonna bring that up to troll you. They mentioned the sisters are orphans. They lost their parents during like an attack on the Coruscant. I believe it was one where the droids blacked out the entire planet. Basically, their parents got killed. They met Luminara. It's strongly implied to be Luminara. They call her this mysterious hooded green Jedi who looked beautiful and talked eloquently, which, yeah, got me thinking, oh, it's Luminara. They met Luminara and basically said, I'm sorry for your loss, but the Force will guide you. And then she just left. Yeah, Luminara is a bitch. Basically, it's kind of a take that at religion that basically, oh, I'll pray for you. You're in our prayers. Like, just believe in faith and things will go right. And it made Luminara look like such a bitch. Basically telling these two little girls to get over and hold on to hope. You know, now that you're homeless and have no parents. And yeah, did not make Luminara look good. It almost feels like Filoni's creepily justifying her fate in Rebels. Teen Titans Go is not the same way as I remember the Teen Titans. Well, that's because Teen Titans Go was crap, and it's a crappy parody of the Teen Titans. I really wish they went with the Go shorts, but they didn't. The Martez sisters, they suck. They're a filler arc, and they're gonna be spin-off characters. I thought they were gonna be in The Acolyte, but they're apparently gonna be in a show called, like, Skeleton Crew or something. Like, I don't know if the show's still happening. Like, apparently, the Martez sisters are spin-off characters for another Disney Plus Star Wars show, which most of you are probably not gonna see, and the Martez sisters ended up being so unlikable and annoying that they were the worst part of the final season. Yeah, they're going into F, and yeah, they're going under D Squad, because D Squad at least had a hope in Gregor. Here, the Martez sisters wore out their welcome fast, and they are not likable characters. I had to make a choice, but don't worry, the Force will be with you both. Like, what the hell, Luminara? That hurts. Yeah, see, Bodhi, Luminara sucks. She's bad. Martez sisters are failures, and they're going to F because they're a part of Disney Star Wars, which always is a failure. While you're here, Bodhi, I suppose we should get the last Luminara arc out of the way. Where is the Battle of Geonosis? Here it is. The Geonosis to the Brain Invaders arc. This one will go up into A. Yeah, so close to S tier, but still so far, and the only reason why it's not S tier is because Luminara. Yep, there's a second Battle of Geonosis. They found They finally found the droid factory. The droids are being made on Geonosis again, and this time the Republic is going in for a full assault on the planet. We get the second battle of Geonosis. They fought on there in Attack of the Clones, and now they're back to shut down their new droid factory. They located this mass droid factory, and if they take it down, they can cripple their enemy's forces. And we get a whole bunch of Jedi. Ki-Adi-Mundi's in this. Luminara comes back. We get reintroduced to Barriss. Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan are of course in this, and it is a pretty epic assault. It is a pretty epic fight watching them raid on Geonosis. We get to see the Mosquito people, the Geonosians, fight again. A lot of kick-ass battle droids, kick-ass action, and very high stakes. So why isn't it higher? Well, Luminara comes back, and we also meet Barriss in this. Barriss becomes instant besties with Ahsoka. Apparently Filoni shipped them together, but I don't, considering what happens in their final arc. I blame Filoni always. Fully agree, Bodhi. Why did Blue's Clues get so popular than Paw Patrol? Because Blue's Clues was around since the 90s. Paw Patrol came out like recently in the 2010s. Ki-Adi-Mundi at least got some limelight. That was nice. Okay. Yeah, Ki-Adi-Mundi's in this, and he's actually pretty funny, pretty cool. I like that he's kind of this kooky, eccentric old Jedi. He kicks ass, he's fun. Ki-Adi-Mundi was apparently there during the Acolyte, but more of bad Star Wars continuity. Ki-Adi-Mundi really kicks ass. He helps on the basic assault. They make their way to the droid factory, and the Padawans are trusted to breach the factory and blow it up from the inside while Luminara and Anakin distract them on the front lines of war. And Blue's Clues is my toddlerhood. Oh, good for you, Bodhi. Glad you had a happy toddlerhood. Blue's Clues is more cool. It was cool to have a musical. Yeah, Blue's Clues was everywhere. It was a huge hit with kids. Also, Alex Bale made a Law & Order and Blue's Clues theory. Okay, so anyways, Barriss and Ahsoka are really cool. I like their half of the story. They're breaching underground, the droid factory, planting bombs, fighting the super tank, and Anakin and Luminara actually get a badass moment where they fight on that bridge and blow up the bridge with the super tanks on them. But what I don't like is Luminara is pretty bad in this. Once again, Luminara is very cold and distant. She's trying to sound like an elegant, smart, wise mentor, but she comes across as a very self-righteous, judgmental, hypocritical bitch. She's constantly criticizing Anakin and Ahsoka's relationship, and this arc has been made so much worse when you realize that Barriss turns to the dark side. Like, Luminara is comparing Anakin and Ahsoka's bad relationship to how great hers and Barriss's relationship is. And considering that Barriss turns evil, Luminara now looks like a god-awful teacher and a total hypocrite. I do not like Luminara in the Filoni-verse Clone Wars, because every time she tries to sound smart, she ends up looking bad, looking stupid, and looking like she doesn't care. She doesn't care about Anakin and Ahsoka's dynamic, and acts like she's kind of better than them. She claims she's more mature, but yeah, I have a hard time buying that, considering how she compares Barriss as one of the best and a better student than Ahsoka. Then Ahsoka manages to save Barriss's life and prove she's better. Shrek the Halls is a fun Christmas special. Steve and Joe were a ton of fun in that show. Glad Steve has come out of the caves recently. Yeah, for the Blue's Clues multiverse. Like, we got Josh, and it can be a theory by Blue's Clues timeline. Okay, what's with all the Blue's Clues fans on my Star Wars stream? Alright, anyways. They blow up the factory. Ahsoka and Anakin honestly have a much better relationship than Barriss and Luminara ever did. Even before Barriss turned to the dark side, Ahsoka and Anakin had faith in each other, and Ahsoka uses her wits to make contact, revealing that they're still alive. They save them, and then Luminara basically criticizes Anakin that, well, one day you have to let go of your apprentice. I'm ready to let go of mine. Yeah, don't worry, bitch. When she turns to the dark side, you turn your back on her in an instant. And yeah, the relationship between Barriss and Luminara looks 1,000 times worse when we get to the Ahsoka frame-up storyline, the original finale, and Luminara nowhere to be seen taking responsibility or addressing that her Padawan turned evil, meaning that she's a god-awful teacher. So yeah, then we get the Brain Invaders. My brother Wolf already did a sweet review of this, but I like it. I like it too. The Brain Invader is very creepy. We find out how Geonosians have eggs. It's kind of an homage to Aliens and the Body Snatchers. The Geonosian brainworms take over people. They take over clone troopers. They barely escape and kill the Queen Geonosian, and Ahsoka and Barriss have to deal with basically brainworms trying to escape the planet. They took over clones. They used the cold to kill them off because Geonosians need hot, warm weather to live. My brother Wolf did a very in-depth review on this, but I like it. I do like it. We'll put it on A tier. Awesome horror story, a great return to Geonosis, and more world building for Star Wars. The only thing I don't like about it is Luminara and Barriss got a lot worse retroactively. Speaking of which, I've only on a major Madagascar crave thanks to Twitter, and I've rewatched Shrek the Halls and Merry Madagascar several times. Love those specials. Yeah, back when DreamWorks made good stuff. Anyways, this one gone on to A tier. Alright, Blue Shadow Virus. I did like this one, but might have to stick it on to A. Yeah, this one came so close. The Blue Shadow Virus is basically there's a bioweapon being created, and of course it's on Naboo. What holds it back from S tier is we get the return of Jar Jar Binks. Yeah, Jar Jar's back in this, and unfortunately he is very plot relevant. Jar Jar and Padme are investigating a series of epidemics on Naboo, and we find out this evil toxin called the Blue Shadow Virus, basically the Star Wars bubonic plague, is being devised as a bioweapon here on Naboo. We meet Dr. Vindy, who looks suspiciously like Mr. Freeze. Like this Mr. Freeze looking mad German scientist is creating the Blue Shadow Virus as a bioweapon and testing it on Padme's planet. They killed the wildlife by putting it in the rivers, and now they're gonna make it an airborne toxin to spread and poison Republic forces. Because they have battle droids, they won't die by the Blue Shadow Virus, but the living clones and Jedi can. I'm still shocked to this day that Michael York, of all actors, voices the villain who created the virus. Nuvo Vindy. Yeah, that's him. Michael York is Dr. Vindy, and very fun, over-the-top, campy villain. The Separatists had a lot of funny villains, and Michael York was definitely up there. He's this kooky German Mr. Freeze scientist. He made the Shadow Virus, and basically Padme and Jar Jar get captured, forcing Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka to come rescue them, and always cool seeing these trio fighting together, the main prequel characters all together, stopping this virus outbreak and defeating Dr. Vindy. They manage to succeed, however, one of the droids unleashes the virus anyway on Naboo, but they seal it up in the droid lair, and basically they're trapped with this virus and they need to find the cure for it, where Obi-Wan and Anakin go on a weird side quest to find this rare weed which can be used into a cure to stop the Shadow Virus. However, as always, there's obstacles. Ahsoka, Padme, and Rex get affected. Jar Jar Binks is an idiot screwing around. They're fighting battle droids trying to prevent them from escaping the poison lair. Obi-Wan and Anakin go on this weird planet and basically liberate it from an evil separatist web, like a tangled web shield is preventing people from leaving the planet, and it's all pretty fun. I do like the Blue Shadow Virus. Of course, they get back, they cure everyone. Anakin makes peace with Ahsoka and Padme. I do like that he and Ahsoka definitely had a tight relationship by this time, and they're joking around while Ahsoka's on life support, and Jar Jar actually does good for once in his life. He helps kill battle droids. Wait, a Star Wars Mr. Freeze, like why WB didn't sue them? Because this was back when WB owned the Clone Wars. Disney did not own the Clone Wars when it first came out. The most drastic voice change I've ever heard in any actor in comparison to Michael York's performance in Austin Powers. We also need a DreamWorks tier list. Unfortunately, I do have to watch them all, and there's some that I don't like Shrek the Third. Anyways, Blue Shadow Virus, I think it's an alright plot. This was definitely one of the better, more serious Season 1 storylines, so it's going right here up on A. Speaking of which, let's also put The Bounty Hunters. You remember this solo episode? This one's actually going on to S because I really liked it. Why? Because Bounty Hunters is Star Wars' take on The Seven Samurai. Seven Samurai, an underrated kick-ass Japanese Ronin film. Really liked it. It is very long, but pretty kick-ass. And Filoni basically did an episode dedicated to one of his favorite Japanese actors through this episode. Bounty Hunters, Seven Warriors, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and this team of bounty hunters. There's this kick-ass girl bounty hunter. We meet Embo, the weird, mysterious guy with the hat, that guy voiced by Dave Filoni. We meet the sniper chick, and we meet this cool guy in like a tiny Krang droid suit. He's actually a small, adorable alien, but he's piloting this threatening badass Krang droid, basically. These 4 bounty hunters and the 3 Jedi team up to help this innocent farm village who's being attacked by Hondo, the space pirate, over their crops. And it is a pretty cool story. I really love this one. I actually own this one on my iPhone because I love it that much. Agreed, Miss Kitty. Well, Miss Kitty, if we have to see Boss Baby, Cringe, and Kung Fu Panda 4, which is why a 4th movie. Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me, Akira. Kung Fu Panda 4, which will undoubtedly go on F. Have you watched the Shrek Halloween special? No, I have not. I heard it was good, but I was kind of leaving Shrek around the time those specials were being released. Anyways, I really like the Bounty Hunters. It is a fun plot. We get to see the Jedi and Bounty Hunters confront each other on morality. Hondo is the villain in this, and I do not like Hondo, and episodes like these remind me why, because he's a full-blown evil bastard in this. Hondo is trying to basically extort these farmers and take their crops and take their spice, basically profiting off of their work and pirating all their stuff they own. The bounty hunters and Jedi basically stand up to his evil army and help liberate these farmers. One of them is voiced by Mako, who's played General Iroh from Avatar, and Aku from Samurai Jack. Really nice hearing him on the Clone Wars. Hondo is not a good character in my opinion. I agree, Bodhi. I do not like Hondo. Yes, I know Jim Cummings is a kick-ass voice actor, but the character is what I have a problem with. Hondo's an evil douchebag. He's a pirate, he's a criminal scumbag, and just because he has funny moments doesn't mean he's a lovable rogue. Hondo is basically an evil Han Solo, and depending on who you ask, it may or may not work. I do not like Hondo. I think he deserved to die, but yeah, he's at his worst in this. I liked the dynamic between the Jedi and the bounty hunters. Ahsoka relates with the cute alien in the Krang droid, telling him that you don't have to look tough to be tough, which means a lot because she's kind of the adorable Jedi on her team. He actually takes her words to heart. We see the girl bounty hunter and Obi-Wan start to understand each other. We get to see Embo kicking ass before he became a full-blown villain in later episodes. Embo is voiced by Dave Filoni, and you will be seeing him again on his stupid Mandalorian movie. Okay, more Shrek the Halls. Jim Cummings is literally everywhere, lol. Yeah, I like Jim Cummings. It was fun hearing him on Star Wars, but Hondo should have been a one-shot villain, but Dave Filoni loved him so much that he kept bringing him back all the way to friggin' Star Wars Rebels. And Embo, I think, is a fine villain. He's kind of more or less a glorified background character. Embo has that kick-ass hat. Basically, he wears this Japanese straw hat, but it's actually made of metal, and he uses it like Captain America's shield. Like, you could shoot at his weird hat and it doesn't even affect him. It like deflects lasers, deflects lightsabers, deflects blaster fire. Basically, it's a Captain America shield he can wear as a hat. And he talks in this funny alien gibberish. Dave Filoni voiced him because, of course, it's one of his stupid OCs who you will see crammed into everything. Embo's gonna be back in the Mandalorian movie as a major villain because it's Dave Filoni's baby. But yeah, long story short, they save the spice, they defeat Hondo, and they help teach the farmers to become fighters. The farmers learn to defend themselves, the Jedi and bounty hunters save the day, and only one of the bounty hunters actually died. It does not end like Seven Samurai, where 4 of the samurai died. Only one of the bounty hunters died, and it was pretty much an expendable character. The sniper girl dies. Embo got injured, but he comes back in later episodes. Girl bounty hunter survived, and the little cute alien lost his Krang droid, but he takes Ahsoka's words to heart and starts just being himself and being badass. He voiced Chopper in Rebels too. Don't remind me, Bodhi. Don't remind me. Dave Filoni is not a voice actor. Anyways, I think Bounty Hunters is pretty cool. It's going on S tier. It is a kick-ass filler episode. Alright, gonna use my bathroom break. My first one, by the way. So you guys cast your vote on which arc or episode you want to see next. Got a lot to choose from, but I'll be right back. Temporary break. Okay, the cat strikes back. What'd you guys vote for? My favorite Magic School Bus episode is the Ants episode. What's your favorite Magic School Bus? I haven't seen it in a long time. The original arc is so good. Okay, let's do... I guess we'll do the Malevolence. The Malevolence, the secret super weapon. This one is going on high A tier. I almost want to put it on S tier, but it is kind of a bit choppy. The Malevolence is basically this super duper Star Destroyer for the Separatists. This great massive super weapon with an EMP cannon, which can disable technology, including Star Destroyers, in a single energy blast. General Grievous invented this new mega ship, the Malevolence, and is flying around in space, basically destroying clone forces entirely. Like, entire fleets of Star Destroyers are completely destroyed by this EMP cannon. It has, like, a prototype Death Star laser attached. However, its energy blast basically knocks out all the power and energy from systems that are caught in the energy wave. It takes out Plo Koon's Star Destroyer fleet, and they're lost in, like, an escape pod until Anakin and Ahsoka work together to save him. Hey Emily, glad you're still here. I love the wild animals in the city episode. What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Magic School Bus. Okay. Anyways, the Malevolence, I think it's pretty cool. General Grievous is back, and unfortunately, Grievous is threatening in the last time in this episode. Grievous is in charge of the Malevolence. They go around shooting places. We get 3 different episodes. One where we see the Malevolence unleash. They rescue Plo Koon, who's like in an escape pod with a few clone troopers. This evil escape pod hunting droid ship is going around, basically murdering clones by destroying the pods and letting space choke them out to death. They kill several of these escape pods. Plo Koon manages to survive. He and his clones work together, destroy the droid hunting ship, and Ahsoka uses the Force to find her master. It's revealed that Plo Koon was the one who recruited Ahsoka into the Jedi Order in the first place, so they kind of have a father-daughter bond. Then in the second episode, we get prototype Y-Wings. The first few episodes of Clone Wars, very clearly a lot of nostalgia bait and fan service. We see the prototype Y-Wing bombers are invented with the sole purpose of destroying the Malevolence. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Plo Koon, Plo Koon, Anakin, and Ahsoka and all their clones basically fly out their own Y-Wing squad. They barely get killed. They managed to destroy the Malevolence's EMP cannon and take it out. Anakin wants to kill General Grievous. However, thanks to convincing from his friends, he realizes that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, and they disable the EMP cannon. The Malevolence cannon is destroyed. However, they haven't completely wrecked the ship yet. There's still a chance it can be saved. The droids are in full retreat, and in the final part, Padme and C-3PO get captured by the Malevolence. They're on their way to like their political meeting, and we find out it was a trap. They get abducted by the Malevolence, and Anakin and Obi-Wan breach it to basically rescue them. Powerpuff Girls end theme is so good. Yeah, I agree. And basically the final part, they destroy the Malevolence by blowing it up from the inside. Anakin and Padme work together. They sabotage the control room and send the Malevolence crashing. We get our first fight between Obi-Wan and General Grievous, and as always, it's pretty cool. I would say Obi-Wan and Grievous are more so arch enemies in this series, rather than Anakin and Grievous. Anakin has it out for Count Dooku. Obi-Wan has it out for General Grievous. And they have a fight. This is where we got that cool train transport on the battleship. Yeah, the Malevolence is so long and huge that it has a system of trains that go around carrying cargo and droids. And as you can guess, they're successful. They blow up the Malevolence. General Grievous runs away, humiliated and defeated again. They rescue Padme and C-3PO, and the Malevolence is completely totaled. Yeah, this arc is pretty alright. It's a very simple, slow arc, a lot of funny moments. A lot of the episodes have different approaches to the plot, but I think it's pretty alright. I thought it was a nice entry arc for Clone Wars, and a pretty solid way setting up that we were gonna have multi-parter story arcs, basically. I thought it was pretty fun. We'll put it on A. Alright, what to do next? I guess we should also do Dooku Captured. This one I'm putting on to B. I am not a huge fan of this story arc, where after they fight Count Dooku, Dooku actually gets lost and captured by pirates. This is the debut of Hondo, the space pirate, and I do not like the Hondo character. They're trying to make him like this morally gray anti-villain, and episodes like this kind of remind me why I didn't like him. Hondo basically bamboozles Count Dooku. He's lost and stranded without the Separatists backing him up. Dooku is totally captured by them. Anakin and Obi-Wan go to Hondo to basically bargain for him to turn the Sith Lord over to them. However, like complete idiots, Obi-Wan and Anakin are played for complete saps and get roofied by Hondo and captured too, where Dooku, Obi-Wan, and Anakin have to work together to escape. I like the Powerpuff Girls episode Boogie Frights. What is your favorite Powerpuff Girl episode? Okay, it was on the tip of my tongue. I do like Hardcore Bubbles. That was my favorite Powerpuff Girls, where Bubbles becomes a hardcore anti-hero, and Bubbles, the cute innocent one, becomes this psychotic Punisher murdering every villain. So anyways, Dooku Captured is kind of slow, kind of meanders, makes a lot of comic relief and funny scenes, and unfortunately what dropped it down to B is Jar Jar comes back. After Anakin and Obi-Wan are both captured, the Republic sends Jar Jar to negotiate their release. Jar Jar and his group of clones go here and also get into wacky antics which nearly kill them. I do like Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Dooku being sealed in a room, forced to work together. They try to escape multiple times, only to epic fail. And Hondo eventually decides to kill them, but nope, Jar Jar and the clones come through, and Dooku manages to escape on his own. Why he didn't use the Force to begin with, I'll never know. Dooku manages to break free of the chain he and Obi-Wan and Anakin were trapped on, and he murders the pirates and basically steals a ship to get off, which is what he should have done at the very start of this arc. Yeah, I definitely didn't like how Dooku got caught so easily, since he's, well, a Sith Lord. Also, Obi-Wan and Anakin had their dumb moments too. Yeah, basically, they get completely duped by this stupid-ass pirate guy, and Hondo is a character I do not like, and this episode, it did not do a great first impression, namely because Hondo is clearly the villain in this. Then they try to turn him into a funny anti-villain, which did not work. Anakin and Obi-Wan are saved by Jar Jar of all characters, and Dooku escapes on his own, which he should have done at the very start. This should have been a one-part episode where Dooku is briefly captured, but we show you why he's a badass Sith Lord, and he escapes on his own, but no, they didn't do that. They wanted a dumb, fun adventure, and it's not awful, but it's not one of my favorite arcs. I do not like how Dooku was completely clowned in this, and Obi-Wan and Anakin were extremely out of character. Bringing that one quote in episode 3, how did this happen? We're smarter than this. Apparently not. I do like the one joke I did laugh in this arc is basically, Count Dooku is trying to bust them out. He's trying to use the Force to levitate a key into their slot. He's like, be quiet, you fools. I'm trying to concentrate. Oh, be quiet, Anakin. The Count's trying to concentrate. Like, Obi-Wan and Anakin troll him like a bunch of kids. It's kind of funny, but also it still makes them look stupid. Dooku captured, not one of the best storylines. It's going on to be. It has its moments, but it is not what I consider a must-watch Clone Wars arc. BRB. Bye, Emily. See you later. What's your favorite Tom and Jerry movie? Don't really have one. I guess The Magic Ring. That one was the most tolerable to me. Maybe we need a Tom and Jerry tier list, since that is better to explain. Anyways, Dooku captured. It's gone to be. Alright, this one, gonna break a lot of hearts, but the Mortis arc going on to D. Yeah, I know, I'm gonna piss off a lot of people with this, but this is the Altar of Mortis arc. This is the one where they go to the magic magic Jedi dimension, the dimension of the Force. They meet the father, son, and daughter, who are the living embodiments of the Force, both the light side and the dark side. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka basically get lost traveling space and enter this weird Twilight Zone. There's this weird dodecahedron type of ship, which absorbs the three Jedi into it, and they explore basically the living embodiment of the Force. It is like heaven, hell, the afterlife, the angels, demons, every basically religion inspiration you can imagine used to explain the Force. We meet the land of the Force, the Father, who is this mystic, all-knowing being, kind of like God. Then we meet the daughter and son. The daughter's an angel. The son's clearly a dark side demon. The son is voiced by Sam Witwer, who we all know and love as Starkiller from The Force Unleashed. And basically, Filoni wants to explore the Force mythos, their mythology, and world build the lore of the Jedi. So, a lot of people love this arc at first, but I am sad to say it has retroactively gotten worse. It got worse thanks to Rebels, the Ahsoka show, and all the Disney Plus crap, which kind of made it worse in hindsight. Okay, so yeah, the Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka go here and get into weird adventures. I do like they brought Liam Neeson back as Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon Jinn is a Force ghost. Ahsoka sees her future self. We see older Ahsoka who's grown bitter and alone. Anakin gets his vision where he becomes Darth Vader in this, which is pretty cool. They did play exact clips from Revenge of the Sith in there. We see how he rose to power. Even the Star Destroyer the Death Star when it blows up Alderaan is shown. Anakin sees his future as a Dark Warrior and gets corrupted by the Sun. Anakin and Ahsoka briefly turn to the dark side. They go through these weird, mystical kind of adventures like Power Rangers Mystic Force. They really want it to be like the Prince of Egypt, but I get more so Mystic Force watching this. Yeah, the problems with retcons and continuity, yeah, they are definitely all over this. Like, So Anakin now officially knows he's gonna be Darth Vader, and they retcon it by, oh, well, the father erased his mind. And they kind of changed a lot. Like, Obi-Wan meets Qui-Gon Jinn in this universe, and Qui-Gon's already a Force ghost, even though he didn't become one until Revenge of the Sith, which is confusing. Shmi Skywalker cameos, and they do reference Anakin's past, and yeah, a lot of references to the grander scope of the Star Wars story, and Dave Filoni does what he does best. He shatters continuity. A lot of weird plot moments happen in this, and it has gotten much worse in later storylines. Like, Rebels brought it back. The father, son, and daughter are real characters. The daughter's kind of an angel. She's the light side of the Force. Sam Witwer is the son, and he's the evil dark side. He's gone completely evil and basically wants to corrupt the Force. The son is the very obvious villain. He's corrupting the Jedi. He's ruining the Force world. And the father is basically on his last legs of life. He's dying, and basically, all three of them die. They kill each other, and we find out what was the point of this? The Force is unbalanced. Yeah, the continuity and retcons are very all over the place in this. Ahsoka turns to the dark side. She dies, comes back when the daughter sacrifices herself for her. Anakin turns to the dark side, becomes Darth Vader already, but then gets his mind blanked by the father, which raises the question why he didn't do this with Ahsoka and why his daughter had to die giving her life force for her. Yeah, it is kind of confusing. They really wanted to go for the mysterious mysticism of the Force, and I don't think it worked. It was kind of an apology for that stupid midichlorians line in The Phantom Menace by having the Force be magic all over again, and it has retroactively gotten worse. You want to know something? Filoni apparently had an endgame planned for this arc. The Ben 10 reboot is so bad. A lot of reboots are. So basically, this is the whole point of the Mortis arc. The father, son, and daughter die, and basically it tells you that the Force is off balance, which is something we already know if you watch Revenge of the Sith. Basically, the dark side is winning, and the light side of the Force is evaporating, and Filoni had this long, complex endgame where basically Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Ahsoka are their replacements. That is why they are absorbed in the Force world. Filoni has this huge plan that after these characters died in the Star Wars continuity, they became the new protectors of the Force. Obi-Wan becomes the new father, Anakin becomes the son, and Ahsoka becomes the daughter. After these three die chronologically, they become reincarnated as the Force Guardians. Yes, seriously, that is Filoni's long endgame for the Mortis arc. Obi-Wan, after he died, he became the new father. After Anakin redeemed himself as Darth Vader, he became the new son. And Ahsoka eventually becomes the daughter. They are the replacements for basically the old guard. That is the entire point of the Mortis arc, and it retroactively made things so much worse. Like, this arc already broke continuity and made the Force weirder to understand, but if that is Filoni's plan, it made it so much bad. It is worse than I ever thought. It's going on to D. We need a Ben 10 tier list. Well, I need to rewatch a lot of it. Well, yeah, like Ben 10 Save Laser World. Okay, enough with the Ben 10 stuff. Yeah, the Mortis arc, it's going on to D. It has gotten worse, and I used to love this one as a kitten, and a lot of fans really loved it, but thanks to Disney, Star Wars, and Dave Filoni's bad continuity and retconning, this arc now looks terrible in comparison. It's going on D. It had some good moments, had a lot of fan service and member berries, but ultimately, Filoni's ultimate plan kind of sunk it even further. Yeah, more just going on to D. Anyways, let's do the Zero's Escape. This is the introduction of the bounty hunter known as Cad Bane, and I actually might put this one onto B tier. After Zero the Hutt was arrested at the end of the Clone Wars movie, Cad Bane is hired to basically bust Zero the Hutt out of prison. And this one, exactly like Domino Squad, is kind of a multi-part story arc, but it's kind of stretched out in different points across the season. We meet Cad Bane, one of Dave Filoni's OCs, however, one of his cooler OCs. Cad Bane is basically a space cowboy. He has twin pistols, he wears a cowboy hat. Corey Burton uses this very creepy voice synthesizer to play him. He has those Star-Lord jet boots. Really love Cad Bane. He is awesome. However, it's about Zero the Hutt basically escaping prison. Cad Bane abducts R2 and C-3PO, gets intel out of them, then stages that whole coup at the council meeting between the Republic. He, invades a UN office, takes Padme and Bail Organa hostage. He basically will release all these senators if he gets Zero the Hutt to escape, and Cad Bane is a magnificent bastard because he completely succeeds. They almost lose to Anakin, but thankfully Skywalker didn't have his lightsaber. Cad Bane manages to get Zero the Hutt to escape, and manages to get out without losing anything. SML is the short for Super Mario Logan. I don't know who that is. Jeffy is so annoying. So, I like Cad Bane, he is awesome. Zero the Hutt escapes, but we find out Zero the Hutt eventually had these higher plans to sabotage the Hutt clan. He wants to, steal his fortune, make a break for it, and we get the return of Sy Snootles. Yeah, do you remember her, Star Wars fans? Sy Snootles. That weird elephant singer from the song sequence in Return of the Jedi. Yeah, she's suddenly a major character. Apparently, Sy Snootles is Zero the Hutt's girlfriend, and unfortunately, we do get a tongue-kissing makeout session with them. Yeah, more nightmare fuel for you. Sy Snootles and Zero the Hutt work together, but we find out Cad Bane was paid by another person to assassinate Zero the Hutt now, where Obi-Wan and Quinlan Vos fight Cad Bane. I'm very sad that Quinlan Vos didn't get more screen time because he's really awesome. They fight Cad Bane in basically the B-plot, and spoilers, Zero the Hutt ultimately gets killed. He gets capped by Sy Snootles, who was also paid off by the Hutts to basically kill him for his abduction of Rada the Hutt. She got her revenge and swiped her cool million. Nika Futterman voices Sy Snootles, and thank goodness she doesn't do a song sequence. And of course, they ruined his character in the Book of Boba Bleh. Yeah, Cad Bane finally came in live action, and he got punk killed. I hate you so much, Kathleen. What about Obi-Wan Kenobi say sorry to Darth Maul arc? I think that's one technically on Rebels, but we could do that one next. Oh, the Mario Plus channel. I don't know what that is. Anyways, Zero's escape has some cool moments. Cad Bane and Quinlan Vos are the best characters in this, but ultimately it is a mediocre filler arc. It kind of addresses what happened to Zero after the end of the movie, and Zero just gets punk killed, so it's going on to B. Okay, so you guys want it? Maul's resurrection. So, Darth Maul is actually alive. Savage Opress finds out that he has a long-lost brother out there who's a Sith Lord that can help train him in the ways of the Force better than both Dooku and Ventress ever could. And we find out Darth Maul is alive, voiced by Sam Witwer, the voice of Starkiller again, who made Maul this deep, philosophical Shakespearean tragedy. And yep, this one's going on to S tier. Maul's resurrection is one of the biggest highlights of the Clone Wars. Savage Opress finds Darth Maul, who's become this crazy cybernetic monster living in a hell world. Darth Maul has completely lost his mind. He's completely crestfallen. He's a washed up villain. Maul has cybernetic spider legs. Apparently he built them after he was sliced in half. He quote unquote survived because the rage of getting revenge on you, Kenobi, kept me going. Yeah, rage kept Darth Maul alive after he was sliced in half. Darth Maul is in this junk world. He built new spider legs, but he's completely lost his mind. He's gone crazy. He's killing and eating people on this planet. Savage Opress goes down here, finally confronts this monster, and realizes it's Darth Maul, alive and semi-well. Savage Opress takes Darth Maul back to their mom, Mother Talzin, to make him sane again, and he gets his new kick-ass General Grievous robot legs. Darth Maul has his sanity returned, and Maul finally gets up to speed in this episode, finding out what's going on, and the first thing he wants to do is get revenge on Obi-Wan for nearly killing him back on episode 1. I like how they added more character to Darth Maul. Sam Witwer was fantastic as Maul. Fully agree as Shadow Link. Sam Witwer, badass Darth Maul. He might be the definitive voice for him now. Isn't Darth Vader the villain? Yeah, he is, but in the prequel era, we had all these different Sith Lords. We had Darth Maul, Count Dooku, General Grievous, and of course the Emperor, who is the main villain of all the trilogies. So Darth Maul gets his marbles back, and basically we restart Obi-Wan and Darth Maul's rivalry. Darth Maul wants to kill Obi-Wan because Obi-Wan killed him back in The Phantom Menace, and if you don't know, Darth Maul was the first villain to get under Obi-Wan's skin. He was the first actual Sith Lord Kenobi fought. He murdered Qui-Gon Jinn, one of the best Jedi ever. Qui-Gon was killed by Darth Maul's blade. He thought he killed Maul back then on episode 1, but it turns out no, he survived, and Obi-Wan has to confront his fears and actually gives a test of good versus evil for Kenobi because he nearly breaks by Darth Maul. Darth Maul is very tough. We find out that Maul was completely in on Darth Sidious's ultimate plan, but he learns that he was replaced, that the Emperor carried on the plans to conquer the galaxy without him, and Darth Maul becomes his own solo villain threat. And yeah, it is fantastic. Darth Maul's resurrection is awesome. Seeing him fight Obi-Wan again and becoming essentially Kenobi's arch nemesis for like his full-blown arch nemesis permanently, really kick-ass. Darth Maul is given a lot more character. You actually feel sorry for him, but he also is a total scary mass-murdering monster. Maul murdered an entire planet just to attract Kenobi's attention. He and Savage Opress double-team Obi-Wan, and Asajj Ventress actually returns at the end of this arc to team up with Kenobi. If you don't know, Ventress and Obi-Wan were kind of ship tease. A lot of people ship them together. They flirt with each other, but nothing fully solid has ever formed. Very nice seeing Ventress and Obi-Wan work together to fight the Maul brothers. Maul, of course, loses. Obi-Wan and Ventress get away. However, Maul vows that he will eventually end Kenobi, starting their rivalry, which lasts all the way to Rebels. Hanna-Barbera can be next tier list. Some I haven't seen, like all the Scooby-Doo ripoffs. I was once the apprentice to the most powerful being in the galaxy, but I was robbed of that thanks to that Jedi. I personally believe Maul should have died in episode 1, but Lucas and Filoni loved the character too much to let him go. Yeah, I can understand. A lot of fans did not like Darth Maul. Even his survival is kind of BS, but really loved what they did with this character. Sam Witwer is really awesome as Darth Maul. He absolutely became this character. Darth Maul became an all-star on Clone Wars, and his resurrection is definitely S tier, so we'll put it up high. Speaking of which, we should also put Maul conquering Mandalore up here on S tier too, and yes, sorry Tartakovsky Clone Wars, it did best you. This is Darth Maul's ultimate endgame in what was initially the final season, now season 5. Darth Maul teams up with Death Watch and they conquer the planet Mandalore. So if you're curious as to how Mandalore ever fell in the Mandalorian story arc, it's because this evil Sith Lord Darth Maul and his brother basically conquered the planet alongside Death Watch. Death Watch were reoccurring villains introduced in the second season. Death Watch are basically a group of barbarians that want to take Mandalore back to their old tradition. The traditional proud warrior race that Mandalore used to be. Duchess Satine pretty much turned their complete society over into a peaceful pacifist world, where basically everyone's friends, everyone's nice, and Mandalore is now investing in a brighter future and erasing their past as once noble warriors. The Death Watch want to basically reclaim the planet, and throughout the series they try and fail up until they team up with Darth Maul. We meet Jon Favreau as Pre Vizsla and fan favorite Bo-Katan, who are the Death Watch leaders. They rescue Darth Maul basically from another failed attempt at killing Obi-Wan, and they work together to conquer Mandalore. However, it becomes kind of a pissing match between Darth Maul and Pre Vizsla, determining who's the better villain and who should be the true leader in their villain faction. Yeah, every Star Wars every arc with Maul definitely belongs in S tier. Fully agree, Shadowlink. Maul didn't have to become as pronounced as he is now, but his definitive death in Rebels was fairly satisfying against old Obi-Wan. Also, no Darth Maul's son. Well, Akira, he lost the bottom half of his body, so he can't reproduce, if you catch my drift. What happened to Blacksmith Orange? I guess Blacksmith Orange isn't showing up. He might not be a Star Wars fan, so he doesn't show up to all my streams. Like, do we count Ewok series? No, we do not. People do not like Ewoks. Ewoks is so bad that my old friend, the Film Exorcist, refused to review it. Anyways, Darth Maul and Savage Opress basically conquer Mandalore. They work together with Death Watch. Maul becomes kind of a kingpin in the criminal underworld. He forces all the gangs, including Jabba the Hutt and the friggin' Pikes. Yeah, the Pikes are introduced here. The Pikes gang and the Hutt clan and other gangbangers all now serve Darth Maul and Death Watch. They finally form an army and conquer Mandalore. They invade Mandalore, stage this fake heroic act where Death Watch shows up and saves the people, winning people over to Pre Vizsla's favor. However, Vizsla and Maul become bitter enemies now. Vizsla sabotages Darth Maul first and backstabs him. Darth Maul and Savage Opress easily break out because they're badass Sith Lords, work together with like a former past villain from the Mandalore arc, and Maul fights Pre Vizsla for leadership of Mandalore, ending with Jon Favreau being beheaded. I'm surprised people still remember those two Ewok shows. Me too. I like how you reviewed the Goosebumps Click episode. Oh, thank you, Miss Kitty. That means a lot. Yeah, Click. Pretty good episode. Almost made my top 10, but I turned it into a top 5. It got an honorable mention. So, it's pretty graphic seeing Darth Maul murder Pre Vizsla. Yeah, Jon Favreau gets beheaded on a children's Star Wars show. He takes over, but Bo-Katan splits off with him with some of the Death Watch partners. There's a splintered cell of Death Watch troops who do not like Darth Maul being in charge. Darth Maul becomes supreme ruler of Mandalore, Bo-Katan becomes the leader of a rebellion, and basically works with Obi-Wan. They try to save Duchess Satine, who's still held prisoner. Obi-Wan returns to Mandalore because Darth Maul is still hell-bent on getting revenge on him. Satine is being held hostage, and spoilers, Obi-Wan actually fails. Obi-Wan shows up, nearly springs Satine out, but Maul murders her in front of Obi-Wan to hurt him as payback. Maul and Obi-Wan have an epic fight, but ultimately Obi-Wan is saved thanks to Bo-Katan helping team up, working together. Mandalore, it actually ends on a complete downer ending in this era. Mandalore is in complete chaos. Darth Maul ruined their entire peaceful society, and now the planet has turned from a great pacifist community into a total war zone. And to make matters worse, Emperor Palpatine shows up to beat Darth Maul. Savage Opress dies at the end of this arc. Darth Maul gets completely punked and clowned on by the Emperor, and you're reminded why Palpatine is the S-tier badass Sith. But there's just one problem I have with this arc. There is never an explanation what Palpatine had planned for him. Palpatine electrocutes Darth Maul, puts him in his place, and he says, "I'm not going to kill you. You're still useful to me. I have plans for you." But just one problem. We never know what those plans are. Yeah, Darth Maul is spared by Emperor Palpatine, and we never find out what the Emperor had planned for him. If you're familiar with the comics, this was supposed to lead into Dark Disciple, which Filoni completely retconned because he's a hack writer. Will has turned into a werewolf in Goosebumps Werewolf of Fever Swamp. Yeah, I remember that episode. He was also in the movie, too. Yeah, Darth Maul is still alive at the end of this arc because the Emperor had plans for him, but we never find out what those are. So Obi-Wan escapes with his life. We find out Bo-Katan and Satine were sisters this whole time. Bo-Katan is now leading a rebellion, which will not be resolved until you watch The Mandalorian. Yeah, more plugging of spin-off crap. And Darth Maul is still in charge of Mandalore at the end, but now he's been put in his place by the Emperor, and the Emperor pretty much comes out on top of this. This one's going on to S tier. Really liked it. This one really raised the stakes of what Clone Wars could do with its storytelling. Made Darth Maul tragic, made the Mandalorians interesting up until Disney's third season of Mandalorian ruined them. And we got a lot of kick-ass storytelling, kick-ass action, and kick-ass moments of our great characters. Going on to S tier for sure. Okay, speaking of which, let's do the Holocron heist. I almost like this one, but it's also going on to B. This is the Holocron story arc, where we find out more about the Jedi lore. After Cad Bane's successful attack on the Senate, Emperor Palpatine hires Cad Bane to steal a Jedi Holocron straight out of the Jedi Temple. It's basically a heist episode for the first part, then the second part becomes kind of becomes a conspiracy episode. Cad Bane and Seth Green break into the Jedi Temple. They have their changeling friend disguise himself as a Jedi. They break in and we get a lot of wacky adventures. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka are the main characters of this episode. They fight Cad Bane, try to stop him from stealing a holocron, but we show that Cad Bane and his bounty hunter posse are pretty smart. They actually succeed at jacking a holocron, but the changeling girl is captured and she squeals on Cad Bane. Seth Green robot dies, and apparently Filoni felt so bad about that they kept bringing Toto back. Since I think Will Blake is Daphne Blake and Fred's son in the past, that makes no sense. But yeah, they get the holocron, and we find out this is how Jedi select younglings to join the Order. The holocron has a list of potential Force candidates, and the Emperor basically wants to steal that to turn these babies into like Sith Lord weapons. The Emperor wants these Jedi younglings before the Jedi can get their hands on them and raise them to become Paladin heroes, and Cad Bane helps basically abduct babies, and it's pretty much our first clue that Cad Bane is not a sympathetic bounty hunter. He is a full-blown bad guy willing to hurt children and doing anything that his employer pays him to do. Cad Bane captures the babies. They go on separate missions. Anakin and Ahsoka go on a mission to save a baby. Obi-Wan and I believe Mace Windu use Cad Bane to help lead them to the holocron. And yeah, it's pretty fun, pretty good, pretty enjoyable. Not a must-watch episode, but if you want more of Cad Bane kicking ass, it's definitely a decent episode. So we'll put it on high B. I liked it, but it kind of splinters off into a completely separate Emperor Palpatine scheme. Also, I did not like that they went to Mustafar before Anakin went there to get his face burnt. So yeah, it's on B. It's okay. Alright, making progress. Ahsoka's lightsaber lost. I love this one. This one's going on to S tier. This one, Ahsoka loses her lightsaber. She and Anakin go on a mission to find some scumbag. However, Ahsoka gets knocked down by a crowd, and a pickpocket actually stole her lightsaber. It is honestly a pretty fun filler episode, one that kind of humbled Ahsoka a lot more. Ahsoka's been kind of brash and arrogant, but then she gets her weapon stolen, and she believes it's the lightsaber that makes her a Jedi. She teams up with this wise old cool guy, Master Sanube. My brother Wolf did an in-depth review on this episode, so go watch that if you want more. Basically, she and Master Sanube fight this evil lesbian couple who stole the lightsaber, and we get to see Ahsoka kick ass without her weapon. She learns humility, learns patience, and learns to use her skills without relying on her weapon too much. She and Sanube get into a kick-ass detective case, and they defeat the evil lesbian couple, and Ahsoka gets her lightsaber back, and she's kind of humbled and taught a lot better in this. So I really liked it. I'm gonna put on S tier. Trespass. Alright, this one, I know my brother Wolf loves this episode, but Trespass I'm gonna have to put onto A. We'll put it under the Domino Squad. This is the one with the evil racist senator. They land on an ice planet, find out that the planet is populated by these weird alien natives. The Anakin and Obi-Wan try to form peace and connect with them. However, the senator is a racist douchebag who wants to exterminate them because it's his government's worthless rock and these people have no right here. But the people clearly have every right to be here because they lived here, leading to a race war. Race war. Oh, it is on. Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights is so crazy. Yeah, crazy bad. So they have a full-blown race war, and once again, it's a short filler episode, basically teaching kids about tolerance and standing up for what's right. There's this adorable girl senator, Senator Chuchi, voiced by Jennifer Hale, and basically she has to learn to have backbone and stand up for herself, make tough decisions even though she doesn't agree with her boss, her supervisor senator's orders. She actually wants to make peace with these natives, but the racist guy is a racist guy who wants them all dead, leading to a kick-ass snow battle. Really thought this episode was pretty dumb fun. It's not one of the greatest episodes, and the senator guy is a total cartoon straw man, but my brother Wolf really found him entertaining for that. And Senator Chuchi at least grew some backbone. She's also fairly pretty, reminded me of Liara at times. Basically, she grows a backbone, stops listening to her douchebag boss's orders, and makes peace with the natives. They allow them to have their planet, and yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a pretty fun episode. I'll put it on A. Alright, Liberation of Ryloth. Okay, so the first 2 episodes of this are so good, but the finale kind of dropped it. This one I'm going to put on to B. This is the invasion of Ryloth. You think I would like it because the Twi'leks are the hottest race in Star Wars. Basically, we follow a multi-part, 3-part episode where they're trying to liberate the planet Ryloth. It's being invaded by the droids and basically used and destroyed for its resources by Wat Tambor. The first 2 episodes are pretty good. Ahsoka is leading the sky fight. She's leading a space battle, and Ahsoka lost her squadron and completely failed to stop the Separatists, and Anakin wants to teach her a lesson in having faith in herself, and Ahsoka basically grows up. She starts accepting the losses of war, starts facing her demons, and she leads a successful space attack. Then Ahsoka pretty much proves her worth. Anakin had his trust in Ahsoka completely rewarded. Ahsoka gets her groove back, and she and Anakin manage to defeat the evil blockade, stopping them from going to Ryloth. Then the next 2 parts, they actually go onto the planet. The second part, pretty interesting. We follow these 2 clones, Waxer and Boyle, who locate a lost Twi'lek girl who can't speak their language, and apparently this little girl is supposed to be Hera from Star Wars Rebels. Like, that's what I heard. The little girl returns in Star Wars Rebels, and yeah, they meet baby Hera. Waxer and Boyle save Hera and get into, wacky adventure trying to save this little girl, trying to outmaneuver the droids. Obi-Wan and Commander Cody get a lot more action scenes. They're on the planet, full-blown fighting. They kick ass, and they meet the rebels, and Waxer and Boyle basically get kind of humbled on this adventure, care about the kid, start taking the war seriously. One of them is kind of racist towards the Twi'leks, thinks they're not worth saving, until this little girl warms his heart. Then we get to the third part, where it's a Mace Windu episode, and it's the full invasion of Wat Tambor's base, and easily it's kind of the more forgettable episode. Basically a generic war episode. Had some cool action scenes, because Star Wars The Clone Wars always had good action, but Windu's not a very interesting character, and I did not like that they made Wat Tambor kind of this chicken coward who's running away and basically giving up in the face of defeat. Wat Tambor is a cold, calculating monster, so this kind of made him into a more goofier villain. Not one of my favorite arcs, and I kind of skip this one a lot when I rewatch my DVDs, but I'll put it on B. It is a basic story arc, but had some high moments, had some meh moments. It's going right on to B. Speaking of which, the Senate murders. Okay, so this one was interesting, but fell a bit short by the end. This one, Padme's investigating the murder. Uncle Anno gets killed off in this episode, which makes it very weird when we get episodes later where Anno's still very clearly alive. So, somebody killed Uncle Anno from the Bombad Jedi episode, and Padme goes on an investigation trying to find out who killed him, and it's an episode about the Senate. The Senate has never been that interesting, even for prequel fans. It's all about the politics, and spoilers, we find out it was Uncle Anno's co-worker, another I'm forgetting the race, one of Greedo's species. Another Senate girl basically stabbed her boss in the back, and they thought it was one of the Separatist senators, but no, it turns out the Separatists were actually innocent in this case. It was Uncle Anno's friend who thought he was weak for selling out to the Republic, even though their planet was better off with the Separatists and all that jazz. And yeah, Padme doing detective work, not a bad episode, but Padme's never been one of my favorite characters, and it goes for a murder mystery episode and what's essentially a war show, so kind of an odd one out kind of deal. I'm gonna put it on B. It's definitely an alright episode, but not one of the top tiers and not one of the 10 out of 10 episode arcs. Sorry, just checking. Alright, what do we want next? I guess, which R.L. Stine, the Haunting Hour episode, is the worst and the best? The worst is Poop de Fromage. The best is My Old House. Watch my top 10 Haunting Hour episodes. Alright, Senate Spy. This one is the introduction to Clovis. Yeah, remember him? I'm gonna put this one on C. I know a lot of people might be a bit mixed on this one. We get introduced to Clovis, who was Padme's ex-boyfriend. Clovis is a senator working for the Separatists. We find out that Clovis is making deals with the Separatists, and Anakin wants to look into it. They ask Padme to do it, but Anakin is full-blown protective, jealous boyfriend in this episode, and yeah, it leads to a love triangle between Anakin, Padme, and her ex-boyfriend Clovis. Clovis is voiced by Robin Atkin Downes, who is a great voice actor, but I never really got a feel for him in this episode. Clovis actually improved in his second story arc. Basically, they investigate Clovis. He's working with the banking clan who are funding the Separatist droid army. And in this episode, it's where they find the droid factory leading to the Geonosis War. Clovis is completely in the back pocket, and it's more so about Anakin being jealous of this guy, jealous of this douche, and Padme getting to do another murder mystery type of deal. Alright, I'm here. What did I miss, kitty cat? We're on the Senate Spy, knocking out some filler arcs right now. You missed a few good arcs. We talked about Darth Maul's arcs, the Tartakovsky Clone Wars, already crossed off. Only got 2 Fs so far, D-Squad and the Martez sisters, who suck. Right now we're on Senate Spy, the intro to Clovis, and it is a C-tier episode. It is not a must-watch. It is not one of the fan-favorite episodes, and Clovis is not that very compelling of a character in his first story arc. He's basically the guy Padme used to do it with, and it makes Anakin jealous. It's more about Anakin trying to control his feelings, and Anakin and Padme getting into a rom-com adventure. Yeah, this one's going on to C for Clovis. Speaking of which, we should also knock out his return. Yep, Clovis returns. This one actually goes a bit up, but not by much. This is the return of Clovis. Yeah, in the Star Wars The Lost missions, we got a lot of episodes that never made it to TV. They were on Netflix, and we finally got a physical release. Clovis actually got an arc where he returns and he tries to redeem himself. Clovis has completely given up on the Separatist cause after basically losing in the Senate Spy episode. He realizes that the banking clan does not have his best interests at heart, and Clovis tries to become a good guy, and Anakin's jealousy comes all the way back. One of the most intense scenes is where Anakin nearly murders Clovis because Clovis tries making out with his wife. Christopher, is something wrong? Love me some Star Wars. Happy May the 4th be with you for tomorrow. Yeah, I decided to do this early because Wolf and I are supposed to do stuff together on that day. So Clovis actually gets a pretty nice redemption arc. He completely turns over a new leaf. He is now a full-blown nice guy. However, he is still trying to get into Padme's pants because Natalie Portman is hot. Clovis once again brings back the love triangle between them. However, it's eventually revealed that Clovis is being used. The Separatists are using him, and they frame him, use him as a scapegoat, and Clovis gets framed as being this complete monster helping the Separatists and framing her for a crime that Count Dooku committed. And Clovis basically dies a monster, leading to a kind of downer ending, but Padme kind of shows sympathy for him, and Anakin finally makes peace with him after he's dead. Clovis eventually dies, he's framed, and he goes down basically looking like the bad guy. The entire galaxy hates him, but Padme and Anakin know there was good in him, and it's kind of foreshadowing how Darth Vader is going to die with a last heroic action, because Anakin doesn't want to go out like him. Anakin doesn't want to die the villain, which, of course, foreshadowing Episode 6. Have you seen the Tales of the Underworld for Star Wars for the first 2 episodes for Asajj Ventress? I have not seen any of the tales from the episodes of the Disney Plus Star Wars. One, I kind of don't care because Disney's ruined Star Wars. I'm talking about Clone Wars because it's peak Star Wars, which I love. Never watched a ton of the Disney stuff because I could not get into it and they kind of ruined Star Wars. Special mention to the Book of Boba Fett. And The Acolyte, which was so bad everybody hated it. Anyways, the return of Clovis, I think it is a huge step up from his first arc, but not by much. You still gotta deal with the annoying love triangle, and the way Clovis goes out is kind of BS, but we'll put it on B tier. It's definitely a fine story arc. Alright, what's not fine? Nomad Droids, who's sadly also going on to D. This is a C-3PO and R2 adventure. C-3PO and R2 are brought along on basically a negotiation with aliens. Clones bring them over, and basically C-3PO and R2 get completely lost and separated, and they go on an old-fashioned droids adventure. It's an homage to that Star Wars droid show, which was all about C-3PO and R2, and yeah, I didn't really care for it. C-3PO and R2 are not my favorite Star Wars characters. They're funny comic relief, but multi-part episodes surrounding them are not very interesting. Basically, they get into wacky Tom and Jerry antics, almost get killed multiple times, but somehow survive because they're saved by their plot armor. George Lucas shouldn't have sold the rights back in 2012 to Disney. No, he should not, but what's done is done. Alright, I'll make this one brief. C-3PO and R2 basically get lost in space, encounter weird aliens, get into mystical adventures, get into nearly death-defying situations, and miraculously make their way back on their Star Destroyer alive somehow. It's a funny B-movie plot, but not one of the best arcs. I love Anthony Daniels, and I know R2's an icon, but their Clone Wars episodes, honestly easily skippable, not one of my favorites. It's more so a funny filler arc. It's going on to D. Much better than D Squad, at least. Do you have plans for Mother's Day? Probably not, since my mother is working that day, but I want to get her something. Alright, what else? What should we do next? Got a lot of good ones still. Wanted to knock off some bad ones first. Alright, let's get rid of the last bad arc, and I know I'm gonna piss off a lot of people, but I hate the Youngling story arc. This one going on to F. This episode was not good. It started out good, but it got so much worse. These are the Jedi Younglings. Basically, it's a story all about these kid Jedi who get into wacky adventures. Ahsoka and Yoda take these Jedi out and The first episode is good. You know, I might bump it up to E at least because, yeah, the first episode is good and the other three are total trash. Basically, Ahsoka takes these younglings onto a planet to go on their own Jedi vision quests to find their crystals. They have to find the crystals to build lightsabers, and the first episode is good. We basically understand these kids. They undergo trials and tribulations, find out who they are, and locate their Jedi Kyber crystal to build their lightsaber. This one is easily the best episode. Then the other three are god-awful, and they got worse and worse and worse. F for fails. Yeah, I might bump this one up to E because the first one is good. Then, from episode 2 onward, they get into wacky kitty antics, which are more cringe than funny. It's the last lighthearted arc of the Clone Wars, and I could not stand these kids. They were annoying, they cried all the time, they cracked stupid jokes, and basically get into Home Alone antics, and the part that made me hate it the most is Ahsoka actually gets captured and needs children to save her. Hell, and even better, Ahsoka gets captured by Hondo. Yeah, Hondo, one of the worst Clone Wars characters, comes back. He actually catches Ahsoka, and these stupid bumbling kids have to save her. And these kids basically dupe Hondo and even General Grievous, and it was cringe. It is basically juvenile Star Wars. I know it's for kids, but wow, coming before the Darth Maul story arc and after the Onderon arc, this was really corny. It's not funny, it wasn't interesting, and the kids are just plain not entertaining. Why do dogs chase cats? I guess they like to eat them. If anything, I still consider the 2003 Clone Wars somewhat canon. I mean, about on par with the Telltale video game Jurassic Park, but it was a great series, made the good general badass. That's my own opinion. Yeah, we talked about Tartakovsky Clone Wars. The Volume 1's on A. Volume 2, even better, going on S. I do not like the kids. They were annoying, and David Tennant, Doctor Who, is in this too. He voices this Jedi teacher. He's like this weird droid that helps build crystals, and David Tennant just acts like Doctor Who, and that actually made me hate him because he's not funny. And yes, David Tennant would come back as this stupid Jedi droid in the Ahsoka show, and he's more annoying there too. David, they did not pay you enough, and they only wanted the bragging rights that they had Doctor Who on Star Wars. The younglings get into cringy antics, and basically it's a child-friendly story arc. I did not like it, even as a kitten, because I just found it cringe and wince-inducing. The kids duping these grown-ass adults was not funny, and it's way too goofy. Seeing Ahsoka needing children to rescue her was cringe. Hondo is unfunny as ever, and General Grievous being duped by children was the absolute low point. It's going on E. Hondo is a fan favorite character. Well, I'm a fan Ira, and he's not my favorite. I do not like Hondo. I find him annoying, and he is peak annoying in this episode. The Younglings arc is bad. The first episode is good, which is why it's on E, but the remaining 3 parts that just drag along, awful. I hated this arc almost as much as the D-Squad and Martez Sisters arc. It's going down low. It only wins 1 point because of that first episode. But Younglings, don't recommend. Don't watch it at all unless you want something safe to show your kindergartner, because it is not for real Star Wars fans. Goosebumps Scarecrow walks at midnight, has a vehicle moving on its own. Yeah, I point that out in the twist ending. Alright, Pursuit of Peace. If you don't remember, this is where Padme meets her mentor figure, and Lux Bonitary is introduced in this episode. This one I actually might put on a high B note. Pursuit of Peace, basically, Padme meets with her mentor, who's this big wig separatist councilwoman. She meets her basically mentor figure. Her mentor is a part of the CIS, the battle droids, and believes in the Confederacy's New World Order. However, Padme actually sits down and talks with her, and we finally see shades of gray in Star Wars. It turns out this woman is actually nice, and people are actually safe under the battle droids rule. They are cooperating with the droids and the separatists, and Padme and this mentor figure finally sit down and have a real talk about the war, and she's actually open to peace. Padme and her mentor realize that they can form a peace treaty to resolve this war without any more violence, because the separatists just want to be separate from the Republic, and they're willing to lay down their arms and just end the war here and now. Padme talks things out with her, and we meet her son, Lux Bonetary. Yep, Lux is introduced in this. If you don't know, Lux is Ahsoka's love interest, and I really like him. I really wish Ahsoka and Lux would get together. Here's hoping that actually does happen, but knowing Disney, they'll just make Ahsoka queer. So Lux is Ahsoka's first love interest, and he's totally checking her out. We find out he's a separatist, she's a part of the Republic and the Jedi, and they actually get along. Ahsoka kind of grows up in this episode, and we, the audience, learn that there's shades of gray in this war. It is not just good versus evil. There are innocent people on the separatist side, and there are bad people on the Republic side. And it actually teaches kids that politics are a lot more messy and mature than what you hear on social media. And Palpatine be like, no, 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 yeah. So they almost have this peace treaty, but Palpatine sabotaged that by basically having battle droids disguise themselves as maintenance droids coming to a power station, and they commit a terrorist attack. This is obviously a parallel to the Middle East conflict. The battle droids go in and suicide bomb a power plant, causing a total blackout in Coruscant, and this peace treaty completely falls apart. The separatists don't want peace, Palpatine wins in the end, and Padme's mentor is basically killed off-screen. Yeah, apparently Padme's mentor gets killed off screen for suggesting this peace treaty. Turns out she was 100% wrong about the separatists being noble and having their own virtues. Yeah, Dooku murdered her. Lux vows to get revenge, and we meet the Death Watch again. Lux and Ahsoka get into a rom-com adventure, which I liked a lot more because it makes more sense from them because they're kids, whereas Anakin and Padme are grown adults. Disney's Pixar's car chicks. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Chick Hicks played played by Michael Keaton. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Cars either. Yeah, Palpatine basically sabotaged them. Yeah, big shock. This peace treaty goes nowhere. Padme's mentor gets killed. Lux actually does turn good. There was a victory for them. Lux decides that he wants to be a part of the Republic and bring good. Lux runs away from the Separatists. He teams up with Death Watch temporarily, but spoilers, the Mandalorians are also dickheads and also violent brutes. Lux realizes he was wrong, saved by Ahsoka. Then Lux leaves to go find himself, not returning until the Onderon arc. But yeah, I kind of like this arc. It's pretty underrated. I kind of wish there was a bit more to it, but what holds it back is that you obviously know this peace treaty is gonna fail, and unfortunately, there's no proper conclusion to Lux's character up until later stories. But yeah, we'll put on B. Definitely a fine arc. Alright, gonna use the restroom again, but we're almost done, so you guys cast your vote on which you want to see next. I'll be right back. Alright, Return of the Kid-Eye. What do you guys vote for? Slave Arc. Okay. Daffy Duck is always jealous of Bugs because Bugs is awesome. Alright, Slavers. Going on to S tier. I will put it above the one-shot episodes at least. Yeah, the Slavers arc, the Zygerian Slavers. We finally get to see the Togrutan people. Those are Ahsoka's alien race. The Togrutans are captured by Slavers and taken to the planet Zygeria. We find out that they're conquering colonies and they're trying to take over the Togruta homeworld. So, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and even Captain Rex all team up and go undercover to basically foil this illegal slave ring. There's this evil, sexy cat girl queen who has a massive crush on Anakin Skywalker. This evil queen is basically making slaves and helping the separatists on the side, and Anakin goes undercover as basically this secret royal prince guy and works his way up into romancing the queen and gaining her trust, only to get intel about her slave ring out of her. And yeah, it's a pretty fun arc. I really liked this one. This one was very dark and very dead serious. We do see like slave labor camps. The Togrutan people are suffering. Anakin's past is thoroughly explored. If you don't remember, Anakin used to be a slave, so he has a lot of personal stake and a lot of grudges against slavers in this episode. A lot of really epic fight scenes. Obi-Wan and Captain Rex work together to locate the slaves. They tragically get captured themselves and thrown into a slave camp. There's this evil psychotic warden in his hover chair, being really evil, over the top, love to hate badass. Kind of gives off the vibes of that goddess with Odysseus with Anakin and the Queen. Yeah, a lot of people really like the Queen. The Queen is actually a pretty cool villain. She actually does have layers to her. She has a massive crush on Anakin, realizes that he's a slave, and basically she wants to own Anakin. And it's very clear she's blurring the line between a relationship and basically owning him like a slave. She wants Anakin to become her boy toy, basically. However, we find out she's working for Count Dooku, and Dooku is basically treating her like a slave too, and it leads to a struggle between them. Dooku wants her to hand over Anakin to execute him because he knows that Anakin's dangerous. The Queen says hell no, but we find out she was nothing but a figurehead to Dooku. The Separatists have taken over her empire long ago. The Queen realizes that she was a slave, and she was a slave herself towards the Separatists. She gets killed by them, but she does one last good deed, telling Anakin where the slaves are. She tells Anakin that they keep the slaves on this labor camp planet, and they go to this planet to liberate them, leading to an epic kick-ass war scene. They fight, Plo Koon shows up, they have a fight at the prison. Captain Rex actually murders the prison warden in a very cool death scene. You can't kill me. That's against your Jedi code. Then Captain Rex stabs him with a Magna Guard staff and he goes flying and falling to his death. I'm no Jedi. Really badass. Let's do Five's Conspiracy next, since that's an interesting one that builds up to a big plot point in episode 3, and one of my favorite things in all of Star Wars. Okay, we'll do that one next. The Simpsons has made the Treehouse of Horror era. Yeah, we know that. So, I really like the slave story arc. This one's gone on S tier for sure because it is very dead serious, very creepy, and a lot of badass action. Plus, it had sexy Catwomen in it. So, that's an automatic win for me. Alright, the Five's Conspiracy. So, this one, yeah, as you can guess, it is also going on to high S tier. So, during a routine mission, the clones are attacking another droid facility. However, out of nowhere, one of the clones has a mental breakdown and suddenly kills the Jedi mid-battle. A clone loses his marbles and kills a Jedi. A Jedi is completely betrayed and killed by the clone, and the clone is screaming, "All Jedi must die." And if you don't know, this is leading to the major plot point in episode 3. The clones were actually built with this secret Manchurian agent programming into their mind with a microchip that would cause them to be mind controlled into obediently serving their orders. One of these orders is terminating the Jedi. And if you haven't figured it out, this is Order 66. This is why the clones turn evil, and it resolved kind of a plot hole in episode 3. Why did the clones all just stab the Jedi in the back, even though they were best friends all throughout the Clone Wars? A lot of fans had this kind of question, like Commander Cody gives Obi-Wan his lightsaber back, only to instantly turn against him and shoot his bro dead. This answered the question, how come all the clones completely submitted to Order 66? Because they have microchips implanted in their brains since birth to basically follow orders to the letter, including turning against their own Jedi friends, killing them no matter what. When Order 66 is it's the signal word, yeah. As the signal word, if Order 66 is ordered, the clones automatically turn against the Jedi and shoot them dead. And this clone basically malfunctioned, his chip was malfunctioning, and he did it ahead of schedule. He assassinated a Jedi, and they're trying to uncover what's going on. Why did he snap? And it leads to the return of Fives, the last of Domino Squad. He returns in this arc as basically a detective uncovering this mystery that the clones are being manipulated by the Kaminoids. The Kaminoids are completely in on Emperor Palpatine's plan to have them kill the Jedi one day, and it's setting up Order 66, and that's why a lot of people love this episode. Or I should say story arc. There was also a Zygerian Jedi in The Acolyte, of which not bad, done less can be said about that series as a whole. Yeah, The Acolyte didn't happen. Yeah, sleeper agents, basically. The clones are sleeper agents. They had no free will when Order 66 activated, and it finally fixed that plot hole as to why the clones were so gung-ho about killing the Jedi, who were their friends in both Clone Wars shows, and even in Revenge of the Sith. The clones didn't have free will. They have this microchip which enslaves them and makes them become sleeper agents. This is why the clones murder all the Jedi without remorse or sympathy in episode 3. These microchips are implanted in their brain since birth, and Fives finds out that the clones are going to be forced to exterminate the Jedi one day. He goes on a wacky misadventure to try and uncover the conspiracy. However, Fives is framed and gaslit by everyone. The Emperor and the Kaminoids are basically manipulating events to make Fives seem like he's crazy, like he's a defective clone, and they write off the microchips entirely. He finds the microchip, but nobody believes him, and it leads to a very sad, depressing story of Fives trying to escape the wrath of the Republic because he finds out there's a conspiracy, that the clones are going to be used to become mindless soldiers one day, and that the Jedi Order will be destroyed by them if these chips are ever activated, and we know it's going to happen, leading to Fives' tragic death. Fives tries bringing Captain Rex and Anakin to a meeting. He's on the run, on the lam, completely framed, drugged out of his mind, panicking and scared, realizing that even Chancellor Palpatine is in on the microchips, and it leads to the tragic end of Domino Squad, Fives' death. Fives traps Anakin and Captain Rex behind a ray shield, and Captain Fox comes in and basically shoots him dead. Fives dies, the truth dies with him. He does tell Captain Rex and Anakin to beware of these microchips and to believe him, which does pay off because Captain Rex eventually saves himself. But yeah, it is a complete sad downer ending where Order 66 is finally clarified, Fives tragically dies, and it ends on basically the bad guys winning. The Kaminoids and Emperor Palpatine completely succeed at silencing him, where Revenge of the Sith's plot turn will go off without a hitch. Until Disney retcons several Jedi still alive. If only they actually listened to Fives. Well, Captain Rex did. Captain Rex actually does remove his microchip, so Fives' death is now retconned. It's not made in vain. He's still dead, but his message did get out. Some of the clones did listen, and Captain Rex removes his mind control chip, along with Commander Wolf and Gregor. We find, and the Bad Batch were apparently not programmed with them. Yeah, some clones did listen to Fives, but unfortunately, the bad guys still won out in the end. Just like the InGen clones from Jurassic Park, the clones in Star Wars are very much similar to them too. Good soldiers follow orders. Good soldiers follow orders. Yeah, kick-ass line. Is Star Wars just filled with retcons? The prequel era started them, but the Disney era absolutely made them riddled with retcons and plot holes. Yeah, so the Clone Wars, to its credit, did at least make sense of things. It did fill the void, and unfortunately, Disney kind of destroyed it because now Star Wars has more plot holes than Michael Bay's Transformers. But yeah, the Fives Conspiracy, it is S tier. Like, it is the build-up to Order 66, and that is one of the greatest moments of the prequel era, so I really love it. It is going on S. Fives may have died, but he was a perfect 10 out of 10 protagonist. The Battle of Christophsis. This one is on here. Okay, this one I actually might put onto A. We'll put it above the movie, at least. Okay, I did like it more than Cloak of Darkness. This is the Battle of Christophsis. Basically, this is the planet Anakin and Obi-Wan are fighting on before the plots of the movie happen. And this one I will address has the traitor Slick in it. I really liked Slick, who's a clone who broke free from his ranks. He decided that he was done following orders. He wanted freedom and not be a useful cannon fodder soldier. He betrayed the clones, sold them out to Ventress. He just wanted his freedom, which led to an interesting dynamic between the clones because it finally addressed what the clones are gonna be like when this war is over. Like, do they even have freedom? Slick turned against his own kind, leading to a fun mystery with Captain Rex and Commander Cody. Then there's also the cat and mouse game with the evil spider general guy. A lot of fans really like this evil spider guy because he's a cold, calculating master planner like Admiral Thrawn, but I didn't really get too attached to him. He had a really cool design, but that was about it. Basically, this hyper-intelligent general tries to stop Anakin's cloaked bird of prey. He epic fails and gets hit in an explosion, which really should have killed him, but we find out he's still alive. And basically it ends with Obi-Wan and Anakin liberating the planet. They fight General Worm Loathsome. Ahsoka comes in and she proves to be the backup they need. And the arc ends with them defeating General Worm Loathsome, liberating Christophsis, and Ahsoka accepts Anakin as his apprentice. Yeah, I'll put this one on A. Liked it a lot better than the rescue of Rada the Hutt. The Battle of Christophsis is part of the movie as well as the series. Yeah, it is. So, I liked it a lot more than Rhoda the Hutt segment, so I'll put it on A. It is pretty awesome. Alright, so which to do next? Let's do the Bad Batch, which I'm gonna put on to D. Yeah, I'll put it above the Mortis arc at least. Okay, this is the Bad Batch. It is one of the final seasoned arcs, and basically, it is a giant plug for their spin-off. Disney revived the Clone Wars, so instead of giving us episodes we would have loved to see, they plugged their spin-off characters into it. We meet the Bad Batch. The Bad Batch are basically defective clones who had different mutations, which altered them in ways different from the regular clones. We meet Hunter, we meet what's his name? I'm trying to remember. There's like the big guy. We meet Hunter, we meet Tech, we meet the Clint Eastwood sniper guy, and we meet the huge Dwayne The Rock Johnson clone. Basically, these guys are like the Ninja Turtles. They are the Ninja Turtles. We have the leader, the smart one, the dumb party dude, the one that's rude but cool. Yeah, they're the Ninja Turtles, and I did not really care for them. I agree with my brother Wolf that nothing about them really screams their ragtag bunch of misfit soldiers. They're basically the cool kids. They're elite clone commandos who don't play by the rules, except they kind of do. And the Bad Batch basically rescue Echo from Wat Tambor. We find out Echo is still alive and Domino Squad lives through him in a controversial decision, which I still don't agree with. I wasn't a really huge fan of bringing Echo back. I was perfectly fine with Fives being the end of Domino Squad, but no, they wanted to have a happier ending. The Bad Batch is cool. Wrecker. Okay, thank you. Wrecker. Yeah, I know. Hunter, Wrecker, Tech, and the sniper guy, basically. Crosshair. That was his name, Crosshair, because he's a sniper. Yeah, Crosshair is kind of a dick, and you can really tell that they were based on celebrities. Like, Hunter looks like Sylvester Stallone's Rambo. Tech looks like he looks like D. Bradley Baker, but he's very clearly supposed to be a techie guy. Wrecker is very clearly Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and I swear Crosshair is supposed to be Clint Eastwood. He looks like Clint Eastwood, even wears a poncho like him. Yeah, basically they're based on celebrities, and they're these ragtag bunch of misfit clones who don't play by the rules, and they team up with Anakin and Captain Rex, and basically they find Echo, and they work together. We get a taste of their wacky, most unorthodox ways, and they go on basically a filler mission. They're on a filler mission fighting battle droids, and they save Echo, and Echo becomes the new member of the Bad Batch, and all it is basically a huge ad for their spin-off. It is a spin-off for the Bad Batch show. I have not watched all of it. I've seen the trailers, I've seen clips. I watched the first 2 episodes of the pilot, but Omega got on my nerves way too much. I am not a fan of Omega, and unfortunately, Omega is practically the main character of the Bad Batch. So I did not like their arc all that much. It's going on to D. You could easily skip it, and all you had to know about it is that Echo is still alive. As a series, I thought the Bad Batch series was alright and got more character to them. Here, though, they're pretty meh. Yeah, I know, I'm kind of judging them, kind of like how I judge the Power Ranger crossovers. I'm judging them based on their appearance on this show we're talking about. Yeah, along with Echo. Omega is basically Clementine from the Walking Dead games, except Clementine is cute and adorable and doesn't have an obnoxious voice. Okay, so based on the Clone Wars show, they did not do a good job selling them. The Bad Batch going on to D. I was not a huge fan of this arc. I know a lot of people are, and it did not make me want to see more of them. They're going straight on to D. They're heavily outclassed by these awesome stories. Alright, speaking of which, what to do next? Okay, let's do Eth Koth and the Deserter. So, want to put this on to S tier for the Deserter, but it's going on to A tier. This is basically a 2-part episode where both parts are completely separate stories. The Jedi go to rescue Eth Koth, this background character who I swear nobody really likes. He's the weird Hellboy looking Jedi. He got captured by General Grievous, and Obi-Wan and Anakin and this black girl who looks like a Halle Berry Jedi basically go on a rescue mission to save him. They succeed, have some fights with General Grievous. Grievous crash lands on this planet, and Obi-Wan's hunting him down to basically end this war. However, Captain Rex gets separated. He gets brutally injured and taken in on this farm, where basically he has to sit back and heal up. And we meet the Deserter. There's a clone who pretty much deserted and went AWOL in the first battle of Geonosis, and he came here to start his own family and identity. And the Deserter is why this is on A tier. It is a awesome story. It is very deep and gets you kind of thinking that the clones are complete individuals. Eth Koth, you mean? Okay. So Clone Force 99, kind of like that. Yeah, Eth Koth is basically rescued. Eth Koth is pretty much a non-character. He's one of the Jedi who gets anticlimatically punk killed by Palpatine in Episode 3. He's like one of the guys standing next to Mace Windu. I guess they decided to give him a focus episode to show you that he mattered. Yeah, Eth Koth gets rescued, doesn't exhibit much personality. I think the black girl had a lot more character depth than he did. But yeah, they save Eth Koth, and the deserter story is why this is on A. I really liked this guy. This dude abandoned the army, but he wanted to have a family. He wanted life. He wanted freedom. Basically, a good version of Slick from the Christophsis episode. But he wanted to have a family. He actually hooked up with this hot Twi'lek girl, and they had babies. He's living a peaceful life on this farm, and he actually asks Rex if what he wants when this war is over. Do the clones even have freedom? And it gets Rex a lot of character development because he grows to care for this deserter guy. They're attacked by battle droids, and we see the deserter still got it. He's still a kick-ass soldier, and he's fighting to save his family. And Rex and the deserter basically gain perspective on their different places in life, and Rex realizes that there is more to him thanks to the deserter, and the deserter realizes that there is a need for the clones to fight this war, because without his clone training, he wouldn't have been able to save his family. And I really like that about them. The deserter is definitely up here on A tier. Unfortunately, because it's attached to the Eth Koth episode, we'll cut it a break this time. But yeah, the deserter is an A+ episode of the Clone Wars, so it's going up here. Oh, Cut Lawquane. Yeah, that's his name. Lawquane. Yeah, that's an easy name for kids to remember. Yeah, his name was Cut. Get it? Because he cut off from his team. Alright, so let's do the Night Sisters. We gotta do the first one. Asajj Ventress's people. I'm sorry, Bodhi, if you're watching this, but the Night Sisters going on to B. Asajj Ventress has never been one of my favorite Star Wars characters. I much rather love General Grievous and wish Count Dooku got more screen time, but this finally addresses what happened to Ventress in between the Clone Wars and Episode 3. So, Emperor Palpatine orders Count Dooku to kill Asajj Ventress because Asajj Ventress has failed them too many times. I think it's most likely because he's well aware Dooku plans to train Asajj to betray him and become the new Emperor, but he orders Dooku to kill Ventress or he'll kill both of them. So Ventress is thrown completely under the bus after failing one too many times. She's fired from the Separatists. Ventress runs away and goes to her family, the Night Sisters, the Witches of the Mist. We meet Asajj Ventress's people. They are the females of their hell world, the Night Sisters. These magical witch warriors who are all female, and they take their sister back, and Ventress wants revenge against Count Dooku. She believes her master has betrayed her trust completely and wants to kill Dooku for trying to kill her. And it is Ventress's story arc, basically. Any supernatural horror movie villain tier lists? Maybe. We did slasher villains, and that had supernatural characters, but, I might. We'll see. So, anyways, Ventress goes to the Night Sisters, and we meet Mother Talzin, who's, I was surprised to find out, was played by Rita Repulsa from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yeah, Rita Repulsa voices Mother Talzin, and does a pretty creepy job. Mother Talzin is a reoccurring side villain, basically this superior witch mother. She is the leader of the Night Sisters, and she helps Ventress get her revenge. She and her greatest warriors try to assassinate Dooku, but they fail, and we meet Savage Opress. Savage is taken in and recruited by Asajj Ventress to become her ultimate warrior, become her apprentice. Savage Ventress goes undercover to breach Dooku's forces. It's very clear Savage is very unstable because he has trouble picking sides, and he grows interested and corrupted by all the power that's around him. He works with Ventress, then works for Dooku as his new right-hand man. Dooku shows him the ways of the Sith, and Savage becomes his own villain, basically betraying them both and teaming up with Darth Maul eventually later. And Yeah, basically, the Night Sisters kind of anticlimactically ends in complete failure. Obi-Wan and Anakin do not stop Savage Opress, Ventress fails to gain her revenge, and Dooku finds out that Ventress is still alive, he couldn't kill her, so now she's no longer his ally, now his greatest enemy. Which is why it's kind of going on B. It is a bit of a choppy story, and tragically, Savage Opress could have been one of the greatest villains ever, but he gets completely pushed aside once Darth Maul comes in the picture. Maul's brother, Mickey from Scream 2. Okay. Yeah, Savage Opress is voiced by Clancy Brown, who plays Lex Luthor from the greatest DCAU shows ever, and Mr. Krabs on SpongeBob. Clancy Brown does a pretty good job, but they didn't do enough with the character. That's what kind of hurts it the most. Savage Opress could have been a great villain, but they didn't utilize him very well, and they were setting him up to be a replacement for Darth Maul, but that kind of went nowhere when the actual Darth Maul came back to life. Yeah, I apologize to my bro Bodhi if you're watching this. Ventress was not enough to carry this story arc on her own, and she is much better in her bounty hunter days than this one, but we'll put it on B. Speaking of which, we should also do the Night Sisters Massacre. Yep, it got a two-parter. Night Sisters Massacre, this one we'll actually put onto S tier. Yep, Count Dooku finally found out that the Night Sisters were the ones trying to assassinate him, and he dispatches General Grievous to exterminate all the witches. And don't worry, Dave Filoni will retcon this again that some of the Night Sisters were not killed in this mass genocide. General Grievous comes back and gets to be actually threatening. Yeah, for once, Grievous has a victory. They attack the Night Sisters village, exterminate them all, fight evil zombie Night Sister warriors. Mother Talzin gets to show off her magic and true scope of her power. Ventress gets to fight General Grievous and the battle droids, and the droids actually win. General Grievous manages to break into their temple, kills one of their elite witch sisters, Mother Talzin completely retreats, the Night Sisters lose. They are totally genocided and exterminated by the Separatists, and it is hardcore. Ventress completely loses, and she's alone once again. Mother Talzin pretty much nopes out, and Ventress lost everything, lost her family, lost her life, and she is a complete outcast. And in the next episode, which I guess might count as this one, she becomes a bounty hunter. She teams up with Boba Fett, and Ventress uses her skills, and we find out there are noble and good side to Ventress too. She can be nice, she can be a hero. Ventress becomes a morally gray character from this point onward. Oh, you didn't like the Mortis arc that much? I did. I see it on D tier. Yeah, unfortunately, Bodhi, the Mortis arc retroactively got worse thanks to Disney. We're on the Night Sister Massacre arc where Ventress lost her family, Bodhi. Okay. Clancy Brown was Mr. Freeze from the Batman 2005. Yeah, pretty cool voice, but not good character. If there's one Night Sister that's awesome in Star Wars, it's Merrin from Jedi Fallen Order Survivor. Back, sorry that took me so long, I ended up passing out while I was AFK. Bye, hi Emily, glad you came back. We're on the Night Sister Massacre now. Got through a lot, only a few left, but yeah, we're making pretty good progress. So, the Night Sisters are all genocided, but don't worry, Dave Filoni will retcon that some of them are still alive, including Claudia Black, who played one of the witches. Apparently the witches team up with Admiral Thrawn in the Ahsoka show. Yeah, don't ask, it is stupid. But yeah, the Night Sisters are pretty much dead in the series, and Ventress finds a new career in bounty hunting. She teams up with Boba Fett's posse, and we get to see a noble side to Ventress. She finds out that they're escorting a prison girl to become a wife for this creepy pedo king. Ventress has a change of heart and helps liberate the girl and stabs Boba in the back, but she's living life as a bounty hunter now, and we get a pseudo-redemption arc for Ventress, at least the start of one, at the end of the Night Sister Massacre. Ventress becomes a full-blown bounty hunter, and is completely on her own as a freelance anti-villain. Ventress was done dirty, as hot as she was in the Filoniverse, fully agree. Like, who is the Night Sisters? Like, they're twin sisters. The Night Sisters are basically a cult. They're all these women who are witch warriors, and they call themselves Night Sisters because they're magic witch warriors. They're like, they consider themselves a family, but it's more so a cult. Yeah, this one will put on S tier because it actually made Asajj Ventress an interesting character, and I really like Ventress in this arc, so it's going on to S tier. Ooh, next let's do Jedi Crash with my Star Wars girl, Aayla Secura. Yeah, my bias is showing because this one's going on to S for sure. We will put it behind Darth Maul because it's not that high, but I love this episode because Aayla Secura is one of my favorite Star Wars characters. She pretty much booted Ahsoka as my Star Wars crush. Not only is Aayla Secura so hot and sexy, but she's also kick-ass and a pretty cool character. So, Anakin and Ahsoka save Aayla Secura when she's attacked by Separatists. However, during the fight, they get stranded on an alien planet populated by the Lurmen, these weird Zaboomafoo-looking people. They're these weird lemur aliens, the Lurmen, and we find out the Lurmen are pacifists. They don't want any part in the war. However, it leads to kind of a culture clash because the Republic heroes are here and trying to convince them to help. Anakin was critically injured in the battle, and I like Aayla Secura as a mentor towards Ahsoka much more than Luminara. For one big difference, Aayla Secura is actually compassionate and caring, whereas Luminara is always up on her high horse talking down to Ahsoka. Here, Aayla Secura actually opens up and relates to Ahsoka. She pretty much very serious, stern teacher telling Ahsoka she has to listen to her, she has to do as she commands. However, Aayla actually opens up and reveals more of her persona. We see a softer side to the Jedi, and I really love Aayla. She's my Star Wars crush, not just because she's hot, but because she's actually a pretty profound character. Aayla teaches Ahsoka that you have to look at the bigger picture. There's more going on. You want your master to recover, but we have to leave him to go find help. You want these people to help you, but judging them on their ways is not helping, and gives Ahsoka a lot more good lessons and teaches Tano to become kind of independent. That's kind of why I like Aayla Secura, and she does have a philosophical debate with the Lurmen about the war. She proclaims that the Jedi want to end the war, that's why they're considered peaceful warriors, but the Lurmen are pacifists that believe war is only causing violence and the Jedi are hypocrites, leading to a lot of interesting discussion between the two. Sorry, I catch them on comments. Dathomirians is the name of Ventress and Maul's race. Okay, thank you, Bodhi. The word you're looking for is coven. Okay, coven of witches. I consider them more of a cult because those cross the same. Was about to say those games are actually great games, Emily. Hey, Emily, glad you can make it. Fuck yeah, the Night Sisters are awesome. Would love to see them explored more in Force Unleashed characters, action-style video games. None of the Souls-like dark-charted crap. JK, the Jedi games are okay. Okay, a coven of witches. My mistake. I am talking about like 100 episodes. So the Daughters of Aku. Yeah, kind of that way, Akira. What do you think of the upcoming Maul project coming out for next year involving Darth Talon? I do not trust Disney. Darth Talon is not going to be a hot, sexy femme fatale. They're probably going to make her ugly and cover her up, and Darth Maul coming back has long overstayed its welcome. I do not trust Disney with future Star Wars projects, so I think we're in for a bad egg. Vagina games are good, but for some, at least one is still doing circles. Or some, at least two was trash, but a third one, especially in the post-platinum world, or post-platinum world, could be perfection. Yeah, this is a great Aayla Secura and Ahsoka Forced episode. Thank you, Shadowlink. How about a tier list of Samurai Jack episodes? I'd have to rewatch them all. I haven't seen the original show in a while. Personally, I'm interested in the Darth Maul show. Friend of a friend of mine actually got to go to Disney thing where it got announced because she's a model influencer. That was supposed to say the Jedi games, not vagina games, lol. Emily, you gotta fix that. So, I love Ayla Secura, my Star Wars crush. She did boot Ahsoka because she's a lot cooler as a character. Yeah, I know she's dead, but guess what? So is Ahsoka by the time of episode 9. So, really like her style of teaching. She is a much better guide for Ahsoka, and she actually gets along well with Anakin. Yeah, imagine that, a Jedi who actually is friends with Anakin and Ahsoka. That kind of made her a lot more likable. So, the planet is eventually invaded by this evil separatist general played by George Takei of all people. Yeah, Sulu is on Star Wars. George Takei is this evil alien who's testing his weapon, and he wants to use the Lurmen as test subjects. The Lurmen are pacifists, so they put up no resistance, but the Jedi can't leave these people to die. So the Jedi decide to fight and defend the Lurmen from his evil life-evaporating nuke, and it leads to a kick-ass fight sequence. The Lurmen eventually decide to get involved in this war because they don't have to fight the battle, but they have to defend themselves. The Lurmen eventually break their tradition, and they help the Jedi defeat the evil George Takei and destroy his evil nuclear weapon. Pretty kick-ass fight scenes, a lot of fun action. Ayla Secura got a lot more personality in this, and Anakin and Ahsoka's relationship got so much better. It was definitely an Ahsoka-heavy two-parter too, because Ahsoka grows up somewhat. So, Jedi Crash, I think it's an S tier episode. One of the best of season 1. It's going up high. Really like it, and yes, Ayla Secura definitely helped raise it up to the gold standard. I really love Jedi Crash. It's gone on to S tier. It is one of the best of season 1. They're gonna ruin Talon visually and in character. That's my girl. I agree, Bodhi. I don't trust Disney handling Darth Talon. What do you think of Ayla Secura in the 2003 series for as brief as she was in the show? Yeah, she was still hot. I do like that she was badass enough to fight General Grievous and survive his thrashing, but that's about it. She's a background character again in Tartakovsky Clone Wars. Really shocked that Shaak Ti got a lot more focus. You'd think Ayla and Shaak Ti would have double teamed him, but no. Jedi Crash, the superior Ayla Secura story. Yeah, I like it. Got a ton more episodes left. Alright, let's knock off the Disappeared. This is one of the Lost missions, and tragically also going on to E. So, have you guys wondered where Mace Windu and Jar Jar have been? How would you like an adventure where Mace Windu and Jar Jar Binks team up to find missing people and fight Darth Maul's mom, Mother Talzin? Yeah, this is a really clunky mess of an episode. We find out this entire village has been abducted, and it was Mother Talzin of the Night Sisters. This is where she's been. She's basically kidnapping villagers for her evil witch deeds and witch sacrifices, and it leads to a odd couple team up with Mace Windu and Jar Jar Binks teaming up to fight Mother Talzin of all villains, and yeah, it is a very weird two-parter. Honestly, I kind of forget this episode even exists. It is not very eventful. It is a total filler episode, and it feels like they wanted to have Mace Windu do a lot more in the Clone Wars, but seeing him and Jar Jar team up to fight Mother Talzin is kind of out there even for a Star Wars show. I don't even remember this one. Yeah, it is kind of forgettable. Agree, Bodhi. Highly recommend the Darth Talon versus Darth Maul fan-made face-off, where she licks the saber. Yeah, Darth Talon is hot. Evil Ayla Secura. Darth Maul has a mom? Yeah, Mother Talzin is basically Darth Maul and Savage Opress's mother. And Mother Talzin is voiced by Rita Repulsa, if you weren't here to hear me say that. It is pretty funny hearing the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger villainess Rita Repulsa in Star Wars, basically playing another evil witch in a goofy outfit. Really liked her voice too, but this one, it is a total filler episode, a weird buddy cop episode of Mace Windu and Jar Jar Binks. It's going on to E, it's just kind of forgettable and a pretty lame team up if you ask me. Sorry, trying to stay refreshed. Alright, let's talk about a good one. The Battle of Mon Calamari. This one, going on to S tier. I really liked it. This is the underwater war from the Tartakovsky Clone Wars. If you don't remember, Kit Fisto fought on Mon Cala in a cool underwater war, and basically Filoni decided to expand that into a story arc. We're back in an underwater fight between the clones and the Mon Cala people and battle droids, and really like it. It is one of the best world building episodes and one of the most creative premises for Clone Wars. The cast is fighting bad guys underwater. There's this evil shark general, Riff Tamson, who is a pretty cool and scary villain. Tamson comes in and they're basically trying to annex Mon Cala. The planet is shared by two water races. Admiral Akbar is in this. He's Captain Akbar, and really fun. I really love seeing Admiral Akbar when he was younger in the early days of war. Captain Akbar and this royal prince are trying to save their rule and become a peaceful kingdom again. However, as you can guess, the separatists are invading. Riff Tamson, this evil shark general, is fighting them for the crown, leading to a cool underwater skirmish, and it is fun. Prince Lee Char, smile, you son of a... Yeah, Riff Tamson dies like the Jaws shark. They attach a bomb to his face, and Captain Akbar and the prince basically have to snipe the bomb attached to him and kill him Jaws style. We even see the general's jaws go flying out. Pretty kick-ass. Also, seeing Ahsoka in a swimsuit is pretty cool. Kit Fisto also comes back, voiced by Phil LaMarr again, and really love that they actually expanded upon the Tartakovsky underwater fight, because that was one of the highlights of the 2D Clone Wars. This one, it is fun. It's a cool underwater war. Get to see the cast actually struggle with like basically breathing underwater if their suits get compromised. See those jet clone troopers, see underwater droids, giant jumbo jellyfish, and even Admiral Akbar is in here kicking ass, so who doesn't love this one? Smile, you son of a... Yeah, the shark general goes out like the Jaw shark. This one, it is S tier. It is a cool, kick-ass premise, and one of the funnest wars ever. I love the water war on the 2D Clone Wars, and I still love it here on the 3D Clone Wars. Going on to S tier. It's a real whale of a tale. Alright, making good progress. Alright, let's do the Duel of Droids. I know. This one going on to B. So, I do like parts of this episode, but there are parts where the fandom understandably considers stupid. Duel of the Droids, if you don't remember, is the episode where Anakin loses R2. During a space fight, R2 gets lost, Anakin's fighter is destroyed, and R2 is lost, and Anakin and Ahsoka go on a rescue mission to search and find him. And Anakin has a lot of attachment to R2. He convinces the Jedi to let him find him because R2 has intel on the war, which Anakin did not memory wipe because R2 is his total bro. And basically, it's a rescue mission to find R2-D2. So, there are some fun moments in here. Ron Perlman plays this creepy junkyard man. General Grievous is the main villain of this arc. They find out R2's on a spy station. Grievous gets his claws on R2 and plans to hack into him to find intel that they can use to win the war. However, Anakin, Ahsoka, Captain Rex, and some of the 501st troops infiltrate the spy station, leading to a cool giant tower battle. I mean, we all know R2 will be found, so kind of loses the suspense. Yeah, I agree. Riff Tamson is pretty intimidating in this arc as well. Fully agree, Riff Tamson was a cool filler villain. Wish we got more evil aliens like him. So, Duel of the Droids has a lot of flaws, namely, we know R2's gonna be alright, we know they're gonna find him. Ahsoka actually tries replacing R2 with R3, the gold droid. He's a gold droid for a gold leader of Gold Squadron. Yeah, Ahsoka kind of in a bitch move wants to replace R2 with a high-end model, and Completely out of nowhere, the gold droid is actually a spy planted by the Separatists to sabotage and kill Anakin Skywalker. Yeah, somehow Goldie is an evil droid working for General Grievous and was miraculously planted exactly on his squadron to try and kill Anakin and his friends. Goldie was basically sabotaging them and their efforts to save R2 the whole time, and it gets to this funny fight scene between R2 and R3 on the bridge, and yeah, it is kind of goofy. And you know what else is goofy? Ahsoka taking on General Grievous. During their infiltration on the spy station, Ahsoka finds out Goldie was the spy, and she gets into a one-on-one duel with Grievous. She does save Captain Rex, so that was good, but General Grievous is struggling to kill a teenage girl, and yeah, this really began the nerfing of Grievous. Grievous, the same guy who kicked ass in the Tartakovsky Clone Wars and gave Shaak Ti PTSD, is struggling to kill a teenage girl. He can't kill a 16-year-old girl, and Ahsoka is outsmarting him and barely escaping him, and Grievous can't even scare her. That is how lame Grievous has become. Yeah, Ahsoka manages to escape Grievous's grasp, and R2 and Goldie have that fight on the bridge. It is kind of funny. If to watch this episode, watch it for that. R2 gets revenge and kills Goldie, sending him falling to his death and getting killed by debris. And Anakin reveals that he loves R2 like a friend, and they team up, destroy the spy station, and win in the end. And Obi-Wan's completely baffled why he loves R2, which makes even less sense when you know in Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan and R2 are friends. Just like the Indoraptor, similar to with the fat Trandosian's death. There's your bonus. The most childish Ahsoka's ever been with her obsession with Goldie. Yeah, I agree. Ahsoka was kind of mean and immature in this one. Like, do we count Phineas and Ferb in the Star Wars crossover? No, we do not. So the I can't kill a girl trope, yeah, that kind of comes into play. The Duel of the Droids is very flawed. I do think it has a lot of funny moments, but it is definitely a B-tier story, and the start of Grievous becoming worse, and the start of Ahsoka getting a lot of favoritism, which got worse all the way up to current day Disney Star Wars. But hey, it's more watchable than these arcs. Okay, let's talk about something good. Obi-Wan undercover. So, Obi-Wan dies! But not really, because we know he's alive. Obi-Wan gets assassinated by a bounty hunter named Rako Hardeen, and we find out this was a secret undercover mission where Obi-Wan faked his death and posed as the bounty hunter Rako Hardeen to infiltrate basically Cad Bane and Moralo Evol's inner circle to find out intel on them and foil a separatist plot. Obi-Wan gets his face off, basically. It is kind of like Face Off. Obi-Wan gets plastic surgery, gets a voice modulator, and pretends he's dead and posing as the bounty hunter who killed him, where Obi-Wan meets Moralo Evol in prison and works with Cad Bane. Cad Bane returns, and he's sort of the antagonist in this arc. Rako Hardeen, Moralo Evol, and Cad Bane all become cellmates and basically stage a prison break where Obi-Wan must remain undercover and find out what they're up to. And this one, actually going on to S tier. I did really like it. We'll put it above Ahsoka Lost, but under the Slavers arc. Yeah, we know he's alive until A New Hope. At least they tried making R2 more badass with Duel of the Droids. Yeah, they tried. It was admittedly much better than D-Squad, but yeah. So, I actually really liked Obi-Wan going undercover. It is a total homage to Face Off. Obi-Wan has to pretend he's a criminal bounty hunter. More of Cad Bane being badass. Moralo Evol's honestly a pretty funny filler villain. He, thinks he's better than he is. He's working with Count Dooku on some secret separatist project, and it's why Obi-Wan's undercover helping him, because he's trying to get close enough to find out what the job is, and what this ultimate separatist scheme is. It is the assassination of Chancellor Palpatine. Basically, Count Dooku is kind of doing a power pull. He wants Palpatine killed and makes it look like bounty hunters did the job for him. Count Dooku is actually going to betray Chancellor Palpatine, but Obi-Wan is going to foil this scheme and he finds out that he has to save him. I love the box, the weird saw death trap that Moralo Eval built, basically to test the bounty hunters and see who's the most badass of them all to be the leader of this assassination mission. The food tastes terrible. Maybe you'll taste better. This guy's crazy. Sorry, just playing with my food. Yeah, Obi-Wan, pretty cool. I like how dark this art goes. So more of Cad Bane's always a plus. I love the weird jigsaw death trap box they're in. Obi-Wan proves himself a smart warrior. Cad Bane proves to be badass. And there's this hilariously ironic, odd friendship between Reiko and Cad Bane. Obi-Wan actually gains Cad Bane's trust. Moralo Eval likes him at first, but then grows jealous because Eval wanted to be the leader of the assassination mission, and he's getting outclassed by these badass bounty hunters. We get a cool kick-ass fight scene between them. They survive the box. Some of the bounty hunters are killed. Oh, by the way, Embo also comes back, voiced by Dave Filoni. Yeah, Embo's one of the bounty hunters. We meet a whole bunch of cool OCs. And they succeed at the box. They go to assassinate Palpatine. However, they're foiled because Count Dooku realized that Reiko Hardeen is Obi-Wan because he planned like this listening device on his assassin sniper gun, and he finds out that Reiko Hardeen is Kenobi. The assassination attempt is foiled, and Count Dooku tries to kill Anakin and Obi-Wan in one last-ditch effort to murder Chancellor Palpatine. I believe he tries to pretend he's going to abduct him, but Palpatine's no fool. We get hints of Palpatine grooming Anakin some more, and basically the big thing of this plot, it starts the distrust between Anakin and Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan faked his death, and Anakin and Ahsoka were completely locked out of the loop. Anakin is angsting about Obi-Wan being dead. We see Anakin actually cared about Obi-Wan all along. He wants to avenge his death, and he finds out that Obi-Wan is Reiko Hardeen, and they've been lying to him this whole time, and it starts the distrust and seeds of doubt in their friendship. He can't trust Obi-Wan, and he's pissed off that the Council hid this from him. And yeah, the Council is kind of in the wrong, and they're shown in the wrong on this episode because they did manipulate Skywalker's feelings. They didn't tell him anything. And yeah, it's the start of Obi-Wan and Anakin not liking each other, leading to their tragic fight and eventual breakup in Revenge of the Sith. The box was a pretty cool episode. Fully agree, Bodhi. Fully agree. Would have loved to see another face-off with Cad and Obi-Wan in the live-action series. Yeah, that would have been cool. But instead, we have some annoying bitch named Reva fight Obi-Wan. But yeah, Obi-Wan Undercover, it is an S-tier story arc. Much better than I thought it was gonna be. So it's going on S-tier. Truly the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. Okay, Sphere of Influence. I remember this one. This is where the senator is, like, looking for his two daughters. Senator Chuchi comes back, and she works with Ahsoka. Sphere of Influence, I will put on to B. Yeah, I'll put on B. Once again, it's another politics episode. Believe it or not, Greedo is actually in this episode. We see a young teenage Greedo doing his first amateur bounty hunter job. Greedo abducted the senator's daughters and is trying to extort money out of them. Greedo is working for the Separatists. However, he did it behind Jabba the Hutt's back. And basically, this senator guy who looks exactly like George Lucas and his son Seth Green go on a wacky adventure where they go try to find and save their daughters. The daughters have been taken to two different areas. One, the father and son are looking into, and one, Ahsoka and Senator Chuchi are looking into. It's honestly a pretty fun filler episode, and we see Greedo is kind of the main villain. Greedo is the bounty hunter who kidnapped them, and discount George Lucas fights Greedo. It is pretty hilarious seeing Greedo as this newbie bounty hunter. Tom Kenny voices Greedo if you're curious, though I found it weird that he's able to speak English, yet in A New Hope he doesn't for some reason. When some good animation action, highly recommend the YouTube channel. Hello there for a Clone Wars version of the Battle of the Heroes. Pretty awesome material. Okay, I might look into it. So, this one's pretty fun filler episode, not gonna lie. The father and son duo kick ass. They find one of the daughters, and Ahsoka and Senator Chuchi manage to rescue the other daughter who's being held on this blockade ship. One of the separatist ships is holding her, and Ahsoka basically saves her, and they blackmail him and threaten him, and easily, like, she negotiates her way out. Senator Chuchi actually gets a kick-ass moment in this, so I do like seeing more of Jennifer Hale. Yeah, we'll put this one up on B. Pretty good. He is George Lucas. He played that exact senator in Revenge of the Sith as a cameo. Okay, that is George Lucas in the live-action movies. I'm kind of shocked they didn't get George Lucas to voice him, but I guess he didn't have much faith in his voice acting. Also, the chairman, Papa Noida, makes a cameo in Revenge of the Sith as the opera scene. And yes, is played by George Lucas. Yeah, this guy, I think that's why they made this guy the star of the episode, because they basically took a guy who was George Lucas cameoing in the background and gave him a full-blown episode so you would notice George Lucas's cameo in the actual prequels. So I thought Greedo shot first. Okay, just catch them on comments. Yeah, Sphere of Influence, I think it's a fun filler episode. Not a must-watch, but a pretty fun episode, and Tom Kenny as Greedo is definitely a plus. Alright, just checking what we have left. I guess we'll do the Zillo Beast. Yeah, Star Wars does a kaiju movie. The Zillo Beast going on to A. I really enjoyed this episode. Part 1's a bit slow. Part 2, where it's rampaging on Coruscant, easily the best. The Zillo Beast is basically this giant indestructible kaiju monster with scales that can deflect blaster fire, lasers, and even lightsabers. It's immune to pain. During a routine test on one of the Sebulba's planet, basically they accidentally awaken this giant monster with their experimental nuke, the Zillo Beast. This giant, basically dinosaurs like Godzilla, an evil kaiju that goes on a rampage. The Zillo Beast is pissed off, and it leads to a debate on what to do. One half wants to kill the Zillo Beast, one half wants to preserve it, help it, like, basically escort it to a safe zone, like an animal sanctuary. Mace Windu wants to save it because the Jedi value life. They fight the Zillo Beast. They're able to knock it out. It turns out the Zillo Beast does have one weakness, this poisonous fuel, like this fuel that keeps it knocked out and is fully capable of killing it. The Zillo Beast is not immune to this weird fuel chemical, and they use this to knock its ass out, but they take it back to Coruscant, and like idiots, they accidentally lose control of it, and it goes on a good old-fashioned King Kong rampage. Sorry, just reading comments. The Zillo Beast, the fun part is in the second part. The Zillo Beast wakes up and goes on a rampage across Coruscant. Chancellor Palpatine wants to kill it and use its scales for weapons. It's implied the Zillo Beast scales are what'll make indestructible armor. I believe they use the scales for Captain Phasma's armor in the sequel trilogy, but nothing's been confirmed or denied on that. Get to see my lovely girl Aayla Secura and Yoda kick ass. They tried to conquer the Zillo Beast. They realize they don't have much of an effect on it. And hilariously, what makes this episode so good, the Zillo Beast tries to kill Palpatine. Palpatine tried to order its death, and the animal shows it's smarter than it thinks, and it tries to kill the Emperor, and it leads to a hilarious chase scene where basically Palpatine is completely helpless and his life is endangered thanks to this beast being indestructible and nearly coming for him, and that made it so darn entertaining. So, tragically, it ends on kind of a downer ending. The Emperor, of course, survives because, you know, he's protected by plot armor, and the Zillo Beast has to be killed. They use the fuel and convert it into a poisonous bioweapon, which kills it. It was beauty which killed the beast. The Zillo Beast tragically dies being poisoned to death. We get a cool shot of the Jedi using the Force to repel the toxic gas away from everyone. Really nice action scene. I like this episode. The Zillo Beast dies, and we end on a twist ending where Palpatine wants to clone the Zillo Beast. Spoilers, this is never followed up on, which is why it's dropped down a grade. Yeah, the Zillo Beast was going to be cloned, and Palpatine was going to raise his own, but it never came back up. I don't even think Disney has addressed this in their sequel crap. But yeah, Zillo Beast, it is an awesome arc. The Zillo Beast arc is a decent nod to Godzilla films. Yeah, that's what I kind of got from that too. Love this arc, Major Gojira vibes. Nicely done homaging it. Fully agree, the Zillo Beast arc is pure fun. So I just catch up on comments. George Liz's character cameos amongst the crowd of aliens at the Opera House that Anakin and Palpatine chat in, and the Darth Plagueis scene. Okay, he is there. Also, spoilers, lads, Rozzy comes back in the Tales of the Underworld, and for some reason, like foot fetish done by Quentin Tarantino, shows off her 3-toed feet. Ew. About on par with Daphne from HBO's Velma. Love this arc, Major Godzilla vibes. Yep. Well, McDonald's brought it in the chicken strips back. Yeah, Zillo Beast, it's an homage to Japanese kaiju movies, and a pretty fun one. It is cool seeing Star Wars fighting a giant monster. I just wish the cloning the Zillo Beast subplot was ever followed up on, but we'll put this one on A. It is awesome. And my girl Ayla Secura is in it with Yoda kicking ass, so those two definitely raised it very high. We'll put it on A because the Zillo Beast is awesome. Alright, gotta use the restroom, but only got a few left. You guys cast your vote on what you want to see next. I'll be right back. Alright, the cat awakens. What did you guys vote for? Pretty much the Zillo Beast in a way kind of sensed that Palpatine was evil. Yeah, well, he also did overhear him saying that they should kill it and put it down. Yep, Zillo Beast was a nod to Godzilla films. Zillo Beast didn't get sued by Toho. Well, it's an alien that doesn't look like Godzilla. The Umbra arc, Lee from The Walking Dead for the win. The Citadel, okay. Alright, we'll talk about it. The Umbra arc, with General Pong Krell, voiced by Lee Everett from The Walking Dead. Yeah, it really blew my mind as a kitten, hearing Lee Everett voice a corrupt Jedi. Battle of Umbra going on to S tier. This actually might be the #1 episode. Finally, an episode that's once again entirely on the clones. We get a Captain Rex and Fives story arc. So, this is the invasion of Umbra. Umbra is this dark, foggy shadow world that basically the clones are trying to liberate from these evil terrorists. They're actually not fighting battle droids for once. They're fighting these weird, creepy gas mask looking guys who are trying to basically take over the planet. They're kind of like the Viet Cong of Star Wars. They're fighting on this creepy, foggy jungle world, and Anakin is called away, meaning Captain Rex and his troops have to serve this new Jedi General, General Pong Krell, this creepy forearms-looking Jedi with a bunch of double-bladed lightsabers, played by Dave Fennoy, who played Lee Everett from The Walking Dead. He uses the exact same voice he does for Evil Lee, so yeah. Pong Krell is this well-respected general amongst the Jedi. However, he is a total racist towards clones and a completely corrupt evil bastard. Pong Krell has actually fallen to the dark side and wants to join forces with Dooku and is secretly sabotaging the Republic side. Krell hates clones. He uses them as cannon fodder, and he's basically purposefully losing them and wasting their lives, and it's all about the clones standing up for themselves. Captain Rex listens to him for the first half. Fives very clearly realizes that Pong Krell is an incompetent jackass and convinces the clones to basically go out on their own, think independently, and the clones get an arc where they turn against the Jedi, and ironically, the Jedi actually is evil in this arc, and the clones are right to kill him. Yeah, this was a good one. Siege of Mandalore / Order 66 should be last. Okay. Since that's the ending of Clone Wars, let's do another big one, Ahsoka's Framed. Alright, we'll do that one after, maybe the Citadel. Here I thought it was the voice actor for Bulkhead from Transformers Prime. Yeah, Kevin Michael Richardson does kind of sound like him. Same species as Dexter Jettster from Attack of the Clones with that restaurant scene with Obi-Wan. Yeah, they are the same species. I guess they wanted to show all the prequel races at some point. So, Battle of Umbra, hardcore war story. The clones are getting massacred. There's a lot of violent tension, a lot of great scenes, a lot of casualties. Fives almost gets executed in this episode. Don't worry, he survives because he'll die later in the conspiracy. Captain Rex actually gets a very great character arc where he's standing up for himself, and we see a lot more of Rex's persona in this. Pong Krell, phenomenal twist villain. You do not think he's a bad guy. You think he's gonna be like a Sentinel Prime character at first, but no, he actually is a badass. He actually is lethal, and his incompetence was all just an act. He was faking being an incompetent general the whole time and was doing it on purpose. He's self-sabotaging the Republic because he wants to basically simp for Count Dooku and become his new right-hand man. Pong Krell has given up on the Jedi Order and senses that things are going to change, i.e. foreshadowing Revenge of the Sith. And Krell is basically screwing the clones over. He's a complete racist dickhead towards them. The clones stand up for himself. One of the characters, Dogma, is basically a total sympathizer for Krell. He's sucking up to him, defending him, finds out that he's completely wrong and Krell was an evil douchebag this whole time, leading to him actually executing Pong Krell in the finale. So, this one, it is very cool. It is savage. It is hardcore. It is one of the darkest arcs, and it pretty much solidified that the clones were some of the best characters in the Clone Wars. Battle of Umbra, all-time S tier. This might be my #1 favorite. That's how good it is. Dexter Jettster, if the Geonosis arc was D-Day, this is like what the soldiers with the Vietnam. Yeah, definitely kind of a Vietnam-esque war. One of my personal favorite arcs. Yeah, Battle of Umbra, going on to S tier. It is kick-ass. This is peak Clone Wars for sure. I tried convincing my brother Wolf to review it, but time will tell if we actually go through with it. But for now, it is #1 on this list. We'll see if it can be dethroned by these later ones. Okay, Akira wanted the Citadel, so we'll knock this one out. Citadel actually also going on to S tier. Yep, I really loved it. We'll put it under the Slavers arc, but above the Undercover arc. The Citadel, this is basically a prison break episode where the Republic has to break into the Alcatraz of the Separatists. This super duper huge, impossible to escape from super prison. Jedi character Ivan Peel and Captain Tarkin, yes, as in Grand Moff Tarkin, are both captured by the Separatists and are held in this impenetrable prison. Both Yvonne Peel and Captain Tarkin have intel the Separatists need that will change the tide of the war, leading to a prison break episode. Obi-Wan, Anakin, Ahsoka who sneaks aboard, Captain Rex, Captain Cody, and even Fives all infiltrate this prison, leading to one of the best and most intense story arcs ever. They break into this hellhole prison, fight this corrupt Christopher Walken alien warden guy, and try to rescue the prisoners. We meet Yvonne Peel, and Captain Tarkin is introduced in this arc, the man who will be the leader of the Death Star one day, the guy who will destroy Alderaan. Introduction to Tarkin, Captain Tarkin, and I really love it. Love the prison. It is kind of another Saw-esque kind of episode where the prison has death traps. The warden, this Christopher Walken-like warden, is controlling everything from his main room, trying to prevent them from escaping. And a lot of casualties in this episode. Yvonne Peel does not make it. He is killed by a vicious alien guard dog. Some of the clones die horribly. There is a graphic death where a clone is sliced in half in the vent shaft. Yeah, you don't see it, but you hear it and put together the images, and the fact that we hear his screams of anguish before it cuts away, very horrifying. And Captain Tarkin almost dies, but because we know he's going to be in A New Hope, Ahsoka saves him. Yvonne Peel dies. Echo dies. Spoilers, he did not. He came back later, but Echo being killed off was kind of a surprise for me. That blew my mind as a kitten that, yeah, the main characters weren't even safe. So yeah, they fight on Alcatraz. They barely escape. They end up needing Plo Koon for help because this prison is so impenetrable. The Christopher Walken alien slowly goes more and more insane. He's executing prisoners, defying Count Dooku, leading to one of the most intense prison breaks ever. It is a fun story arc, very dark, and once again, Ahsoka and Anakin kind of grow up. We see Ahsoka learning that she shouldn't have stowed away, but atoning for her misdeeds. Ahsoka actually does come in use helping them. Echo dies, it changes Fives' character forever, and we see hints of Anakin and Tarkin forming an odd friendship, foreshadowing their working relationship in episode 4. I do like that they made him really look like Peter Cushing. He looked a lot more better as Cushing than the Rogue One deepfake. We'll put it at that. O.C. Sobek looks like that worm from Corpse Bride. Yeah, that was his name, Sobek. Why Wolf isn't here in the stream? I wanted Wolf to join us, but Wolf's busy hanging out with friends. Yeah, Wolf has a life, so Wolf isn't here right now, but I think he'd agree that this is S tier. Wilf Tarkin is probably the only character besides Yoda who remained the exact same up to their deaths. Yeah, personality-wise, we meet Captain Tarkin, and Tarkin does not like the Jedi. We get hints that he wants order, that he wants a benevolent dictator, believes that the Jedi are hypocrites and outdated and useless, which makes sense if you watch Episode 4, basically becoming the character we know too well in the movies. I thought it was pretty fun seeing Captain Tarkin early on. Citadel, it is an awesome story arc. Prison Break story arc with Star Wars characters. A lot of death, violence, destruction, and kick-ass storytelling. It definitely earned its high reputation as an S-tier Star Wars masterpiece. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering, they do escape the prison. Most of the main characters live, because we know Tarkin was gonna live. He's in episode 4. Alright, so let's knock off some of the other stories. The Mandalore plot, the introduction of the Death Watch. This one will go on to A. I'll put it above the Shadow Virus, but kind of under ambush. So, we finally meet Mandalore. For those of you who don't know, Mandalore is a big deal in the Star Wars universe, so much that it got a show following a guy named the Mandalorian. Dave Filoni is a huge fan of The Mandalore from all the Star Wars Expanded Universe books, and this was his way of kind of introducing that to newer and younger viewers. Obi-Wan visits Mandalore and he wants to convince Duchess Satine to help back up the Republic, but Duchess Satine wants a pacifist utopia. She does not want to get involved in the war, but we find out there's people stirring up chaos on Mandalore, the Death Watch. Evil Mandalorian warriors led by Jon Favreau who want to depose of Duchess Satine and take Mandalore back to its grassroots as proud warrior race guys. And we meet Jon Favreau as Pre Vizsla, the father of Satine from Rebels, I believe. Yeah, basically, Jon Favreau's the evil leader. We find out he's actually a senator working for Mandalore until his identity is exposed and he reveals himself as a Mandalorian warrior in Death Watch armor. They try to take out Duchess Satine for multi-parts, and Duchess Satine never lets fear compromise who she is. We meet Obi-Wan's ex-girlfriend Satine, find out a lot more about Kenobi. He gets character depth. He and Satine used to have a romance together. They were once lovers until Obi-Wan left to join the Jedi Order. I think this confirms that Obi-Wan was born on Mandalore, meaning he should be a Mandalorian too, but yeah. And basically they have to stop the Death Watch and foil their murder attempts, which they do because Duchess Satine lives all the way until Darth Maul kills her. And even after saving him, Tarkin still throws Ahsoka under the bus. Yeah, dick move. The only Jedi he admired were Anakin and Ivan Peel. Yeah, he respected them. Ivan Peel was cool. His death was actually sad. Though, F you, Tarkin, for backstabbing Ahsoka and ordering her to get the death penalty. When would Wolf do a solo tier list stream? That depends on what Wolf wants to do. Wolf, I'm trying to convince to do more, but he's kind of busy lately. Here's to hoping that maybe in Season 2 for Kenobi, we get to see the backstory of Obi-Wan meeting Satine. Highly doubt it, but hey, I can hope and dream. Yeah, that would be a pretty interesting story, but why do that when we could watch The Acolyte? Filoni stayed mostly truthful to the Mandalore lore, but left some important stuff out. Okay, he was faithful to it. Okay, so Filoni used to be a good Star Wars creator. I loved his tributes and homages. He's clearly a fan. Unfortunately, as time went on, he started injecting a lot of his personal stuff into it, and it made it a lot worse. Filoni has been bad at continuity, even on the good Clone Wars, and it just got worse when he was put off the leash. Anyways, Mandalore plot is pretty awesome. I'll put it on A tier. Love the introduction to Mandalore, and Star Wars would never let go of Mandalore all the way to the present day. Speaking of which, Mandalore corruption. So, I like this one too. This one actually going up on A, but it's going under Gendy's Clone Wars. This is basically, we find out Duchess Satine's perfect pacifist utopia is a lie. It is not perfect. There's corruption in the government. And I really like this one because it teaches kids about dirty politics, corruption, government officials being bought off, turning a blind eye to evil deeds happening. Even higher up politicians are doing sketchy, sus things behind the scenes. And yeah, basically Duchess Satine finds out that there are evil people in her government, that her school is making deals with drug dealers, that her own senator right-hand man does not care about the common people, that one of her own friends tried to have her assassinated. It is exposing that Mandalore is not the peaceful utopia Duchess Satine thought it was. And we get more of an understanding of the Duchess through this. We see her work with Padme, work with Ahsoka. We see Duchess Satine's nephew going on kid adventures. They expose that one of the ambassadors is actually an evil bad guy trying to kill Duchess Satine. What was his name? The weird magistrate looking guy, but yeah, it turns out there's corruption in the Mandalore government, and to achieve this pacifist utopia, a lot of shady things are happening behind the scenes, and that really shined a light and humanized the Mandalorian race a lot better than the first plot did. This one I think is pretty awesome. Duchess Satine actually becomes more likable in this arc. She's not stiff, upper lip, mean-spirited. She actually cares about her people. So this one definitely much needed to help shape Satine into a better character and showing you that Mandalore is not the perfect place it pretended to be. I'm the government, I'm the government, I'm the government, I'm the government, I'm the reason nothing works. Chaos even in paradise, if you will. Yeah, that is the main appeal of the Mandalorian corruption. Really like that one. Though it was kind of weird hearing Greg Proops, a stand-up comedian, as an evil senator. Like any horror reviews that isn't Goosebumps or The Twilight Zone. Tales from the Dark Side was on the table, but that one I kind of have to work around a lot more. Do have a horror-related video coming up soon, so I hope you guys check that one out. Yeah, this one going on to A. Alright, let's get our last short episode out of the way. Lethal Trackdown. It hurts to put Ahsoka down so low, but she's going on to B. This is the return of Aurra Sing, and this one was kind of a very weird filler episode. It's Ahsoka's final days as a youngling, and Ahsoka has psychic Jedi visions where she finds out Aurra Sing is alive and she's going to assassinate Padme. And Ahsoka is trying to find out what's happening, trusting her instincts, and trying to foil Aurra Sing's assassination attempt. Aurra Sing did not die at the end of Boba Fett's arc. She is back, and she was paid by Zero the Hutt to assassinate Padme. And Ahsoka basically goes on her own solo mission again, fighting Aurra Sing, and I think it was just a big excuse to have sexy girls fighting and kicking ass. So evil democracy. More so evil government in general. Yes, Sing comes back after a cameo in the pod race after the Phantom Menace. Yeah, who would have thought this chick standing in the pod race for like 5 seconds would become an arch nemesis towards Ahsoka? Yeah, Aurra Sing is back. She tries to kill Padme. Ahsoka struggles with trusting her instincts. She's not sure what these visions mean. She puts it together, finds out the mystery, and foils Aurra Sing's assassination attempt. Basically, Ahsoka getting her confidence and trusting herself kind of story. I think this one is okay for the most part, but not one of the must-watch episodes. It is kind of a filler, and it cleans up some plot holes. Zero the Hutt paid her to try and kill Padme as revenge for getting him imprisoned in the movie, and it basically foreshadows that Aurra Sing will be back, and she'll be working with Cad Bane in his Prison Break episode. Yeah, this one's going on to B. Also, Zero just can't get enough screen time over Jabba, lol. Love her sniper rifle and its sound effect. Alright, got a lot of good ones left. Alright, let's knock off the Onderon Rebels. This one might surprise you, but going on to S tier. I will put it low S tier, but still S tier. This one, the Republic decides to help a planet being conquered by the Separatists with guerrilla warfare, where Anakin, Captain Rex, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan go to train the rebels in guerrilla warfare to fight their corrupt rule, and where we re-meet Lux Bonitary comes back for a love triangle, and we're introduced to fan-favorite character Saw Gerrera. Yep. To my utter shock, Saw Gerrera and his sister Steela are main characters in this arc. For those of you who don't know, Saw Gerrera is Forrest Whitaker's Star Wars character from Rogue One, Star Wars Rebels, and even Bad Batch. Now, I really love Saw Gerrera as a character, and it is kind of funny seeing Filoni's OC, who I thought was a one-shot character, basically coming back and being this key player in the Star Wars. Yeah, Saw Gerrera and Lux are working together, and basically they're a rebellion trying to depose their corrupt king. Their good king was betrayed by one of his councilmen, and this councilman became the evil king, ruining the planet and selling out to the Separatists, where Ahsoka, Anakin, and all the rest basically teach these guys to become a perfect soldiers. They become perfect soldiers in a rebellion to depose of the king and ward off the Separatists. And Saw Gerrera's in this, basically this hot-headed, loose cannon kind of guy who slowly grows up. His sister Steela gets a lot more focus in this. Lux returns, and he is in a love triangle between Ahsoka and Steela Gerrera. And also in Jedi Fallen Order as a cameo, and in Andor as well. Sorry, just catch them on comments. Yeah, sorry guys, just catch up on comments, reading what you guys are saying. Yeah, Saw Gerrera. He became an instant, huge favorite character. I'm kind of surprised, looking back at this, that Saw Gerrera was here since Clone Wars. Saw Gerrera, played by Forrest Whitaker, because of course that guy keeps coming back on our channel. Saw Gerrera is actually a pretty interesting character. We see him go from this hot-headed kind of jock type of character. He makes fun of Lux because he's a preppy boy. Steela has an obvious crush on Lux, and unfortunately, it ends in kind of tragedy if you know what happens. Ahsoka helps these guys become a better rebellion, trying to teach them to handle their own warfare. The clones cannot get involved, otherwise it'll escalate things and make things worse. They're trying to depose of this corrupt king who's getting the Separatists to basically occupy their planet in exchange for making him king. However, it's clear he has no control. He has to win the people by his side, but the rebels are trying to get the good king back and expose the evil guy. Love her sniper rifle and its sound effects. Oh yeah, that does sound pretty cool, Aura's rifle. Why not a tier list of Tales from the Dark Side to end it with rapid fire? Might do that. On the Cal Kestis game, Saw was in one of them too. I remember he climbs on the AT-AT, the AT-AT, while you're piloting it. I was shocked to see him there too. They even got Forrest Whitaker to play him again. Love the love triangle between Steela and Ahsoka with Lux. I actually really liked it. It's the one time I think the love triangle is done right, because Lux can't choose between Ahsoka and Steela, which, understandable, they're both pretty hot, kick-ass babes. Steela is this badass guerrilla warfare leader soldier. She's bonded with Lux a lot longer than Ahsoka has. However, Ahsoka's pretty great too, because Ahsoka's hot, she's kick-ass, and she was the one who got to his heart first. There's kind of a love triangle. Saw is a bit petty and jealous of Lux because Lux is proving himself, and his sister is chosen to be the rebel leader over him, which makes what happens later all the more depressing. To make a long story short, they liberate the king, get into a fight, they expose the councilman as an evil bastard. The Separatists launch an all-out assault to finish the rebels. However, during this fight, Steela is killed. Saw Gerrera's sister is killed, and he completely blames himself because he accidentally shot a droid ship out of the air, which crashed into her. Ahsoka and Steela finally bury the hatchet, and just when it looks like Ahsoka is about to save Steela, Ahsoka gets wounded, she gets winged by a battle droid, and Steela falls to her death. And this permanently breaks Saw Gerrera forever. This is why Saw Gerrera is a cynical bastard and everything, because he lost his sister to war. His sister died, he blamed himself, and he's on his way to growing into Forrest Whitaker, basically. And this kind of also abruptly ends the love triangle. It was very clear Lux was going to choose Steela, but he goes back to Ahsoka, and we end on kind of a hope that Lux and Ahsoka might end up together one day, after some much-needed grieving, of course. Onderon is saved, the good king is restored, Steela is tragically dead, but her death was not in vain, as their planet is now liberated and looking forward to a brighter future. And then the Empire comes along and screws that up. Yeah, he was an Andor. I did not know he was an Andor. Both is good. Yeah, Steela and Ahsoka are pretty hot. And in Rebels, they acknowledge Stila with Saw on Geonosis with a hologram. Yeah, Saw Gerrera never got over Stila's death. Unfortunately, it's not followed up on in the Clone Wars. It's followed up in other material. Followed up in Fallen Order, in Rebels, in Rogue One, and even the Bad Batch brought him back. Though I didn't like that they got Andrew Kishino trying to sound like Forrest Whitaker. He does not do a good job sounding like him. But yeah, the Onderon arc I actually thought was pretty fun. Pretty cool kick-ass fight scene, and we actually get to see some very deep character development for everyone involved, and it introduced fan favorite Saw Gerrera. So it's going on S tier, really awesome. Okay, final three. I gotta get more water because we've been talking a lot, but final three. You guys vote on which you want to see next. Just need to get more to drink. Alright, the last cat eye is here. Ahsoka framed, then Yoda arc, and finally Mandalore. Yoda's spiritual journey, yeah, that one was pretty good. Might as well get the wrong Jedi arc out of the way. Alright, we got the unanimous vote. Ahsoka framed. Ahsoka is framed for a crime she didn't commit, and we get an homage to The Fugitive up until the finale. So, there's a bombing on the Jedi Temple. They believe a Jedi has betrayed the Order, and Ahsoka gets framed for this. Ahsoka is mistaken as a traitor among the Jedi, and is put on trial for her life. Ahsoka goes on the run fugitive style until the final episode where she's caught and put on trial for her life, and there's a big murder mystery of who really blew up the Jedi Temple and caused this terrorism. Sorry, can't talk. Anyways, Ahsoka framed, going on to S tier because, of course, you know it was going on here. This has one of the best endings ever. So, Ahsoka is basically on the lam. Asajj Ventress actually comes back and helps her. Pretty cool seeing Ventress and Ahsoka team up. A lot of mystery, a lot of high suspense. Ahsoka is completely betrayed by the Jedi. They accuse her of the crime. Nobody believes her but Anakin. A big prison break. Even Kari Wahlgren is in it. She's kind of the conspirator. Kari Wahlgren, gets killed in prison. We find out she was the one who helped in the bombing. She was gonna tell Ahsoka the truth, but in classic murder mystery fashion, she gets assassinated, and it looks like Ahsoka was the one who did it. People believe Ahsoka has turned to the dark side, that she's the villain, that she betrayed the Jedi Order. And this is pretty much the conclusion to Ahsoka's character arc, or it would have been until the final season happened. Ahsoka is completely disillusioned by the Jedi. They threw her under the bus, don't trust her, and don't even defend her. All except for Anakin, of course. Anakin and Ahsoka's relationship is put to the test. Anakin, of course, has faith in Ahsoka, knows she's innocent, and tries to clear her name. Ahsoka eventually gets captured, and after Anakin talks and confronts Asajj Ventress, we find out there was really a twist villain. It was Barriss all along. Yep, Barriss is now evil, and pretty much proves and validates my point that Luminara is a god-awful teacher because she never once sensed that Barriss turned to the dark side and destroyed the Jedi Order. Barriss has turned evil, and she framed Ahsoka. She attacked Asajj Ventress, stole her Sith lightsabers, and basically is letting her best friend take the fall for her crimes. Barriss has grown to hate the Jedi. She believes they're hypocrites who have caused more destruction and hate and more war than before. Believes that the Jedi are not what they truly are. They're fake heroes. And she decided to do good by bombing the Jedi Temple, killing God knows how many innocent people. Barriss bombed the Jedi Temple and framed her best friend Ahsoka for it. Ahsoka was going to take the fall and be executed for her crimes, while Barriss was going to become a Sith Lord. However, Anakin finds out that Barriss was the mastermind all along. They have that epic fight scene, and Barriss becomes a full-blown dark side Sith Lord. She stole Asajj Ventress's dual-wield lightsabers, have that epic fight, and Ahsoka is put on trial for her life. Oh, by the way, screw Commander Tarkin. Tarkin pretty much throws her under the bus and steps up as her prosecutor. Yeah, isn't that complete bullcrap? Tarkin, she saved your life, and you're gonna argue that she deserves the death penalty? You're an ass. No wonder you blew up Leia's planet. And yeah, Ahsoka being framed is definitely a high suspense arc. The animation is at an all-time high in this episode. There's serious suspense, serious stakes. People even thought Ahsoka was going to die in this story arc because things are that hopeless, and we know Ahsoka's not in episode 3, so her fate is really in question throughout this story arc. And Barriss being a twist villain, it is a major retcon because Barriss was killed in Order 66, but Dave Filoni does what he does best. He ruins continuity. Ahsoka, the Order has spoken. Survivor. Alright, Bodhi wanted the wrong Jedi, so we got it. Why do you have the haven't seen tier? I don't know what you're talking about. Despite we know her innocence and we know the real culprit will be found, it still has a sad, bittersweet ending. Yeah, just about to get to that. Nice homage to Ahsoka falling like Luke fell after learning Vader was his father. Oh yeah, down the bottomless pit. Except Ahsoka had a softer landing in the sewer water. Tales of the Empire tried fixing Barriss. Yeah, so I heard, but because we're judging this based on Clone Wars, we're kind of limited. Yeah, screw Barriss. She is a backstabbing bitch. She threw Ahsoka under the bus just as much as Tarkin did. And we all know, she's getting an explanation for why she betrayed the Jedi. Was a comic of some kind. Yeah, so Barriss gets caught. She's defeated by Anakin. She pleads guilty that she was the one who did it because she hates the Jedi now, which will lead to her becoming an Inquisitor, which I did not like. It would have been cooler if Barriss was the seventh sister from Rebels. You know, the one that's voiced by Sarah Michelle Gellar. I thought that would have made sense, but no, Filoni retconned that again. So, Barriss is captured, Ahsoka is proven innocent. However, we get to the part you all know and love and cry at, the ending. The Jedi Order give this very half-assed apology, saying, "We were sorry, we were blinded by the dark side, we'd love for you to come back, Ahsoka." And Ahsoka rejects them. Ahsoka quits the Jedi Order, leading to one of the best endings of Clone Wars, Ahsoka literally walking away from the Jedi Temple. Ahsoka and Anakin bury the hatchet, they make amends, and Ahsoka says she can't come back because she likes Anakin, but her idols, the Jedi, let her down. She is disillusioned completely. She doesn't want to become a Jedi anymore because the Order turned their backs on her completely. When she needed them most, they weren't there in her darkest hour to help her. Leading to that great tragic ending, Ahsoka walking off into the sunset, done in Clone Wars forever. And then Dave Filoni brought her back like 50 times. But yeah, it still stands tall as a great arc. Ahsoka Framed arc is one of the best stories of the Clone Wars and would have been the best goodbye to Ahsoka Tano and explain why she's not there. We get hints that Anakin is growing disillusioned with the Jedi Order too, and this was supposed to clinch it. Unfortunately, Ahsoka kept coming back to Star Wars, which kind of took the wind out of this episode's sails, but I will still agree that it is one of the best story arcs ever. It's dark, it's serious, it's depressing, and it ends on one hell of a solid ending. I hope the next tier list will be about the Lego Star Wars tomorrow is May 4th. May the 4th be with you. Just like with Blue rejecting Owen and Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, with Blue being Ahsoka and Owen being Anakin. Well, I don't remember Ahsoka eating people meat. Ahsoka basically agrees with Barriss about the Jedi without going full dark side. Yeah, kind of. This started the debate of gray Jedi, which I think is complete bullcrap. Yeah, Ahsoka's just not a Jedi anymore. She still has the skills, still has her lightsabers, but she kind of goes on her own. Ahsoka leaves to find herself, and unfortunately she found herself in the final season, where we get to the Mandalore arc in Order 66 again. But yeah, Ahsoka Framed, it is S tier. Really like it, really love it. I can understand why people consider this the true finale. It should have been Ahsoka's goodbye, but Dave Filoni can't let her go, and I swear he has an Ahsoka body pillow somewhere. But yeah, we'll put this one on S tier, because who isn't gonna put it on S tier? Yeah, I think Ahsoka did low-key agree with Barriss, but not to the insane extent that they need to be purged and killed. Alright, final two arcs. Both of them served as quote-unquote series finales, but Star Wars never ends, so we'll do the Siege of Mandalore Order 66, because this one, I think I might upset a few people, but also going on to A. Yeah, I know. Cat, how dare you? You don't put the finale arc on S tier? Well, here's the problem. This arc came out very late, long after the Clone Wars ended, and spoilers, we know how it all ends. We know Ahsoka's not gonna die because she's in Star Wars Rebels. We know Captain Rex isn't gonna die because he's on Star Wars Rebels. And we know Darth Maul isn't gonna die because he's in Solo. Yeah, remember Darth Maul is the mob kingpin on Solo. So the problem is, it was kind of very late in the game, and you already knew what would happen. It was a foregone conclusion. It's still pretty good. I'll put it on A tier for sure, just because it feels like a cinematic finale, but if this came out when Clone Wars was still on TV, I probably would have put it on S tier. But it didn't. The dust settled, we knew what happened, and there was kind of lower stakes on this, even though they try to hype it up as epic. Fair enough. Okay, thank you, Shalink. I know I would upset a lot of people, but I do think it's still pretty good. This is pretty much the quote-unquote true finale for the Clone Wars. The final face-off of Darth Maul and Ahsoka, and I gotta ask, did anybody really want to know where Ahsoka was during Order 66? Basically, it's happening at the same time as Revenge of the Sith. And I mean literally happening at the same time. They're mentioning events that are going on in Revenge of the Sith time. This is where Ahsoka and Darth Maul and all the OC Clone Wars characters are. Basically, the Jedi recruit Ahsoka for one last job. Yeah, they're doing that cliche. They recruit Ahsoka for one last job, help them dethrone Darth Maul. It would have made more sense if it was Obi-Wan, but no. They brought back Dave Filoni's baby girl, Ahsoka, and they dethroned Darth Maul. Darth Maul is on Mandalore. We still never find out what Palpatine's plans for him were. But yeah, Darth Maul is losing grasp and control of Mandalore. Ahsoka and Bo-Katan basically double team him. We have this big epic fight scene. Darth Maul realizes that the Emperor's plan is coming to fruition. Like, this is it. This is his endgame. The Empire is coming, and Darth Maul wants to team up with Ahsoka to take down Palpatine, but to do so, Darth Maul tells her that your master, Anakin Skywalker, is turning to the dark side because somehow Maul senses that Anakin is the new apprentice of the Emperor. So, it is kind of tragic because Ahsoka doesn't believe Anakin will ever turn evil. They have that pretty kick-ass fight scene. They allegedly did get Ray Park to do mocap for Darth Maul's fight scenes in this, which is pretty cool. They have that fight, Darth Maul is dethroned, Mandalore is liberated until the problems of the Mandalorian come later. And they finally capture him for good, but then, just as Ahsoka is taking Maul to prison, Order 66 happens. The clone troopers are killing all the Jedi everywhere, and honestly, kind of creates a plot hole. Ahsoka's not a Jedi anymore, but the clones try to kill her. Can somebody please explain this to me? Ahsoka quit being a Jedi, and she's no longer a part of the Jedi Order, yet the clones are going to kill her along with everyone else. Even mentioned the 2003 kidnapping of Palpatine with Grievous. Yeah, they did. Maul dies in Rebels by Obi-Wan. Yeah, I know that happened. Looks so done. We got one more arc on here. Sorry, Kira, I'm almost done. This has to be the longest tier list you've done. We'll see where we end. Maul, it seems the student is in need of one final lesson. Yeah, I love hearing Sam Witwer back. Ahsoka had a great ending in this arc too, though. That final scene with all the clones' helmets, graves was haunting, while Ahsoka leaves behind her original lightsaber. Yeah, Wolf did an in-depth review on this, and I agree with him. It kind of felt a bit pretentious. They drag out the ending, and if you don't know, Ahsoka manages to save Captain Rex. We get the return of the stupid-ass D-Squad. Ahsoka and the D-Squad team up to basically fight the clones. The clones are assassinating Jedi. They turned against everyone, even Ahsoka. Ahsoka teams up with Darth Maul, and I would have loved to see them team up and fight their way out, but no. She uses Darth Maul as a distraction, and big shock, Darth Maul kills everyone, which made Ahsoka look so stupid. It's like, yeah, she let Darth Maul on the loose, and Ahsoka doesn't want to kill any of the clones. So how is releasing a psychotic Sith Lord gonna help you not kill clones? Yeah, big shock, Darth Maul destroys the ship and sinks the Star Destroyer. Darth Maul gets away to be the villain on Solo, which I'm sure you're all looking forward to. Ahsoka, Rex, and the D-Squad work together. D-Squad actually dies, which, not gonna lie, I found kind of hilarious and satisfying. It's like they knew how hated these characters were. D-Squad all get killed off, except for R2, of course. Then, Ahsoka and Rex barely escape in a Y-Wing fighter, free-falling from space, which is a pretty cool scene, not gonna lie. Ahsoka and Captain Rex manage to survive Order 66, and they go on the lam together, which is somehow gonna lead to them breaking up because Rex ends up retired on a desert planet. Which, yeah, again, never explained, but yeah. They survive, and we have that haunting scene of Ahsoka giving a funeral to all the clone troopers because she's so loving and caring. Which is why she unleashed Darth Maul on them, but yay, why split hairs now? And she leaves the series pretty much burying the clones and walking away for good this time, even leaving her lightsaber behind. And Clone Wars ends with Darth Vader and his stormtroopers landing here, investigating the site, only to believe that Ahsoka truly died. And yeah, that is kind of the end of the Clone Wars until they make more stuff, but yeah, I think it's actually pretty good. Unfortunately, it came very late, and we already know how most of this ends, which kind of took the wind out of its sails. That's my problem with it. So I'll put it on A tier. It is awesome, but too little too late. Once a Jedi, always a Jedi. Yeah, tell that to the Grey Jedi. Could we see a Power Rangers parody tier list? I'd have to find one. Yeah, I didn't get that either. Yeah, Ahsoka's not a Jedi anymore, yet the clones are gonna still kill her. If anything, she should have been safe. You're lucky Anakin didn't show up. From the way you're fighting, you wouldn't have lasted long. Epic Maul rampage, killing clones just for Star Killer and the Force Unleashed. Nice homage. Yeah, Darth Maul is the best character in this, so I'll put it on A. I do agree it has its awesome moments, but I do have criticisms with it, which is why I don't consider it S tier. Alright, gonna use my last bathroom break. Get hyped for our final arc, the original finale from the Lost Missions, the mystery of Sifo Dyas and Yoda's journey. Alright, I'm back. Revenge of the Kit. Let's finish this. Yoda's journey going on to S tier. Yeah, we're ending on a high note of all high notes, the Yoda journey. So, I'll explain it for any of you who haven't seen. Basically, we find out there's this mystery going on. Yoda is investigating a disturbance in the Force, and we actually get lore for the Jedi and Sith. We go to the Sith homeworld, and Yoda is basically going on a sabbatical to find himself and trying to solve this mystery of an imbalance in the Force. We learn about the light side world and the dark side world, a lot of cosmic stuff, fantastical elements, and did a much grander job than the Mortis arc at world building for the Force. And guess what? Darth Bane is in this arc, played by Mark Hamill. Mythos in the Force actually being good mythos. Fully agree, Shadowlink. Happy May the 4th be with you, Cat, and Wolf looking forward to tomorrow. Nice tier list. Thanks, Christopher. Glad you made it. So, I finished season 1 of Creepshow series on YouTube. Was it good, Akira? It was an interesting dive into deeper lore about the Force, but it didn't really speak to me. Oh, what, Bodhi? You don't like Darth Bane, played by Mark Hamill? Yeah, if you don't know, Darth Bane is a popular character in Star Wars media. Was he in the Knights of the Old Republic game? I kind of thought that's what he was from, but he had a lot of material. Darth Bane is the Sith Lord who made the rule of two. For Sith, there's always two Sith, a master and an apprentice. And Mark Hamill shows up doing his Fire Lord Ozai voice for him. Pretty cool seeing him, especially since Mark Hamill practically made the original trilogy as great as it was. Basically, we see Yoda struggling with the Force. Yoda has to get reattached to the Force. He's understanding the light side, meeting these mystical spirits, a lot of homages to Christianity and Buddhism and even Taoism in there. Basically, Yoda's finding himself, trying to realize that there's a balance in the Force and controlling himself. We actually see Dark Side Yoda, who looks like Gollum. Yeah, really, he looks like Gollum. This evil shadow Yoda confronts him, and it's Yoda's inner darkness. Yoda tries to reattach himself to the Force and become the great Jedi wise elder we all know and love. And it's really cool. I really like the mysticism they explore. It is much better than the Mortis plot, which isn't setting Yoda up to be some messiah for later. The Sith world is also very creepy. Like, okay, Bane doesn't really belong here, neither does Riven, and he was cut from the Mortis arc. Riven was gonna be in the Clone Wars. That would have been so cool. Yeah, I know Riven is kind of a player character like Commander Shepard, but I don't think a cameo would have hurt. Yeah, I did like seeing Darth Bane show up in Star Wars media for once. He is like the biggest highlight of this because they also got Mark Hamill to play him. Pretty trippy seeing Darth Bane confronting Yoda on the Sith homeworld. It's very cool look, deep dive into the lore. We understand the Jedi and we get a lot of looks at the Sith. The Sith have never really been tapped into much in the shows. I know in the video game, the Sith Lord have deep character development, and a lot of deep lore and mythos themselves. Special mention going to the Knights of the Old Republic games, so it was pretty cool seeing that brought onto the screen here. So, long story short, Yoda struggles with the Force, conquers his dark side, and we get a tease that there is a new hope. Yeah, it is exactly who you think it is. Yoda has a vision, seeing Luke Skywalker, confirming that Luke is the chosen one. Luke is the hero of the Force and the one who will restore balance to it. And we see that picture of Tatooine with a young Luke Skywalker looking at the two suns. And yeah, it confirmed that there is hope, and Yoda finally understands and realizes that the Force will be at peace again, realizes that there's hope in the universe, and that this war will not be in vain. And that is kind of the original end of the Clone Wars. I do kind of like that, and unfortunately Disney kind of ruined this because Dave Filoni and Kathleen Kennedy love retconning, but pretty nice seeing that Luke Skywalker was the chosen one this whole time, and that Yoda has faith in himself and the Force again, and that's how this arc ends. Bane doesn't really belong here. Yeah, I read that one. Yes, but House of Head is part B of season 1. What are you talking about? Would have been better if this was before the prequels showing Bane in his prime. Well, zombie Darth Bane was pretty creepy, not gonna lie. I think it might have addressed, because Mark Hamill was older too by the time this came out, that he would be a more perfect fit. I know Darth Bane in his prime was a lethal SOB, but seeing him as a zombie demon was pretty cool. But yeah, I just think this is an S-tier story. I would have liked this finale too. The Yoda's journey and Ahsoka Framed were both great finales. Not so much the Darth Maul arc and the Order 66. That one could have been cool, but it was released too late was my problem. But Yoda's journey, it is S tier. If you love the Jedi and the Force, you will absolutely love this story arc. Who doesn't love Yoda, and who doesn't love tributes to everything great about Star Wars? That's what puts it on S tier. Really fun tier list debate. May the 4th be with you, bud. Thanks for watching, Bodhi. I'll go over it one last time for any late birds, but that completes our tier list, and got none in the haven't seen because I've watched all of Star Wars. At least back when it was good. I quit during the Disney era because Last Jedi really broke me. But yeah, as you can see, a lot of S, A, and some B tiers, but a lot less bad, because Clone Wars is a good show overall, and we've had a lot of good to fan-friggin-tastic masterpieces. Clone Wars is an awesome show, and I recommend it highly. So I'll go over it one last time for any late birds, or people who wanted to just jump to the end to see all of them listed out. The Force is definitely strong within this series. Fully agree, Shadowlink. Like best Gold Skull is either Man in the Suitcase or Bad Wolf Down is peak. Well, Creepshow have 2 stories in 1 episode, like a comic book. Yeah, it kind of did that in the movie too, so that makes sense. Alright, so one last roll call. F tier. Worst arc of the series, the Martez sisters. Screw this arc, you are better off without it. It is one of the worst story arcs ever, and the fact that the Martez sisters still haven't gotten their spin-off at the time of this stream pretty much tells you how loved these two were. And D-Squad, yeah, it's bad. It was bad back then, and it's still bad now. It's slow, boring, dull, and unfunny. These two are easily the worst of Clone Wars. Then E tier, the disappearing, very forgettable journey. People don't even remember Mace Windu and Jar Jar even had a team up. The younglings, I did not like this arc. The kids were just plain annoying and not interesting. Part 1 was interesting, but then when they stretched it out for a 4-parter, it got worse and worse as it went along. Do not recommend it. D tier, the Bad Batch, the Mortis arc, and the Nomad droids. These one had a spark of hope, but they did not live up to their full potential, or in the case of Altar of Mortis, got kind of worse with time. I do not recommend them, they're just lame ducks. Then C tier are okay episodes, Bombad Jedi, pretty funny comedy episode, and Senate Spy. Could have been interesting, but the return of Clovis a lot more deeper. These ones were just the middling ones. Hey Emily, you're still here. Umbra, Order 66, but we're rooting for the clones. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It is done. The Clone Wars, and it's cool, and happy Star Wars Day, and I will wait for the finished season 2 of Creepshow. Have 9 episodes left. Okay. Then B tier. Got a lot of good, not great episodes down here. Dooku Captured, Rescue of Rod of the Hutt, Zero's Escape, The Duel of the Droids, The Night Sisters, the first arc anyway, The Sphere of Influence with George Lucas's cameo character, Lethal Trackdown, The Senate Murders, Pursuit of Peace, The Liberation of Ryloth, Clovis's Return, the Cad Bane Holocron Heist, and Boba Fett's Revenge. These ones had their good moments. I would definitely say they're watchable episodes. Not the best in the series. There are a lot more flaws in these, but I would say overall, they are the decent Clone Wars episodes. You can watch them. If you don't miss much, but if you do, you get some dumb fun times. Then A tier, the great. Blue Shadow Virus, The Mandalore Plot, The Mandalore Corruption, The Ambush Pilot, Genndy Tartakovsky's first volume of Clone Wars, Trespass, Domino Squad, Cloak of Darkness, The Battle of Christophsis, aka the first half of the movie, The Battle of Geonosis and the Brain Invaders, The Malevolence, The Deserter / Eth Koth's Rescue, The Siege of Mandalore / Order 66, and The Zillo Beast. They are all great. These are definitely good stories. These ones are in gold territory, just not perfect 10 out of 10s. These ones are definitely fun Star Wars stories and showed you what the Clone Wars could truly do with its pure imagination. But up top, the S tier are masterpieces, the top good episodes. Onderon Rebellion, pretty awesome intro to Saw Gerrera. Love the love triangle, love Ahsoka and Lux bonding. It is a kick-ass fun episode. The Night Sisters Massacre. They finally made Asajj Ventress a cool character and showed that she could stand on her own. The Battle of Mon Cala, just a fun war episode where the premise is so creative. Lightsaber Lost, interesting filler episode. I had a fun time with it. Loved Master Sanube and Ahsoka Tano's team up against those evil lesbians. Bounty Hunters, loving tribute to the Seven Samurai, it is cool. Lair of Grievous, they reminded you that Grievous used to be scary through this episode. Highly recommend it if you want to see Matthew Wood's Grievous as a scary badass again. Ahsoka Lost, fun Most Dangerous Game homage. Ahsoka really gained her independence in this episode, and we get a fun team up with Chewbacca. Obi-Wan Undercover. Obi-Wan's in Face Off. Enough said. The Citadel. Kick-ass prison break episode. They fight an evil Christopher Walken warden. It is all kinds of fun and very dark storytelling. The Zygerian Slavers. Once again, a very mature story. Really enjoyed it. Love we got exploration of Anakin. And they're fighting sexy evil cat people. Jedi Crash, easily a great peak Aayla Secura episode. That guaranteed it an S tier. Love my Star Wars girl, but it is a pretty great episode too overall. Maul's Resurrection and Maul conquering Mandalore. Darth Maul easily got a ton of S tier arcs in this. Sam Witwer is now the true voice of Darth Maul, and this show successfully made Maul a Shakespearean tragic villain. Both his arcs are definitely the highlight of Clone Wars. Fives' Conspiracy. They made Order 66 even cooler and more tragic than before, and Fives definitely earned his wings as a great character here. Go on, S tier. Tartakovsky's Volume 2 of Clone Wars. This is peak General Grievous and peak Shaak Ti, an underrated Clone Wars entry. I really love this. I think it is much better than the first part, mostly because it's a lot more focused and has much grander stakes. If you want to see the invasion of Coruscant at full view, this is definitely it. Then, Yoda's Journey, really liked it. A fun exploration of the Force lore. We just went over it, but yeah, I do think it's good. Love Darth Bane, love Yoda, love the glim of Love the glimmer of hope they left you feeling at the end. Then, Ahsoka Framed, beautiful finale, great final send-off to Ahsoka, fun murder mystery. It should have been the true finale for Clone Wars. But our number one episode is The Battle of Umbra. This one, kick-ass. It is one of my favorite story arcs to this very day. It solidified that the clones are the best characters, and you get a delightful hammy villain of Lee Everett as an evil Jedi. This is my number one Clone Wars episode. Yep, it's done. They have 3 werewolf stories. Also, R.I.P. George Romero. Yeah, may he rest in peace. He was the master. But yeah, that completes our tier list. As you can see, had a lot of great. They were B or above, B or up to S. Had a lot of great episodes because the Clone Wars was awesome. Had a lot less bad than I expected. Yeah, I know they're kind of connected as arcs, but there was so much to love about Clone Wars. It is one of my favorite TV shows to this very day. I would put it up there next to The Haunting Hour, Justice League Unlimited, and Green Lantern the Animated Series as some of peak television. It is awesome. You should go watch it and highly recommend these story arcs. Sorry I can't snap a picture of it because the list is a lot longer than usual, but thank you for tuning in with us. We'll see what our next tier list is, most likely something Star Wars related just because of the month, but time will tell. I have a new video on Patreon, check it out. It's coming out soon, but it's a fun horror-esque list. Clone Wars is awesome, highly recommend it. All these awesome episodes you have to see. And Marta Sisters are the worst. Don't watch them. Umbra Arc, number 1. It's the best. So I guess I should set you guys free. Thank you all for joining us. We hope you tune in for the next stream. Remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more videos posted here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and may the Force be with you.